fast while I take my time. Whole arena go crazy, look like I'm Hercules in my prime. You follow me, dog, and I make it. I pump too much iron in my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience, I think it's time. The man of the year, so the right. I waited all my life and now it's so time. No room on stage for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear, trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end. I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy, you make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost now, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience, I think it's time. The man of the year, so you're right. I waited all my life and now it's so time. already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking, yeah, my ish, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
want it, gotta own it. Fought through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 1 Challenge Group Stage. Today is day number 8 of the group stage. You guys are here with us. My name is Husky. Alongside me is Terrence, IC Baby 1, 2. We have 3 more best of 3s to go through today and 2 more teams to eliminate.
Well, this is where things get a little bit spicy because after this week, we are going to be witnessing some of the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang game where you're going to be fighting for that number 1 spot. In this case, we've pretty much eliminated 2 teams so far and we're down towards our final 6 teams. And today's match is going to be very, very important, especially for one of these teams here where they are going to be having a little bit of face-off in towards the upper bracket finals.
Absolutely, and that is actually going to be our opening series coming up later on, where we find out the second top 4 participant. And just remember, by the end of this evening, we will find out which 4 teams will make it to the challenge finals. And so far, we have, 3 Indonesian teams, 3 Filipino teams, pretty even Stevens. We'll see if that remains the same by the end of the day. But before that, we do have a Pro Reacts video coming up for you guys, so enjoy.
Hello guys, today I'm reacting to
some gameplay clips happened last week.
Definitely did. GameLab, very confident, looking for the contest at Turtle.
you have the advantage on the positioning.
Xbox playing good in that war. Takenaga misplay with his Hanzo.
I don't know what Redwin was thinking. He dashed in front of 4 people, and what a nice free hit coming from Yukizi with the Moscow.
Takenaga, Dortmund is the next on the list. Castle sticking onto him, and that will be a double for Richie. But GameLab still fighting on. Her boss sweeps them off their feet, and GameLab finds a late team wipe. Ozil getting gone on by Yukizi, and he knows that he is going to be terminated.
We're better than them in making clash. That's why we go for the heroes.
What an strategy coming from Takenaga securing the turtle, and his body of the ultimate of Hanzo he didn't see, and I understand because that sometimes happens to me.
GameLab is really strong in team fight.
I don't think GameLab have any special player. I just think that they have chemistry and discipline.
Disrespect from GameLab, and they just keep going. 3 kills.
Ozil was he was just so out of position.
He accesses the back line, but ends up getting picked off.
Ozil is playing so good and at time.
Ozil and Slot is very good in this fight, and also Kesu the Chow, he play well.
Very questionable coming from Tupai because they can just clear the wave and just contest the Lord, but they died, so no contest from Lord.
Decisive Jace just kicked away from his turret. Can't find a decimate, and that will be Ozil picking up a killing spree.
Wait, already has PBN play on their name. Oh, they finally killed the pickup.
They already got their pick off and they still try to fight the team. That's why they got outplayed.
The edit is very strong. Rizal Anjay play good in this match. Really tanky.
Again, questionable from Yume because there was only 2 of them fighting against 3, and Turtle is up and he died, so very bad trade.
Sky Guardian helmet to top himself back up. Sway, please let me be in.
Thank you guys. Please watch forward to our upcoming matches.
Please look forward to our upcoming match against ALVA 8, and we're gonna go for the win.
Well, really good plays as well. The way they think, identifying situations and also predicting when to cut your losses when needed as well. And it seems like there is a lot of commotion coming in between choosing your fights and when not to disengage. You know, I know I'm over-explaining a lot of things here, but I like that we have a little bit of insights here of our potential future casters, maybe.
I mean, one of the teams that was giving those feedback actually survived against MHRLK Esports yesterday, and that's Euphoria. So you can see kind of the breakdown, the thought process on what they talked about in these clips. There's so much insight in a short duration, but here it is. If you guys have not been catching up, this is the current state of the bracket. Euphoria Esports is our first top 4 team qualified to the Challenge Finals. Today we will look at ALVA 8 against GameLab in the upper bracket. MHRLK Esports will face off against the losers of that upper bracket series, and afterwards we also have GPX against AA Esports to round out the top 4.
Well, this is where things get a little bit spicy because we are looking to try and find who the best of the best are going to be happening for today and the rest of today. So all things considered, there's just so many to actually talk about when it comes to their play styles, but I'm looking forward to see how the second upper bracket finals is gonna be, because it is gonna be starting things off with GameLab going up against ALVA 8, and this is where things get a little bit interesting because two of these teams are personally one of my favorites as well, just because they are the strongest from coming in from their respective region. And GameLab all the way from the open finals, dominating their way through, and now here still dominating the upper brackets as well. This is where we start to see whether or not are we going to see a Philippine supremacy team, or are we going to see an Indonesian titan known as ALVA 8 to actually contest against Euphoria up in the finals.
I think this is very interesting as well, because we are not only looking at the top 4 finish, we're also looking at what these teams are fighting for in terms of prize pool. Right now, all these 6 teams are guaranteed $2,500, but the grand prize is still that first place finish, $20,000 US, all the way down to $1,250 if you finish 7th and 8th.
Yeah, this is where a lot of it is going to be coming down to whether or not they secure their placements further into the brackets, or in this case, especially for ALVA 8 and GameLab, right? Once you make it into the upper bracket finals, you're pretty much nearly guaranteed a top 3 placement. So actually, you are going to be guaranteed a top 3 placement, whatever we're talking about as well. 7.5k US is a lot on the line. Meanwhile, Euphoria pretty much already in that position. Now it's going to be either ALVA 8 or GameLab. So this is where I think a lot of us are questioning here. Is ALVA 8 going to be able to keep it running for GameLab? Because yesterday we started things off with 5 Indonesian teams going up against 3 Philippine teams, and now down towards 3 Indo, 3 Philippines. Yeah,
and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but by the end of this evening, we are guaranteed to eliminate one more Indonesian team, because we have GPX against AA to close out the evening as well. And those 2 teams are directly qualified from the regional qualifiers, and one of them is not going to make it, so there's a lot of stakes at hand today.
Well, that is where things are going to get a little bit interesting as well. For those guys watching at home as well, I'm curious to see what you guys think. Who do you think is going to come out online? But to give guys a little bit of recap on what happened over the previous weeks here, these are the matches for you guys. You can see on the previous week's games, GameLab was able to just completely stomp out the competition. A very interesting series just because of the fact that GameLab is deemed as the unbeatable king thus far.
Yeah, this feels like kind of an anime arc where you have GameLab as the antagonist, the unkillable Demon Kings, and on the other hand, you have ALVA 8, who has basically beaten all the odds. They have overcome all these challenges to get to the stage, and now you have GameLab as that final challenger.
Yep, and while this is actually happening as well, we have seen a little bit of comms coming from Euphoria thinking that GameLab, they're not necessarily the strongest players, but they do have a very high level plays of discipline and calculated movements, and so far they are pretty much one of the most strongest teams coming in towards this tournament. And it has been a question in our minds whether or not who the heck is GameLab and who was the one that kicked them down to the regional finals and forced them to play the open finals. But here they are in the upper brackets, very close to the finals as well. Can they live up to the expectation of being the best on screen here for SBS.
There was this interview, short interview between Euphoria and GameLab where both of them were asked who do they want to aim for if there's an MPLPH team that they want to take down. For Euphoria, they are fine not challenging the top dogs, but for GameLab, they are aiming straight for Echo, our current M-Series world champion. So you can see the difference in confidence between these two teams, and rightfully so because GameLab have been flawless so far.
Yep, and so far when it comes to ALVA 8, you know, I'm curious as well. They have shown interesting drafts in the previous week, and they certainly did a lot of homework towards GameLab. But the question here is, will they be able to study and analyze what GameLab has been doing so far and find a counter towards their drafts? Because so far, based on their draft, they are one of the very few that are very confident to actually bring in very interesting drafts, which eventually will be able to come up on top. And I'm looking forward to see whether or not are we going to see those pocket strategies, especially now when making it to the grand finals is the key winning factor.
And I think for ALVA 8, they have, I would want to highlight Aaron Shiki, the gold laner. He has been phenomenal on the claw last week when they took on Soy Esports. A lot of the bets were pit against ALVA 8. Most of us thought that Soy Esports will win, but they crushed Soy Esports to advance throughout the upper bracket. And here they are against GameLab, where both teams have very, very individual superstars, and I want to see if they can shine today. Let's see ALVA 8 and what they have to offer. These are the 5 men they would take on the Titans, which is GameLab: Jirachi, Zion, Eliora, Aaron Shiki, and Vinsmoke.
Well, this is where things get a little bit interesting as well, because Aaron Shiki has demonstrated that he is one of the strongest gold laners here on SBS, and at the same time, he has been able to actually carry out some of this most interesting games where Claude may not necessarily be the strongest meta in the current patch, but it is still one of the most chaotic heroes to actually play, and it all comes down to whether or not you find those timings. And every single time, Aaron Shiki was able to find those critical moments to strike, and even this play as well, you can see he waits patiently for the team to set up a very, very good fight where Sway Esports cannot actually back out, and that just shows you how smart of a player he is, because you're not just playing this as a marksman, you're also playing it as an assassin style hero where not many players realize that this is what needs to be done to actually get those wins.
Yeah, and I think Aaron Shiki really has taken the spotlight in the recent series that they play in. Just again, Claude, one of his favorite heroes to date. And of course, you can't take away from the rest of the team. I think ALVA 8 has a very balanced lineup. You have Vinsmoke on that roaming role, very, very solid. You have Jirachi in that XP, going for tank heroes like the Glue. And so far, it has really allowed Aaron Shiki to shine. And that's where I think GameLab comes into play. Because when we took a look at GameLab later on, I think they will bring a different dynamic. Before that though, we have an interview with ALVA 8. Let's see what they have to say.
Hello, my name is Axion and I'm from ALVA 8. My role is jungle. I don't feel any confident against them because they are so strong in Philippines. I think only Miracle can save us. I think Minsitara overall because the ultimate and the new passive, it's so annoying. The first team is, I guess, is GameLab. Second place is Euphoria Esports. And the third place is my brother, ALVA Dragon. And the fourth is my team.
Well, we caught a little bit interview coming from ALVA 8, and interesting enough, I was expecting a little bit more confidence from the Indonesian side, but all fun and games here. I'm genuinely curious here to see whether or not will they be able to solve this problem. We know for a fact that GameLab is one of the strongest teams, but the question here is, if he ranked GameLab all the way at the top, how the heck did GameLab end up in Open Finals in the first place?
That's the interesting part, right? But to be fair, before the challenge stage, we did go through, I think, 1-2 patches, so GameLab definitely evolved throughout that. And the team that knocked them down is in the lower bracket some more. Speaking about GameLab, let's take a look at who they are. The Unkillable Demon Kings, as they dub it. Led by Havos, Takenaga, Aizawa, Yuktizi, and Dokman. Just an absolute powerhouse from the Philippines.
Yep, Dokman with his Kufra plays, one of the very few that started the trend here in SBS, prioritizing a Kufra, still making it work with those Tyrant Revenge catches and rages. While this is actually happening as well, he was one of also very few here in SBS to actually debut the Arlott as a tank role, which is something that not a lot of us were expecting as well. We knew for a fact that there has been speculation that that Arlott is just so good at the Tango for XP lane, but he was the one that actually proved it, showed cases to us, and also won the game. So this is something that I think a lot of us are curious to see whether or not can they do it again.
Yeah, when you look back at yesterday's series, AA came out victorious in their lower brackets run. And that was the same team that got completely destroyed by GameLab. And you do have to wonder, how strong is GameLab at their full strength? And can ALVA 8 bring out the best in GameLab in this best of 3?
Now, we are going to be looking forward to it as well, because A8 Esports, they did play during the Open Finals. I think this was the Open Finals that actually happened
this was
last week.
Last week.
Yeah, this was last week. So this is where things get a little bit interesting. Whether or not are we going to see the Hanzo counter matchup. We've been seeing a lot of Hanzo pickups and rumors for the team, but not many have been able to demonstrate it like how GameLab does it.
Yeah, yesterday we saw, I think, Hanzo banned by Euphoria onto MHRLK, but that's pretty much it, right?
Exactly.
GameLab is the only team that has brought out the Hanzo. They are a big fan of playing Link in the jungle. Takenaga has been styling on their hero for God knows how long. And just overall, a very hard team to plan against. You mentioned early on that ALVA 8 need to be prepared, wonder how they'll prepare in terms of draft. I think drafting against GameLab is one thing. Being able to punish GameLab is another.
Now, that's the thing. When it comes to punishing a team like GameLab, it all comes down to whether or not do they have the mentality for it. Because as of yet, we're going to be jumping into a short interview to catch a glimpse of what GameLab thinks about this match.
Hi, I'm Havos and an explainer for Team GameLab. We're happy about our results in our recent game, and we're looking forward to our next opponent, and we'll beat them again with a very good, clean game. We're confident on our next opponent, ALVA 8, because we know we're better than them, and we're just gonna play our game. We're gonna control the game and better team win, but we're confident enough to say that we're gonna win it 2-0. I think Min Sitar is really good right now, but it can be played in 3 roles actually. That hero is gonna be played a lot when it's available. I think will be the top 4 is us, GameLab, and Euphoria, GPX, and MHRLK. To our next opponent, ALVA 8, be prepared because we're going to beat you guys and well prepared about you guys.
Clean game. That's the best way to describe GameLab, and Havos captured it in just one clean sentence. That's what they've been showing throughout the Open Finals. They have not dropped a single game, and no one has been able to show to kind of put a dent in GameLab.
Well, it's all comes down to whether or not do you have the discipline and strategy. And so far, being clean and precise with your movements is going to be very, very important. So far, GameLab has shown they are one of the cleanest teams out there. No pun intended, but considering that we had this a little bit of a joke. Okay, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of context here. Would you rather not shower for a month, or etc. So in this
I don't
case,
remember the other option, but I think like not showering for a month, it's not too bad of an option.
or no internet. Yeah, that was the
Yes.
one as well. But yeah, the head-to-head here is going to be mid lane here between Aizawa and Euphoria, coming in from ALVA 8. And for GameLab series, obviously Aizawa will be having the higher KDA in terms of the overall stats here, 10.3 versus Euphoria 9. But the kill participation from Euphoria is going to be 78.5%. DPM is going to be favoring Aizawa alongside with the GPN and the DTPM. So there is going to be a little bit of difference in terms of the approach of playstyles, but you can see based on their preference heroes, Euphoria prioritize on the Faramis, and for Aizawa it is going to be the Xavier. And it's pretty clear based on these stats that Euphoria is looking to play more on the supportive role, on the mage role, and try to gank and set up kills for their marksmen or junglers, whereas Aizawa is going to be the real carry, playing heroes with very, very strong late game potential and also setups for the early game.
I'm glad you brought up about Faramis, because it is a hero that when you go on GameLab can be played in 2 roles. Dortmund plays Faramis on their roam as well, so high values for both teams. I also want to hear what you guys think about the series into prediction. I know there are going to be a lot of GameLab fans in the chat, but ALVA 8, we also want to see you show your support. This is going to be a tall mountain to climb, but we've seen better upsets. Yesterday we saw a 30-minute comeback, so anything is possible.
Oh boy, yesterday's game was a little bit long when the tournament lives at stake. In this case, between both GameLab and ALVA 8, it's all about bragging rights for their nations and who will be the next finalist for the Grand Finals. In this case, upper bracket finals, currently Euphoria Esports already the first team. Will GameLab be able to join them, bringing Philippines as the top contender for the overall upper bracket finals? But as of yet, all things considered, ALVA 8, they're not feeling confident about this matchup. Maybe a little bit humble, maybe a little bit secret strategy, but GameLabs, they're calling it confidence 2-0 straight up.
Yeah, GameLab, they haven't really been challenged yet, right? No team has been able to push GameLab to the limit. No team has been able to push GameLab to a position where they feel like they are going to lose the game or even. But let's take a look at our predictions, because I think coming to this, it's not going to be easy. You go for a straight 2-0 for ALVA 8, but I'm sticking with my boys at GameLab.
You know, that's the thing, right? You know, I genuinely believe that when you are playing so much on screen, somebody with enough homework, watching enough games, will eventually figure out a way to defeat GameLab. And I was hoping maybe this was going to be the game that is going to be happening against GameLab. So even though, based on my personal ranking, I put GameLab in the second place,
okay,
I was hoping he would crawl his way up all the way from the bottom, because eventually somebody is going to make a slip up. You know, there's only so much a machine can work. You know, GameLab, they look like an unstoppable machine, you know, pretty much, you know, disciplined plays, calculated risk, everything is done with intent. Somebody's got to figure out what's wrong with them. And I was hoping at this stage of the game, especially now, it has to be ALVA 8.
I mean, if it's not them, then, you know, GameLab makes it to top 4, right? And I think to raise the stakes also, the team that loses this series has to play right after this against MHRLK. It's going to be a long evening for the losers. So I would say if you are in ALVA 8 shoes, it's understandable why they don't feel all too confident, but also you don't want to kind of have too much of that expectations.
You know, GameLabs are not camera shy. They want to be on the screen 24/7. That's why they lost during the qualifiers. They came in the Open Finals, showed us the other best team, all the way to the champion. Boom, most amount of screen time. Here again, guess what? If they lose now, they will crawl all the way from the upper bracket, heading into the Grand Finals.
I feel like
speculation, bro. Conspiracy theory. That's the case, bro.
You're reaching out too far, but I like the theory. And the reason why we are able to see all these amazing games, especially the spunk and the confidence from GameLab, is because of our partners and friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, they gave us this platform, but us commentators wouldn't be able to do much without the amazing games coming out from all of these teams across Southeast Asia. So overall, it's just a very great stage to see the best Mobile Legends action that we have.
Yeah, in this case, winning is very important. And of course, now, between this match here, whoever loses is going to have more screen time. So in this case,
I'm not really sure.
Do you want to lose to win? Or do you want to win to lose? That's going to be the question for this match.
I have a better proposition. How about you just win and you keep winning? You play lesser games, you win either way, and you get first place. That's $20,000.
But that's the thing, right? If you lose, you get more screen time.
Yeah, but well,
you know, some people like it. You know, we like the attention. People like me, even though I don't really like the attention, but I sometimes appreciate a little bit of love from the fans. Dropping a couple of follows on my Instagram. You know, maybe for GameLab's perspective, you know what? It's all a strategy, a conspiracy theory where if I play more times, I show up on screen more times, people will eventually know who I am and drop a follow on Instagram. Is that the case, GameLab? They know how to put on a show.
I can confidently tell you that GameLab doesn't really need that. they are very well established. But I would say that if I'm in GameLab shoe, I want to end the day as fast as possible so I can go have my dinner. That's all I care about. We want to have a quick night.
Exactly. But without further ado, let's take a glimpse on the top two dogs here. Coming in towards the upper brackets, the second upper bracket semi-finals here. It is going to be GameLab going up against ALVA 8 with GameLab on the blue side. And the winner of this series will be heading it off towards the upper bracket finals where they need to face off against Euphoria Esports. GameLab representing from the Philippines and ALVA 8 from Indonesia. This is where we start things off with a Kadita ban coming from GameLab and also the Faramis being banned from ALVA 8. So I'm genuinely curious, are we going to see a Respect Hanzo ban coming from ALVA 8 against GameLab?
Pretty expected, seeing that Faramis on that ban list, because there's just too much value if you give it over to GameLab, especially they're on that first pick. Hanzo though, I feel like that's probably a second phase thing for ALVA 8. GameLab picked it in the second phase last time, but we see that Fredrin ban, a hero that yesterday was led through almost all games.
Yep, it is going to be respect towards Fredrin as well. It's just one of the hardest, most tankiest heroes in the current meta, where not a lot of marksmen and not a lot of heroes can actually chunk down a Fredrin. Meanwhile, I really want to talk about this as well, because we haven't seen too much Fanny success in yesterday's games, but GameLab was one of the few that actually have good success with it. Question here is, ALVA 8, do they ban it? Or do they let the 1-1 through, even though it has been nerfed? We've also seen success with the hero. There is still a potential Arlot also going to be up in the pool as well. So do they want to prioritize banning that and just letting it through? Or pick a Kufra themselves? Because eventually, if ALVA 8 decides to go for a Fanny, I'm pretty sure that Dortmund is going to bring Kufra in.
Yeah, Fanny got banned by ALVA 8, so it means that, you know, so it means that the GameLab now have a plethora of options to go for. The Kaja is also let through as well. The Kaja, Arlot, we have the Glue, a lot of these these S tier picks. And I think for GameLab, they're just going to go for the Kaja. It's just a no-brainer, right? Give you guarantee.
I think they should go for Arlot though, but for them to actually go for Kaja, it seems like they're just limiting their options, because it's pretty much sets in stone that, hey, there's no way you're going to be playing this Kaja in the XP lane. Even though they could be a potential Toda, right? Jungle, Kaja, etc. But at the same time, you know, Arlot pretty much a no-brainer for ALVA 8. The security as well, but they let go the... Oh, okay. They actually picked the Moscow for themselves. Interesting, huh?
I thought they would go for a Mage in the second pick.
Yeah, I thought they would actually go for a Yve maybe. But no, it's GameLab. Their response is going to be this taking down the Yve for themselves. But now the jungler here, Mortis, also going to be up for grabs for GameLabs if they decide to go for it. But no, they deny it. They pick the carry instead.
Yeah, I think they're not too worried, right? You saw the gold laner getting picked so early, so GameLab very confident to just respond in kind. And actually doesn't reveal much. If you're ALVA 8, you're probably looking at that Mage. We have Farsa left on the table if that's what they want to go for. So far in that mid lane, not too much deviation. No Farmis, no Kadita, no Valentina, and with Eve taken away, you kind of are only left with that Farsa as a decent option.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they actually prioritized the Moskov instead. They could have gone for a Farsa pickup, give them the Evo and etc., and then pick up the Martis themselves, because as of now, they're lived with this option where, oh, okay, no Farsa, no Martis, picking the Lolita to deal with potential front-to-front brags, and against a carry, I guess it's the most ideal situation, but I don't think it's a big factor here. But I guess ALVA 8 has something planned installed as well. They're hoping for a setup to protect this Arlot against this carry, where he dives the back line. So, Martis, ALVA 8, they banned it themselves. Okay.
Wonder what's the idea for ALVA 8. You know, there's Farsa's gonna get taken out. I think now we are going down that Mage list. Xavier is probably the next one remaining on the list that I don't think GameLab is going to be too worried. You have decent options in that XP lane and in the jungle also. I think Yuzhong now looks to be a very, very juicy pick for GameLab if they want to go for it.
Yeah, I think so. Esmeralda isn't too bad for GameLab to actually deal with the shields coming from Lolita, right? But I think the biggest concern coming in from ALVA 8 is that they need somebody to deal with the carry, right? Moskov doesn't necessarily is the way solution for it. They've got the Lolita, but in terms of jungle matchups, I feel like having a Tank-a-lot coming from ALVA 8 is actually so much better on their side compared to GameLab's side. And if GameLab decides to deny it away from them, it is going to be a little bit spicy. But I guess the reason why they're keeping their junglers options open for ALVA 8 is the fact that maybe GameLab is gonna pick the Hanzo again, and we know a sneaky Hanzo can actually deny buffs away from your enemy jungler, and sometimes, and just sometimes, ALVA 8 decides to go for maybe a Link pickup, maybe a Hayabusa to a certain degree. It is gonna completely affect their rotation, so I guess they're still leaning on that assassin playstyle jungler for ALVA 8.
No Farsas, the Akai also gets banned out. We're going down the jungle tier list also. GameLab still hiding Takenaga's hero. That's something that they have been doing for a long time. I think for ALVA 8, you probably would be looking at a Mage right now and just trying to see if you can get a counter matchup for that jungle. Mostly assassins left on the board, right? Ling, Hayabusa, like you mentioned. The
Is it
Hanzo for
too
GameLab.
bad if they go for a Barats, but at the same time,
there
okay,
it
they are
is.
going to go for a Ling instead, so that pretty much opens up the saying that, hey, you know what? If GameLab decides to pick a Hilda right now, they're a little bit too late. They are going to force this Kaja in the XP lane, which kind of negates a lot of their frontliners coming from GameLab. So I guess ALVA 8 has a pretty solid idea. They've got a way to dive the back lines to actually deal with the carry. And currently, based on what I'm seeing from GameLabs, they're in an option here to actually just pick whatever they want. In this case, I think Tanks a lot from GameLab isn't too bad against the Ling. But they still need somebody to do with it. But no, they're not going for Tanks a lot. They're going for Hayabusa and the Phoveus instead.
When you think about it, there actually is a good logic behind the Phoveus, right? You have so much mobility on ALVA 8. You have the Link that dashes around, Moskov that links here and there, and of course Arlott is just going to use those Demon Marks to keep resetting his dashes. Phoveus, very, very good hero to catch up to it.
I'm curious to see what's going on from GameLab. They were going for a pick-off composition, but at the same time, things can go south real quick as well. ALVA 8 forced to go for the Sicilian, a lot of poke damage potential, and also a lot of late-game strength coming in. So I guess this is pretty nice coming over ALVA 8. I was expecting maybe a Lunox, but seeing how this is going, this is the best option to actually play around Ling, right? They have heroes that doesn't necessarily need to commit to fights. They have a lot of poking strategy in case things don't go in favor of their strategy in their early game. Late game wise, they have this thing going for crossman plays, whereas GameLab, they don't have the strongest crossman plays, and forcing the Hayabusa to mirror that kind of diminishes their entire composition. So they do have a mixture of strengths and weaknesses, but it all comes down to whether or not GameLab can they play around this Divine Judgment.
I personally am looking forward to that level 4. How is this Phoveus going to have that ultimate and start dealing with this Arlott, right? Normally, you find it very hard to catch up that hero because he is so mobile. Phoveus can constantly do it with that ult reset. And that is going to make it a bit more tricky for ALVA 8 to just dive a backline with zero consequences. I think GameLab have a very, very creative response to this in this game number 1 of the upper bracket.
Yep, without further ado, this is going to be the second upper bracket semifinals for GameLab versus ALVA 8 game number 1. And a very interesting draft coming from both sides, and I'm curious to see whether or not ALVA 8 is able to stop this aggression. But as of now, both sides, we are seeing a little bit of harassments coming from Darkman for GameLab as he tries to pressure the Ling. And the downside of ALVA 8 is that no purple buff for Ling means it is going to be a grounded Ling.
So much punishment for her voice, just really abusing that level 1 strength over the Arlott. Really pushing it down to less than 25% HP, and the invade from GameLab also is making life a bit complicated for this Ling. Thankfully, he was able to secure both his buff, Winspoke by his side, but this Arlott is getting punished so much. Yoktizi going for 1 versus 1. Jirachi shoves him away. Both the gold lane are dropping low, but it's Yoktizi having that initial win. Meanwhile, top lane just getting ambushed.
Oh, Takenaga gonna be up in the upper hand against Xian here in terms of his rotation. Without being contested so far, this Hayabusa is gonna have a little bit of a lead. But so far, the biggest threat here from ALVA 8 is going to be having this thing on the purple buff. But Aaron Shiki is going to get dived by Takenaga. Oh. But no, he almost died in the force. He is going to completely outplay that. Doesn't even need to commit to that. He knew he was going to get the kill.
Yeah, Aaron Shiki even went for the flicker, trying to go for the flicker outplay, but unfortunately just mistimes it. And we actually are seeing a bit of that role swap also. Aaron Shiki on that XP laner and Jirachi on the Moskov. So it's something that I think is the first for us, at least on broadcast. GameLab going on the turtle, uncontested mostly. ALVA 8 just don't have the means to fight them for it.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that at all if you think about it. But for now, it seems like with the plays coming in, they are going to go force a fight. And Euphoria is going to be the first target here coming from GameLab, and ALVA 8 nowhere grouped up to actually commit to a fight. And just like that, GameLab, they've got rotations in the back. They've got to punish in. And with this 2K lead, it's just a huge margin for GameLab.
And GameLab is already ahead in experience. Also, if you look at the Romas, Dortmund is almost 1 full level ahead of Vinsmoke. And Voice is constantly pressuring Aaron Shiki. This is the first time I think we've seen this matchup, but the results have been phenomenal for Havos. And he's just going to keep punishing Aaron Shiki. And as an Arlot, you know, dashing onto a Phobius is kind of counterintuitive. And Havos is just abusing that fact.
Yeah, but now with the Divine Judgment coming in, Euphoria will be the first one to fall. No backup whatsoever. ALVA 8 not choosing the fight at all. They are going to play those cross-map plays, and this is actually eventually going to hurt them because GameLab, they're looking for all this kind of pickoffs that you cannot afford to give any of these kills.
Havos just constantly pressuring that top side. Accent does show up. We'll go for the jungle invade. Again, parallel jungling. Takenaga not even bothered at all. When you look at the net worth, top 4, all of them occupied by GameLab. And it's just nothing much that Wingfoot can do. In fact, Takenaga just going to jump onto him to force that flicker out.
What? Okay, this is a big problem. ALVA 8 seems like they're just losing on every single fun. They can't seem to find any kind of opportunities. GameLab is just getting too much value on this cross-map plays, and just like that, even now in the bottom here, ALVA 8, they finally showed themselves, but Zion doesn't seem to have the purple buff to actually contest this, as they are going to respect this and back out. And it seems like ALVA 8, they're playing this a little bit too defensively, hoping that Allura is going to be the backup plan. But now with the Divine Judgment coming in,
they just drag him off the wall. XN able to get away with his team by his side. Some crowd control coming up from Allura, but Havos just walking forward. They're going to pop this Sicilian Ultimate. Dortmund trading places with Havos. They wanted to get the purple buff. They won't be able to get it. Meanwhile, Takenaga has just found Aaron Shiki with the second turtle spawning on the board. It seems like ALVA 8 have the intention to challenge this. Unfortunately, with Havos and Dortmund around, it's not going to be easy. Aaron Shiki hovering around, daring GameLab to jump on him. And ALVA 8 just could not find a way in.
Yeah, they have to just concede this here. They're just losing a little bit too much value for the fact that ALVA 8, they're hoping that Zion is going to be able to do something for the team, but eventually, I guess the idea here from ALVA 8 is to make sure that Jirachi gets his farm alongside with Allura, and so far, they're just playing it slow. Zion needs to make a lot of space for the team. He cannot afford to be poked out by Dogman, but now with the Numenor Blast coming in, it is going to completely whiff from the side of ALVA 8 and GameLab. They are just going to continue their snowball as they try to invade for space.
Takenaga almost solo kill Allura down mid as well. XCN showing up. This is a bad position for him to be in. Forced to use a Tempest of Blade and actually gets clipped by the real world manipulation. Thanks to the purple buff, he does get away, but GameLab have gotten so much space on the map.
Oh, great outplay coming from Zion as well. Baiting out the Divine Judgment means that is going to give a little bit of room for Allura to get some sort of farm, but at the same time, there's some fast fingers coming in. GameLab, however, they are going to try and continue to take use of those space to get some more farm for UTZ. As the damage leaderboard-wise, you can see Takenaga, 11k net damage output. But for now, the question here remains here. Can Jirachi actually get his farm? He's currently got his Corrosion Scythe and Steel Plate Licks, as well as a potential VHS coming up. And once that comes in, I don't think it's going to matter that much against GameLab, who's currently doesn't have a lot of front liners, as diving back lines coming from Takenaga. Getting a kill on Allura.
4-0 so far. As clean as a whistle for GameLab. 4,000 gold lead advantage over ALVA 8. And once more, this Lolita has not been able to be effective. Vince Smoke just gets dragged back into the hands of GameLab, kidnapped by this Kaja. Kill number 5 going over to Yuktezi.
Oh boy, this is by far the scariest game that I've seen so far. And I'm not gonna lie, it is just so very patient coming from Dogman, always setting up those kind of ganks and kills. Eventually, he is gonna, you know, fall to a certain degree, but ALVA 8, they don't seem to be taking any countermeasures to go for the fight. And oh my goodness, Zion! He walks right into Dogman. Oh boy, GameLab is just completely destroying them right now. Takenaga, he's dropping a little bit low. They've got him isolated. They finally get a kill onto him. A little bit of redemption point, but they've lost 5.2k net worth. And on top side, Aaron Shiki is going to get a free kill for UTZ.
That should be the top tier 1 going down. Final tier 1 as well. Dortmund doesn't have the Divine Judgment. Just doing it so that he can push Facebook back. Divine Judgment just coming back up. Takenaga already getting the Malefic Roar. Just so much progression in that Iron Spike. Real manipulation onto Allura.
Oh!
Barely getting away with his life.
Oh my goodness. If Aizawa had a glowing wand right there, if and only if he had a glowing wand, he might have gotten the kill. right there. But at the same time, top side, Divine Judgment comes in. Aaron Shiki in a very awkward position. And GameLab, they'll get another kill for UTZ. And ALVA 8, they're not forcing any fights at all. And they're just completely running away from GameLab on every single front. And this is a problem for them.
Remember, this whole game, for 8 minutes, this Link died once, but we haven't seen him do too much. Everywhere he goes, GameLab is on his tail. Dolman, again, threatening this Link. And he doesn't even need to have his ultimate online to do so. And the presence, Vinsmo only getting the Numina Blast of the Dolman. Aizawa able to flicker away. Takenaga now shows up. Jirachi evaporates, and Takenaga doing copious amount of damage. Havos is ready to come in for the flank. He just pushed ALVA 8 away from this tier 2.
Oh my goodness, disciplined plays coming in from Takenaga. He knew for a fact that that was exactly happening. Goes in, sees Jirachi, takes out the marksman. That's all. I'm not going to overcommit to that. I am going to back off because Lord is up for grabs. Because as of yet, let's take a look at the goal earned as well.
Yeah,
is this even a game?
Your Link is not even 1,000 goal ahead of the Kaja.
This is kind of worrisome. And now Zion, he is going to get completely almost taken down as well. 1 HP. He gets out to safety. But GameLab just not giving them any sort of hope. They're just choking every point coming from ALVA 8. And there's just no space to even farm at all. And this is a big problem because eventually GameLab will be able to knock down the base. And as you can see, the Divine Judgment comes in. And Aaron Shiki, the point of interest comes in. The point of slash comes true. But there's no follow-up coming from ALVA 8 at all.
And this is just a flawless game. There's nothing that ALVA 8 could do. Want to defend this inhibitor at least. Get the stun on the Takenaga. And the turret shot from the Crystal will do the job. Getting the timing just right. GameLab a bit overzealous, but they still have the Lord crashing up top at ALVA 8. Not going to be easy to move on forward. The room and manipulation is there. XGen coming in, trying to go for the flank. Already taking a heap of damage. Forced to immediately disengage. Still gets clipped by the E-Vault and ends up going down. That top inhibitor is no more.
My goodness, how fast is Aizawa's fingers pre-firing his way through, knowing for a fact that Link is going to dive him. Gets a pop slot as well. Takes him down low enough and also getting the finish. And just like that, ALVA 8, they're able to somehow hold on, but they've lost so much in terms of this trade-off. 1 inhibitor down, they've lose Zion in the process, who's arguably supposed to be doing creating space for his team. And with all these plays coming in, it seems like there's just absolutely nothing they can do at all in this fight.
Definitely doesn't seem like it. 10.5 minutes. We are just a minute away from the next Lord. And GameLab up to this point have not let go of the accelerator at any point. Again, top 3 net worth all occupied GameLab, and they're all so far ahead. Havos, very daring, just walking up forward into 3 members of ALVA 8, knowing that none of them can actually kill him. He's like, what, 2-0-3, has a Purify, has a Dominance Ice Queen 1, the Clock of Destiny, just a very, very beefy Mage Bruiser.
Yeah, this is a problem as well because as of yet, UTZ already having the Magic Blade very close to that Rose Gold Meteor, but they will start things off with the Divine Judgment. They do catch off Windsmoke. No Lolita in this process. Tier 3s are gone. And ALVA 8, they're just scrambling. They're not even connected to even force a fight, knowing that Darkman may have his Divine Judgment very, very soon. And GameLab might as well just be closing up the game as of now. But pay attention to minimap as well, because Zion is nowhere to be found, and he's looking to try and cut the creep waves all the way to back to base. It's about 40 seconds left. I'm guessing he's gonna try and cut 2 waves of minions back at the base of GameLab to try and slow down his aggression. But is it the wisest of choice? But seems like he will do so in the minimap. And GameLab will focus on Lord. Yeah.
GameLab just gonna go for the Lord. ALVA 8 knows that they can't contest this. And again, Divine Judgment, this time kidnapping Aaron Shiki. He's just gonna get melted by UTZ. And this is probably going to be the end of Game 1. GameLab only has that bot inhibitor standing, and that structure itself down to a 50% HP. 13-2 with an 11,000 goal advantage for GameLab.
Oh boy, I don't know how ALVA 8 is going to make a comeback to this. Eloria is pretty much the only saving grace, but so far we haven't even seen Eloria being able to slap anyone down towards more than 50% health. And currently, everyone from the side of GameLab doesn't have the highest magic resist, except for pretty much Dogman, who's got the Radiant Armor. But the Magic Blade from the side of UTZ is going to allow this carry to get 3 hits all the way through. And now with the Lord coming in,
they're going to try to win a blast from behind. Only onto Dortmund though. The Lord pounding on the Crystal. That's GameLab. They're just going to take this fight head on with the real world manipulation. And the Crystal smashed by the Lord. just as clean as it can get for GameLab in this game number 1. Not even a contest.
Yeah, a complete domination. GameLab very confident with their 2-0. Game 1, a complete one-sided massacre against ALVA 8. Absolutely nothing ALVA 8 could have done. And it seems like GameLab, once again, their strategy is just so on point, and there's just absolutely nothing that ALVA 8 could have done in this scenario. And even in the highlights as well, you can see very calculated ganks coming from GameLab on every single front, to a point that ALVA 8 is always scrambling to play catch-up, following the tempo of GameLab, and they can't seem to find any opportunity to break down at all, because every single time they try to do something like that, Dogman is in the vicinity to actually go for those Divine Judgment casts to actually pull them out.
And that's the exact same scenario that A8 faced last when they went up against GameLab in the upper bracket. It's more of, sure, you can draft against GameLab, you can have your own rendition, what drafts you want to go for, but punishing GameLab is the true challenge. How can you abuse these openings that GameLab gives you, right? It's only like, what, half a second every time GameLab shows a crack, and there has not been a team that was able to take advantage of that. And GameLab just keeps on going. And ALVA 8, you can see that in this game number 1, like you mentioned, they were helpless.
Yeah, and even Winsmoke here trying to set up for a Numenor blast from behind. I was a little bit questionable with that play, but I guess the idea is to try and force them in towards the crystal, but at this stage of the game, it doesn't even matter. So GG towards GameLabs for game number 1 for a arguably very fast game, to be honest. I was expecting a little bit longer, but GameLab just completely decimates ALVA 8 in this game.
Yeah, GameLab have, statistically, I believe, the shortest average game time from the Open Finals through the Challenge Group stage, and it still remains true. They finished the first game in under 13 minutes. Again, no team has been able to push them to the limit. No team has been able to push them to that late game. A game that continues to show us why they are the most feared team so far in this competition.
Yeah, based on the items as well, we do see double Radiant Armors from the side of ALVA 8 to actually deal with the Eve alongside with the Phobias, but so far we haven't even seen Voz do his own thing. It was pretty much all Aizawa and Utizi with most of this fights, if you think about it here. Takenaga was able to slow down his aggression. Dogman's job was pretty much clear-cut here, making sure that the Link doesn't get the efficient safe farm that he was going to go for as well. And every single time Link tries to do something on a crossmap plays, Dogman is there to gather information. So I guess GameLab just completely out-rotates ALVA 8 in overall rotation for face checking.
Yeah, when we look at the lanes itself, Havaz, he won his individual lane. Bottom lane, Yotizi came out ahead early on. Jungle-wise, if you compare the roamers, both Dogman and Vinsmoke, Dogman just had so much more presence in disrupting this lane than Vinsmoke has on Takenaga. So all these increments added up. When we hit that mid game, when we start looking at those objective contests, ALVA 8 just could not even step foot near those objectives.
Yeah, and on top of it all, there was a bug for the fleeting time from the side of Dogman. He actually purchased it back in the patch, but they were able to revert it back and roll back into the previous patch's fleeting time system. So technically, it is still very, very viable. As long as you're getting kills, it is going to reset those Divine Judgments very, very quickly. Normally, we wouldn't be seeing a fleeting time this early on, but considering how far ahead GameLab was closing up the game, having the fleeting time pretty much adds salt to already damaged wounds on towards ALVA 8's vicinity.
But even when you look at the hero damage, right, GameLab dealt 2 times more damage than ALVA 8. And ALVA 8 took almost 2 times more damage than GameLab collectively. This is just a complete wipeout in game 1.
Yeah, just completely flushed down the drain. There's nothing ALVA 8 could have done. Was it the draft? A little bit with the draft, to be honest. I wasn't expecting it to actually go their way as well. Eventually, it came down to, I think, a little bit of role swap coming from ALVA 8. It feels like they're just a little bit disconnected in terms of their play. GameLab, obviously, they are the stronger team here. It feels like a complete bully game coming from GameLab, just completely saying that, hey, you decide to swap Iron Shiki on XP lane. All right, let's see, you know? And then Iron Shiki just couldn't do his job at all, if you think about it.
Honestly, I think if you are in ALVA 8 shoes, you have to start considering standing on that ALVA, because it is a hero that if you pick for yourself, GameLab crush it. But if you give it to GameLab, GameLab crushes you with it. So I think ALVA 8...
the right word would be, if you can't play Arlen, ban it.
I think
that's the right one, because they force picked it just because it is such a good hero. But if you don't know how to play Arlen, and it puts you in a very peculiar situation where do you know how to sync with your team? And the entirety of the game, Aaron Shiki just feels very disconnected with the team. And oh no, ALVA 8 was just completely not being able to do anything at all, and GameLab just completely roll over them. And the MVP from the side GameLab is going to be none other than Yuktizi with a 602 KDA with a kill participation of 61.5%. Total damage of 29,998. Completely walks over against ALVA 8, winning his 1v1. The undeniable true gold laner coming in for GameLabs.
I mean, you can put any number for Yuktizi and he's gonna look good. This game, he was uncontested. No one was there to challenge him. He just had the game of his life. And it's not to take anything away from ALVA 8. We came into this series knowing that it is going to be very, very tough for ALVA 8. And you know, a part of me is glad that we're seeing GameLab continuing to dominate, because that has what they've been showing us throughout the entire Open Finals till now, and they are still showing that consistency.
You know, we know I'm excited to see GameLab still doing their own thing. They're really, really strong. But I'm not gonna lie, ALVA 8, you know, even though I'm supporting them to win, that game was disappointing. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that was by far the worst performance I've seen in this past 2 days.
But to be fair, any team that goes up against GameLab will seem like they have the worst performance in the tournament, because GameLab was just so clean.
True. And you were calling it 2-1. I think you're gonna get the prediction wrong, so it might be a 2-0 if this game's up, because if nothing is done from ALVA 8 for game number 2, things are gonna go completely south in this game.
Yeah, and I think for game 2, again, the draft, it's a minor problem like you mentioned, but overall it's just how you find those windows to punish GameLab. Right? GameLab was outclassing them in the lane, they were outclassing them on that macro end, and it felt like ALVA 8 was constantly playing catch up to GameLab, and they were never able to really catch up because GameLab was just tugging them along.
Yeah, I was a little bit questionable as well, but I was expecting maybe they're just overthinking the draft as well. Martis was completely ignored during the first phase bans. Yeah, I get Harlot is pretty much a good matchup as well, but prioritizing the Moskov, hoping that this was pretty much the Open Finals, and this was like 2 patches ago. Technically 1 patch ago with a little bit of hotfix, but yeah, you get a picture. Back then, yeah, Moskov, during that time, everybody was like, oh, okay, it's pretty good here and there, but eventually, you need to kind of adapt, because people will eventually find better solutions, better meta pickup to actually come up on top of it.
Yeah, they took a couple of heroes that, you know, GameLab really loved. Didn't work out. Thankfully, they still have one more chance in this upper bracket series. All of this, though, made possible by our friends and partners, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. They gave us this platform, and the players also a stage to showcase what they're made of. This is why we were able to commentate the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang from the Tier 2 scene across Southeast Asia, all thanks to them. And also, with great microchip, we also need a great phone, and that's where Samsung Galaxy comes into the picture with their latest Galaxy S23 Ultra. Check them out so that you can share the epic and level up your game.
Yeah, this is where things are gonna be a little bit more interesting, where we will see a little bit more games for you guys. But when it comes to playing on the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, it has one of the smoothest skins ever. I swear, like, you know what I mean by skin? You know, it's the back forward is just so smooth. And while this is actually happening as well, if you guys are looking to get smooth and silkiness in your gameplay, you need some energy to play with it. And with that, you gotta unleash the beast with Monster Energy to keep you guys hydrated and energized to play your most amazing Mobile Legends Bang Bang game.
Yeah, if you want to flex some flair, you want to look fancy, you want to look glamorous with all those bling bling in games, we have the best just pit stop for you to top up your Mobile Legends diamonds at Kachi Shop. So check them out at www.kachishop.com for great deals and game top-ups.
Yeah, this is where, you know, I'm curious to see what kind of skins you just got, because I have a special announcement for you guys.
Oh, special announcement, okay.
I finally got the King of Demons skin.
King of Demons? Which one is that one?
The Oni Frank.
Right, you mean, yeah, that one.
Thank you Kaji Shop for making my life a little bit better.
Is that your out of this collection you have, is that your best skin?
No. I have a lot. It's just that, you know, I have my guilty pleasures.
Right.
Where, hey, I like the skin. I bought it. Now it's like, yeah, it looks really good. But I'm contemplating with my life now.
Hey, don't worry. It happens to the best of it. I got the Gojo skin, okay, so...
That's the thing. I also have the Gojo skin. Thank you, Kaji Shop, for making my life a little bit better.
Honestly, they really do. I mean, I remember seeing someone on my internet friend list was lucky enough, went to Kachi shop, got his diamonds, and in the first 10 rolls got the exclusive skin. 1 in a million, by the way.
That's the thing. Mine wasn't the first 10 roll.
Don't worry.
Mine was maximum roll.
Don't worry, me too. We're in the same boat, buddy. We're in the same boat. Can't say the same for ALVA 8 though, because this tournament life's not on the line just yet, but top 4 definitely at stake.
Oh boy, yeah. Speaking of the second ALVA brackets here, GameLab's complete decimation so far. They are still going to take first picks once again. ALVA 8, they've got to rethink a strategy here because ARLA seems very uncomfortable up on Erishiki. We were expecting Erishiki to play gold lane, but going for the lane swap for Jirachi on the gold lane didn't exactly work out in their favor at all because ALVA 8 was just very, very uncomfortable in that game. And I hope this time they are going to be able to fix it here because as of yet, GameLab, they're doubling down with the Fredrin ban. They're still doubling down with the Kadita as well. Don't really need to make adaptations coming from GameLab because ALVA 8. Now, final ban. Do they just let the Fanny through? Because I feel like dealing with the Fanny, you do have a little bit more experience, but in the right hands, especially for her Voss with his Arlot, it is going to be a little bit of a problem. So they will ban it through, let the Arlot through again. And GameLab once again first picks the Kaja. So near identical drafts from game number 1. And ALVA 8, do they make their adaptations? Please don't pick the Moskov.
I think if you're a GameLab, you just don't really care about the bans, right? Like, it worked out in game 1. It didn't really matter what ALVA 8 went for. You know, they're going to go for the 1-1, which is a slightly safer approach, I suppose, when you look at all these tools from GameLab. But even though they went for the 1-1 and they haven't picked up the R-Lot, it still can be a Phobius angle. And we saw what GameLab did with Phobius in game 1. So I don't think ALVA 8 completely solved the problem because you can still pivot back to what GameLab went for. But they do make the adjustment in terms of that assassin. This time they bring in the cushion.
Now, with seeing how this is actually happening as well, wait a minute. Okay, I get the 1-1 as well. It has been nerfed a little bit more, but ALVA 8 bringing in the Gushin to try and cut the back lines. It seems like ALVA 8 is thinking out of the box to try and play something new in this game. And I hope this is going to work out because it feels like ALVA 8 just completely playing against the meta, bringing a complete new variation into the draft, giving GameLab S-tier picks right from the get-go. Arlot alongside with potential Eve, potential Valentina. Sorry, Valentina's out, but they pick up the Lunox themselves as a priority. Oh, let's go, ALVA 8! They bring in the Johnson Gushin combo. Okay, thinking outside of the box.
That's one way to do it. I remember last time we saw something like this, a Johnson Gushin, I believe from Aero 404, and it's into something like an Arlot or Kaja.
You do not judge the Cambodian meta, bro.
You know what's gonna happen?
What?
GameLab's gonna put Havos on the Arlot. He's gonna build tank, and he's gonna be the one that eats the Johnson Gushin. 100%. Him and Dortmund will do the job. I mean, Lunox has her own way to gain the invulnerability, but I believe we've seen this 2 weeks ago with the Arlot doing building full tank and just eating up the rapid touchdown.
Yeah.
Maybe this is what GameLab will go for. Right now, they're the one that bans the Martyrs. ALVA 8 taking out the Claude. GameLab are in a pretty good spot. I don't think that they are too worried, honestly.
Oh my goodness. Okay, fine. You know, it makes a lot of sense what you're saying over here. GameLab, they definitely have solutions to work with as well. Lunox with iframes, completely not going to be able to caught off guard. It all comes down to whether or not it sets the pre-dance in time. Not exactly sure how the rapid touch up is going to be able to connect a few times here and there. But I really like what GameLab is, what ALVA is doing. They're thinking outside the box, you know, try something that GameLab is not necessarily comfortable against. But hopefully they're able to do this because with the Johnson, it is one of the sources to kind of pressure their way through because it does strike fear in towards every single lane's heart. And the moment you start playing with that fear in mind, you are going to lose the game. You are going to try and break formation and rotations here. So I guess this is a way to kind of test whether or not GameLabs has the mental fortitude to stick to their guts and game plan and just completely ignore that.
No,
the rapid
no
tantrum
way.
comes in, you know?
I mean, we see the Aldous. This is. You see, I wanna be optimistic, but remember coming into this series, ALVA 8 kind of felt like that GameLab was already the stronger team, and after that public spanking in Game 1, ALVA 8, I feel like a switch has flipped. They've kind of lost the plot a bit.
Is this a mid lane? Wait, it is a mid lane Gushin jungle Aldous.
I don't know what to make of this, honestly.
What am I watching?
Hey. I figure out what's happening. So because the losers of the series will have to face off MHRLK Esports, right?
Okay.
Right. ALVA 8 knows that GameLab is going to beat them, so for Game 2, they're just gonna pick a strat that
No, bro.
MHRLK can't study, so when they go down, they don't reveal too much, and they gives them a better
No,
chance.
bro.
against
ALVA 8
MHRLK.
wants more airtime, bro.
They're gonna get it either way. Let's be very, very honest. They are gonna get it either way. To be fair, if GameLab is ending games in like 12, 13 minutes, airtime is not as much anyways, because GameLab is ending it so fast. We see, the double mage core. This has been one of the few standards that certain teams pivot towards. I believe Tupai Esports does this also with the Lunox and Harith.
Okay, this time Takanaga is going to be playing the lane coming from Game Labs. Like the goal lane, Harifell's pretty standard plays, but they don't really have a very strong tanky composition in the front lines. But they do have what it takes to actually snowball the game pretty hard. ALVA 8, double sound was the... Wait a minute.
It's a
So
cushion
it's an
mid.
XP Aldous?
Yeah, it is an XP Aldous.
Tanks a lot. Gushin mid.
Error 4 this basically Cambodia strat.
Okay.
Wow. I honestly, I swear, if that's the Aldous, no way is that Lira playing the Aldous.
Wait,
right?
Aldous mid lane? Really?
They're gonna swap it, 100%.
No, they've got to swap this, right?
What if
I think
Jirachi
so.
plays mid? Ah, there it is.
Okay. All right. Jirachi base mid. All right, okay. Okay. Makes more sense now. Thanks a lot, Aldous XP. I'm genuinely excited to see how it goes because this is smells like a potential disaster in the making, but it could be a miracle for them because ALVA 8 is looking for that miracle play. And this is going to be Game 2 for the second upper brackets for GameLabs going up against ALVA 8. And it is going to be a big miracle because as of yet, seems like GameLabs is going to have the upper hand in terms of the jungle rotations for now. Whereas Dogman is going to continue with his pressure to try and threaten Aaron Cheeky. He's making space and is doing fantastically well.
Wait,
because
is this a... Oh, right, so... Jirachi is actually mid. The cushion is on bot side. So Elira is dealing with her boss directly. This is, again, a tank Arla, right? We talked about this, that he's going to be the one intercepting the rapid dash alongside the Kaja. You can see he has the concussive blast also.
We've got a lane swap as well. Vinsport is actually playing the gold lane and Aaron Shiki playing the jungle instead of an XP.
Oh, yeah.
And Zayed is playing tank.
I love it. Vinsport is going to go down. First blood for Yuptizi. Should have seen this coming from a long mile away. The first game was 30 minutes. How long you reckon this one would be?
It's got to be faster than that. Just because of how Harith will be able to kind of scale a little bit faster compared to the Aldous as well as the 1-1. So it is going to take a little bit more time. But if ALVA 8 decides to join and dodge fights all the way through, not give away too much of a lead, GameLab is going to be able to actually lose this game. But for now, seems like there's just no sign of them slowing down at all as they continue to punish the top side with Vinspo bowing out.
And Dokman actually stole the crab from Ereshiki also, the gold crab at the bot side. But things are not getting any better for ALVA 8. GameLab has an average of 1,000 gold advantage per minute so far. Second purple buff spawns for ALVA 8. I think GameLab very, very happy, very, very willing to contest this. And Jirachi isn't getting any stacks on this, on this Aldous as well. He's gonna end up going down to Aizawa.
Yeah, that is gonna be the game coming in from that. And as of yet, 3-0 coming in from GameLab and ALVA 8. No contest whatsoever. just completely getting butchered down. And I guess the comeback here is going to be the moment Zion has his level 4. And once that rapid touchdown comes into play, maybe it is going to give them a little bit more space, because as of yet, Vinsmo looking for the play with the crossbow tags. Not happening. Denied by Dockman from the side of GameLab.
Out of the 4 depths on Alpha 8, Vinsmoke has 3 of them. GameLab just completely bullying this 1-1. Doman is having a fantastic time just keeping this Lancelot in control. They could petrify onto Aizawa. Takinaga is just show up with ultimate. A 3 vs 3 skirmish down in the mid lane. Takinaga dropping down with a Tempest of Blade. And Darren Shiki finally getting some job done. Getting the kill for Alpha 8.
Yeah, very, very easy takedown coming from GameLab. Alpha 8 finally getting a little bit trade-off, but at the same time, it's only a Roma. Illuria getting completely bullied down in the XP lane against her boss for this Arlot. And currently, Alpha 8 finally showing a little bit of room as well. Finally, the rapid touchdown has been on its way alongside with Illuria.
Oh, here he comes.
Here he comes.
Is he going to hit you, TZ? Doman's going to eat it. And that it is. No damage on Doman. XN is going to end up going down. Jirachi, he's going to cancel his ult also. Alpha 8 knows that there's nothing that they could do.
Absolutely no damage, no combo whatsoever. Jirachi barely tickling down, and now with the Divine Judgment coming from GameLab, they are going to try and extend the fight. Wow, the size as well. They do pick off Jirachi first, and they're looking for a little bit more. They trade off UTZ, so that's going to be a little bit of breathing room. But Vinsmo, does he have the crossbow and tanks? No, cannot get the procs in time. And Alpha 8 playing from behind as GameLabs are starting to group up to try and continue their snowball. They have a 4K net worth gold lead, while Alpha 8 has to play one of the slowest game possible, considering how greedy their composition is.
Yeah, GameLab still keeping that 1,000 gold advantage per minute stat. Alpha 8 just could not find any space. Havos taking the bot tier 1 already. And finally, Jirachi goes to match him. And I just realized that we have Vinsmoke in the rapid touchdown.
Yeah, it is not the Gushin this time. They are going to go for the crash. Here it comes. It is going to connect. But can he get the crossbow and tanks in time? Yes, he will. But it's going to be enough to kill him off. No, they cannot. And they will lose 2 in the process. Joyride. Train wreck to hell. And now, Aaron Shiki joining the party. Can't seem to finish off Dockman, and he doesn't have the mana to do it. And just like that, GameLab gets another freebie. What am I watching?
Speedrunning this game, honestly. Jirachi should... I can't even get this tier 1.
He needs to get the stack. He needs to get the stack. No!
Can't even get it. Forced to recall. His time has... The timing is already... The window is already closed. Again, GameLab just... The window is so small. UTZ just eats the rapid touchdown. Doman is around. UTZ does end up going down. But Aizawa is going to be there. They're going to trade back with Eliora. XN once more will go down. And there's nothing that Alva can do. I mean, all these rapid touchdowns, you're getting picks, but you're always losing more members compared to GameLab.
Yeah, this is buying them a little bit of space here, but based on the itemization real quick here, Alpha 8, they're slowly itemizing on this physical magic defense composition. But bottom lane, Aaron Shiki in a little bit of trouble, and Havos gets a 2v1 trade-off. Just like that, they get the kill. While that's actually happening as well, they do get the kill onto the 1-1 as well for Takinaga. They're trading blows after blows, but here comes the crash once again. Zion not connected via Illuria, as Illuria pretty much the only one that having the most amount of damage to try and threaten GameLabs. But slowly but surely, Alpha 8, they are itemizing with Radiant Armors to deal with this magical composition. And GameLab, they are going to try and take off all the objectives. But eventually, Alpha 8 will be a little bit too tanky. And now, Salmon Force comes in. They are going to go in for the dive. Axion is going to be next to fall. Divine Judgment comes in. They do pick another one as GameLab tears through the defense of Alpha 8. 16-4.
And again, the mid tier 2 also 9,000 goal lead. Just continuing to build up that momentum. Alpha 8. I mean, we're at this stage of the game, and you realize that the Lord hasn't even spawned yet. Oh, GameLab so far ahead. They will be able to take away this purple buff spawn. They also found Ereshiki trying to steal that purple buff away. Actually was able to get it from Takinaga. At least achieving something in the jungle. XN unfortunately spotted out by Takinaga himself, which means that this ambush attempt basically thwarted. And Vosto gone on by Jirachi with that ultimate rapid touchdown. Actually cancel so they won't be able to connect.
Oh my goodness, he's gotta get out. Zion, he's in the wrong place at the wrong time. He may be a tank, but this is a Johnson. He's gonna get completely shredded as well. Here comes the Temples of Blade. They will finish on Finsmoke once again. They finally take down the Johnson, but Takenaga, he gets out with 1 HP. Aaron Shiki finds the last tick onto him, but he is gonna get pulled back in the hands of Yuktizi as they go in for a 4v2 fight. Inhibitor is gonna be exposed. Jirachi is pretty much there as an Aldous, but for how long is he going to be able to build stacks?
Probably not much time left. I wonder how much stacks does Jirachi even have. Lord finally spawned, and GameLab is going to be like towards the objective. I don't think ALVA can contest this at all, but I think that getting this lore is the only way that ALVA can stay. It can even stay in the game.
Well, we've got a damage and Lancelot coming in from ALVA 8, so he's looking to try and pressure the back lines, but eventually he needs to buy a little bit more time. But no, what? ALVA 8, they crash in towards the base of GameLab and actually lose their life there. Almost losing one player as they recall back at the base, but GameLabs now, as of yet, just complete sheer domination against ALVA 8.
Is that?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. This is, oh
hey,
my goodness.
We talk
Jirachi.
about a clean game, you know. This is as clean as it can be.
Oh my god, speaking of clean, Divine Judgment comes in. It is a tank Aldous, but they need Aaron Shiki to do something. He's barely tickling them as a damage Lancelot. And he is gonna try and run for his life. The Tempest Blade on Takenaga. The jungler versus jungler, but it is going to be Takenaga that comes up on top. They do get the kill. Dogman loses his life, but at expense, it gives him a Maniac coming from the bottom here. Almost getting here, but it is going to be Crystal exposed. Clean 2-0 for GameLab against ALVA 8.
9.5 minutes in game 2. It was over in a flash, honestly. GameLab, the second team to qualify for the Challenge Finals, joining the brethren from Philippines, Euphoria Esports. So far, still dominant, still unkillable. Hasn't even bleed in this tournament yet.
What a complete smackdown coming in from GameLab. And of course, you know, they were confident with the 2-0. They definitely got it. Meanwhile, ALVA 8 doesn't seem to be able to stop them at all, despite bringing in strategy. And every play they've done, complete decimation from the side of GameLabs. And based on the highlights as well, you can see tactical retreats coming from GameLab, making sure they know that they've got each other covered in every single fight. And every time it happens, there's just nothing they can do. Even this outplay coming from Dogman just showing you that he is just so good at this game.
And this is what we call divide and conquer. Just GameLab doing every single thing necessary. And if you're ALVA 8, it's just pure despair and hopelessness. The helplessness that ALVA 8 faced in this entire series. This didn't even feel close. A8 put up a good fight against GameLab and they got crushed. You can only imagine with the emotions that ALVA 8 was going through after game number 1, realizing that there was never really a chance in game 2, the fastest game we had so far in this entire tournament.
Oh my goodness, this is just scary as well. You can see everyone beside GameLab, they've got individual roles that are making individual plays completely shut them down. And every single time they make a play, ALVA 8 just cannot do anything at all. And even here, GameLab, they don't even need the full 5-man team for that backup. And just like that, they can take the clean 2-0. Well done, GG, well played to GameLabs. And it seems to me it is going to be Philippine supremacy as we have 2 Philippine teams in the upper bracket finals as GameLab will advance further to face off against Euphoria for that slot into the grand finals.
It's going to be just the decimation of the ID teams. The Philippines showing up big time. This first series over. If you blink it, you'll miss it. 24-6 in game number 2 in under 9.5 minutes. And there's really nothing much that we can talk about this game. I mean, ALVA 8 didn't even get to play the game. Finsmoke is 0-9 on this 1-1. Only had 2 core items by the end of this match. You know, the XGN is 0-7. GameLab didn't even feel like they had to put in much effort.
Yeah, nothing they could have done in this scenario. And GameLab just complete domination in this particular matchup. And ALVA 8 just couldn't do anything. GG well played towards GameLab. And seeing this is going to be the stats as well. Once again, GameLab topping the hero damage output as well. Dogman with the most amount of assists with those Kaja pickoffs. And the MVP here is going to be none other than Aizawa on his Lunox play with an 11.5 KDA kill participation of 62%. DPM of 3.6k and your GPN of 739.8. And he has been just timing very, very well and setting up those gangs in towards the mid lane, just completely snowballing the way through. So, well done to it, Tim.
I mean, no first game on the Eve, second game on the Lunox, flawless gameplay as Mage. It's not the end for ALVA 8 just yet. They will drop to the lower bracket and they will have to face up against MHRLK Esports, another Philippine powerhouse. They qualify directly from the regional qualifiers. This time, it's for the tournament lives.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit more spicy as well, because it is going to be a complete smackdown for the Indonesian side, considering that no one of them has made it into the upper bracket final. So we are potentially expecting, well, on the bright side, right?
We're guaranteed
one Philippine team in the grand finals.
We're guaranteed one Indonesian team in the top 4.
Okay.
If ALVA 8 gets knocked out, we'll have 3 Philippine teams and an Indonesian team in the top 4. So this is ALVA 8's chance to kind of balance out the scale. MHRLK, they saw what happened in the upper bracket, but honestly, there's not too much data to go off of because Game 2 wasn't even considered a proper one for ALVA 8. And I think they know that they just need to look forward and prep for that lower bracket run. So this is going to be almost a clean slate, honestly.
Yeah, GG well played coming from GameLab, because that was just a masterclass of a performance. Complete outclass of a gameplay here. And I'm hoping that anyone is going to be able to put them off guard. But as of now, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. It's going to be a pretty long one here, as all of us, to respect for those who are actually fasting, we are going to be breaking fast for now and take a 20-minute break. But before we go into this break here, we are going to be throwing you into what's a very, very interesting video to keep you guys updated for the show.
Hi guys, Assalamualaikum, I'm Ikuto, and today we are going to do a patch rundown for patch 1.7.68. So let's go through this one by one. Minsita. So basically now Minsita has been reworked. Now the passive has changed. So basically now you are applying stacks to the enemy. So when the stacks reach 5 stacks, the next attack will detonate and it will deal large amount of damage, stun, and also restore some HP. This Spear of Glory, compared to the previous one, Spear of Glory only pulled one enemy, but now it put all enemy in his path into him. So this is going to be a very interesting changes, because the Spear of Glory also will stun the enemy if it's on the end of the spear, while it just slow when it's in the middle of the spear. The skill also changed, which is the Shield Assault, where now Minsita will bring up his shield and it will just poke enemy in front of you. And also, yes, it's also reduce the damage when the damage come from in front of him. Need to notice that second skill, Shield Assault, is a basic attack. So when you go into the Shield Assault mode, you need to still press the attack button to make sure that you are still poking them. Alright, the next one is King Calling. So basically now it's prevent all enemy in its area from using any movement speed abilities. It also summon Royal Guards and trigger Minsita equipment effect. So let's say if you buy a Demon Hunter sword, or if you buy something like Windtalker, it also trigger the equipment effects and also trigger the passive, in which the passive, whenever you apply the stack, you apply stuns, damage and heals, but you need to apply it 5 times. So with the help of your Royal Guards, it should be easy for you to obtain and to trigger the passive mark of the king. Joy, they will have some nerf, or maybe you can call it rebalance for Joy. They remove the shield effect and now it will deal additional instant damage each time they hit a non-minion unit. So basically what happens is that it looks like they reduce the survivability but they increase the damage. They also change the skill to Meow, the Raider of Joy. So previously you can use it 5 times, now you can only use it 4 times. And to compensate of the shield remove that's happened to her passive, now it will gain shield only when you're hitting the beat. You know, you ting, if you ting, then there's a shield. If there's no ting, then there's no shield. Alright, Freya, quite interesting, right? We never saw this hero anywhere, but skill 1, the Leap of Fate has changed, where it's no longer enhanced by Sacred Orb, or nor does it cost any Sacred Orb. So you can use it freely, and now it can move through obstacle easily. Okay, let's talk about the Spirit Combo, which is the second skill of Freya. The skill cast needed to trigger Leaping Strike reduced from 3 to 2. So now you can easily proc the leaping skill, which is also have the knockup effect. The cooldown is no longer triggered after the skill, it triggered after not continuing to cast the skill with a certain period. Although the airborne duration has been reduced from 0.5 to 0.4, but I think this is quite good because they reduce the force swing time of the skill. So you know, it's easier for you to swing the skill compared to the previous one. Alright, let's talk about Layla. Basically, they reduce the backswing time to allow her to move and attack more efficiently. So basically, when you are trying to running away and you want to shoot the person in front of you, so it's easier for you to shoot compared to previous. However, they reduce the physical attack. But now, what's interesting is that her second skill, the Void Projectile, instead of slow, it's stun. Yes, Layla now have stun. Quite interesting. It's only marked the first target hit. 1-1, I'm pretty sure this is more to nerf, because although it's increased the damage when you hit the weakness hit, which is the Tiger Pace, the passive, the damage is been increased from 5597 to 70112. Let's talk about the ultimate Crossbow of Tank. So basically, Crossbow of Tank attack range has been reduced. So basically, when you use the 1-1 Crossbow of Tank, previously you can hit further, now you can only hit shorter because of the range. Also, the speed boost while in the air decreased from 10% total movement speed to 100% extra movement speed. Alright, it's not calculated as the total movement speed, but only the extra movement speed. Badang, well, Badang basically has been nerfed, kinda sad. For the Malaysia, Badang no longer there. So Badang, the Qigong Fist, the first skill, the damage has been reduced, including the explosion damage. The same for the Fist Crack, the base damage has been reduced. The explosion damage also has been reduced. So I think all the Badang haters, they will be happy. Esmeralda, wow, this is just a simple direct buff. Basically, the first damage has increased from 80% physical attack to 100%, a 30% increase. The second damage increased from 100 plus 55% magic power to 100 plus 75% magic power. So it's easier for you to harass the enemy. While the second skill, the Stardust Dance, this is quite interesting because they reduce the cooldown by 1 in the early game, but for the late game it's still maintained for 3.5 seconds, but it starts at 4.5 instead of 5.5. Very interesting buff because basically you are a lot stronger in the early game. A little bit of change for Eudora. The HP growth has increased, so you are a bit tankier and more stronger. They also increased the Orb of Lightning bounce time duration from 0.6 to 0.9. I guess they don't want you to simply burst the enemies. They want you to use the Orb of Lightning bounce so that it stun more people. Leslie, the base damage increased from 50 to 75. This is like a 50% increase in damage. This is huge for Leslie. Also, the first skill, Master of Camouflage, the cooldown has been decreased from 5 to 3 seconds to 4 to 2.5 seconds. Not bad for Leslie user. Pakito, Heavy Life Punch. I was expecting an increase of damage, but they actually increased the shield that it obtained from the Heavy Life Punch from 150, 500 plus 110 physical attack to 150 to 650 plus 135% physical attack. So they increase the basic shield and also they increase the percent that you will get when you buy any attack item. Frederain, big nerf. Finally, I think you all are expecting it, isn't it? The nerf is skill 2, the Brave Assault with the dash. Basically, they reduce the base damage. It's from 200, 300. It's reduced to 140 to 215 only. So basically it's around 60 to 75 reduction of damage. Basically energy eruption has been reduced quite significant, and now the final damage the energy eruption can do is only 330. It's almost the same as the first level of energy eruption for the previous patch, which is 300. This is kinda a huge nerf to Frederain, but I think people will still love Frederain because of the tankiness that this character have. Alright, that is the nerf and buff that happened in patch 1.7.68. Now, let's go to the equipment and the battlefield adjustment. See Halberd. Now it have a new passive, it's called Punish. Basically, it's increased your damage by 8% against enemy heroes with more extra HP. So technically, it sounds like Demon Hunter Sword, but it's a nerf version of a Demon Hunter Sword. But hey, more effect, more better. The Necklace of Durance, they optimize the build path. Now there's a new passive called Grid. It's the same as the Elegant Gem. This is quite a good item for all the mage out there. Twilight Armor, there's a new passive. When you're taking more than 600 damage in a single hit, the excess amount will be reduced by 300 plus 5% of your max HP. Rose Gold Meteor, the shield increased from 510 to 1350. It has been increased to 840 to 1820, but they removed the effect where it increased the magic defense by 25 for 3 seconds when triggered. So this effect is no more. They add a new effect, increase movement speed by 50% when triggered. The effect decays over 3 seconds, so when you get hit by any skills, if it's triggered, the effect, now you become faster, you run faster. I think it's good for any marksman, technically. Okay, Bloodwing. Now when the shield is attacked, it will be restored after 30 seconds, even if it's not destroyed. This is very important because previously, if the shield has been attacked, if it's not destroyed, it will be not restored. The cooldown decreased from 30 seconds to 20 seconds, and there's a new effect where you gain movement speed by 30 when the shield is active. So again, you run faster when you have the shield. Thunderbelt, the cost has been decreased, and there's an increase in mana regen from 6 to 10. Very good item. Claw of Destiny, the HP has been reduced from 625 to 500 only, and they reduced the stack. Now it's only grants 20 HP instead of 25. It's a huge nerf for this item. Ice Queen Wand now grants 300 HP instead of 150 mana. Again, it's like they increase the survivability of a hero. Fleeting Time. Certain heroes with ultimate that enter cooldown after their duration is over now also gain cooldown reduction from kills and assists during the ultimate duration. As example, Faramir. So when you open Cut Altar, the cooldown usually start after the ultimate ends, but now the cooldown start during the ultimate itself. Quite a good buff. Dominant Size. The attack speed reduction is now calculated after all attack speed bonus. Alright, so it's basically counted all the attack speed item, I assume. Also lower the nearby enemy hero attack speed from 75 to 70%. Dominant Size buff. Everybody love it. Now we go to the battle spell changes. Aegis. Shield increase from 750 plus 50 hero level to 750 plus 90 times hero level. This is huge, but they nerf it by remove the effect of granting shield to nearby ally hero. The cooldown also has been decreased from 90 seconds to 75 seconds. Yeah, quite an interesting change. Revitalize. The effect now move with its caster, making it more suitable for supports. Hey, revitalize that move. It's always good. Alright, that's basically wrap up all the changes that happened in patch 1.7.68. I think this is going to be a very interesting patch because, let's take example, Frederain nerf. I think this is going to affect the draft because there's a lot of team out there using Frederain not just for their tankiness but also for their damage. Also the changes to Esmeralda. I think now Esmeralda is back into meta. Leslie will be quite interesting pick in all the tournament. Also, let's not forget about the nerf that happened to 1-1. A lot of team love 1-1 now with the nerf that happened to the crossbow of tank where the attack range has been reduced. This is going to affect her tremendously. Now, if we are talking about the Minsita change, I'm pretty sure a lot of team will use him in the future. Imagine having I'm Offended skill, which is Ruby I'm Offended skills, in the first skill of Minsita, and now Minsita can stun the enemy, not just stun enemy, also apply the stack where the stack will stun the enemy again. but when you hit 5 stack, it's also deal damage, stun, and heal Minsita. The shield assault, which is Minsita's second skill, also applies stack, so I think that skill also can apply stun as long as you hit them 5 times. And of course, who don't love King Calling? It just stopped all the movement speed abilities. I'm pretty sure a lot of them out there going to master how to use Minsita. Alright, in conclusion, I think this patch update overall is quite good, although there are a lot of people that are going to be sad to see Frederick nerf and also the nerf that happened to Joy. It might be affect the drafting for some of the team, but I believe stronger teams will be able to prepare and adapt to the changes. That's all for me. Thank you. Bye bye.
The rest of the members of Euphoria are just positioned perfectly around the area. Oh no, Superior gets the first initial kick, but now you see the rest of them actually go on in. Julian tries to get on out there with the enhanced swords, but the Benedetto's electro final blow is just too much damage. Superior is already dead. Glue is next to die. Head God continuing to just run them down. When does he stop? Finally does.
First 8 teams. So they'll get gone on. Oh, okay, I mean, JH just steals it. Luminous Blast on the back line. They're gonna pounce. Yukiri doing a lot of damage with those piercing arrows. Takenaga is unstoppable. They get rid of the veteran. DYY is gone. GameLab getting a good trade. Can Sway Esports hold on? Break even is back. Yome able to go on to 3 members of See You Soon. They're running out of health. Yome able to get the immortality, and now Barbie G comes in with the ultimate, shuts down the Melissa. Kyrie is isolated. The Lord is pushing into the base. See You Soon, your base is in imminent danger. Can Ashley clear it out? He's just a savior.
No,
he cannot do it. The Lord has done it. Sway Esports expanding the flicker from this Lolita. Now there's a chance for AA to re-engage. Nasu protected the count Alta, but they lost him. Kesu is still in the fight and getting the kick onto 4 Secret, who is untouched so far. Kesu the first to go, but is there enough damage though from Arrow 404? The Fredrin also goes down. 4 Secret finally threatened, but this guy is incredibly still alive. One second forward! You cannot keep doing this, my man. 4 Secret. That's just amazing!
Stop him! Stop him! Somebody stop him!
Lord still very healthy, and now Break Even engages again. Sway Esports going for the jugular. All the spells thrown at the Crystal, at the Pat, at KD. They get rid of Mirth, but the Crystal is still in danger. The Lord not dead yet. Can See You Soon. Hold on. Day 2. Barbie G, they need a bit of finishing touch. But no, See You Soon. Are you kidding me? They just would not go down.
And because of this, See You Soon will be able to bring it to a Game 3.
They still want to continue. They're not too strong about this. But Grimo! He goes for the flicker. He pulls CY. CY with the Wisdom of Nature will eventually get pulled back. And that's going to be MHRLK losing their core strike marksman. Meanwhile, GPX, they have to think about their continuation because Daizo is kiting the Landslot as long as he can. And Ray is out of position as well as MHRLK will completely shut down this Landslot. The Immortality comes in. The Winter Drunken swaps as well to keep him alive. And Ray! Esports, BBN strike, waiting for the moment to strike during the August, going for a Numenon blast, not going to be able to do too much, and that is going to be 2 inhibitors down as they try to go for Calamity, going for the pull. They find Judgment cancels your name, Count Alter keeps them alive, Hopper trying to keep them in check, he goes for the stun, but where's the damage? Flash One finally drops the Count Alter away, but do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Flash One kills off the carry, and now as you can see Yuji Chenko, he is going to try and trade off, but Evo Esport, they somehow manages to defend. Forward to extend it, but it is not going to be enough to reach him. Reset coming from now from See You Soon, but you can see Rookie hammering on the tier 3s, but now the flame goes in for the jump, but where's the follow-up? Kyrie dives in, but Rookie getting free shots all the way through Trauma, looking at the wrong target. Now gonna give chase, but who are they gonna kill off? It is gonna be Teresa. The flame extends with the flicker, but the juggler still stands. Rookie as well. Trabot now exposed by this Moskov as they try to delay the inevitable, but See You Soon, they cannot continue this fight. Arrow 404 is looking for objectives here. 20 seconds left before this next Lord. They will deny the purple, but here comes the penalty zone. It connects on 3. Real world manipulation comes in, and the counter penalty zone comes in, but it's not gonna matter. They just don't have the damage. Unsight will slowly pick him by, but from behind, here he comes, the Arlon. He gets the kill on Leone. He's going to continue here, but the goal away is going to be there. Opera gets a second one as well, but he's going to be kited around as Nanami is looking to finish him off. They're waiting for the right moment to strike, but Opera doesn't have the money and the mana to continue with this fight, and he is going to go for it. Bloods Unsight gets assassinated.
Oh, they're pulling back Yamikaze. He's done for it. Now Lord Ricky needs to get into the middle of this fight. Decimation. It's too late. They've lost so many members to the Melissa side as well as the Lilia. One by one they fall. Lord Ricky hasn't even gotten enough work done on this Lord. Well done as Tiger Wong Esports hold that lead.
Ozil getting gone on by Yuktizi, and he knows that he is going to be terminated. Killing spree already for Aizawa. Havos in the front line. Kesu just dragged back by the Shadow Stampede. Fondia shows up behind, misses the knockup. GameLab, now they're just going to commit fully. Can anyone catch Yuktizi? Fondia certainly does. But look at the battle line completely split apart. It's Aizawa on a mega Q streak. And GameLab just running down 8-8 in front of their base. Absolute disrespect from GameLab, and they just keep going. 3 kills. Tupai Esports losing the Kadita. Mid-tier 1 getting pressured. Also going straight for the kill. Finds it.
Nicely done. Good dashes through the teammates of Tupai, but it's not over just yet.
Still looking for more. AA Esports wants to make it decisive. Jace just kicked away from his turret. Can't find a decimate. And that will be also picking up a killing spree. Havos follows up, and the entirety of GameLab has shown out. AA still wants to fight this. They're able to get rid of Takenaga. Dortmund is the next on the list. Cass is sticking onto him, and that will be a double for Richie. But GameLab still fighting on. Havos sweeps them off their feet, and GameLab finds a late team wipe.
He has Vivian Lay on their knee. Oh, they find the kill, the pickup instantly happening, but then can we see the second part of this as they immediately find one back? Vengeance already.
We're back for more Mobile Legends Bang Bang action at the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Group Stage, day number 8. You're with us, Husky, alongside Terrence ICBaby 1-2. We're ready for the second best of 3 of this evening, an elimination series between ALVA 8 taking on MHRLK Esports.
Yeah, we hope you guys had a pretty enjoyable dinner as well. We took a little bit of a longer break here to actually break our fast here for those who are fasting, because it is the month of Ramadan. But at the same time, this is where things get a little bit spicy, especially when the tournament lives are at stake. ALVA 8 didn't exactly succeed their game against GameLab, a pretty disappointing match, but hopefully it is going to be enough for them to redeem themselves in the bottom lower brackets where they try to crawl their way up. But the question here is, can they face off against MHRLK, because they seem really strong in yesterday's games.
Yeah, MHRLK is one of the teams that qualified directly from the Philippines qualifiers into the Challenge Group stage, and they have shown pretty strong prowess when we look at their series yesterday, even though they lost 1-2 against Euphoria Esports. So MHRLK coming in, high expectations against ALVA 8.
And of course, coming in from MHRLK, they're just so strong into the game as well. Based on their matchup as well, MHRLK was a team where they were able to just completely pull the biggest upset in yesterday's games against Tiger Wong Esports, clutching the game number 1, and then for game number 2 completely taking over the momentum they've got from game 1 and snowballing their way through for game number 2. Tiger Wong Esports stood no chance in this matchup, and MHRLK was able to clutch the victory for Philippines in yesterday's games, and MHRLK has shown no signs of slowing down. Will they be able to make it to the top as they prove they were one of the best representing from the Philippines?
Yeah, and Tiger Wong just did not stand a chance at all. But when you look at ALVA 8, this was the most recent game against GameLab. It was a complete wipeout. And then you compare them to MHRLK, it's easy to say that ALVA 8 once more is considered one of the underdogs in the series.
Yep, it's just really unfortunate as well. That exactly didn't happen. You know, GameLab pretty much proving themselves as one of the strongest teams in the challenge season. But now, ALVA 8 is in a situation where they are forced to face off against MHRLK Esports, the undead lord in the lower bracket, who is trying to climb their way out to have a revenge against GPX, a team that put them down in the lower brackets in the beginning of the season. This is going to be a story of redemption. Who will be the one to manage to secure their place in the challenge finals is about to happen to get their revenge against the teams who pretty much brought them down there. This is where there is a lot of pride, a lot of money on the line between all the teams.
Especially when both MHRLK and GPX are in the lower brackets fighting for the tournament lives. If MHRLK wants to even have a shot to take on GPX, they need to first make it through to the top 4, and GPX will also have to win their series afterwards. So overall, just a lot of stakes on the line, especially if you're ALVA 8. You've already played 2 games and you got completely demolished in that series. So hopefully, they can get to reset themselves before they face off against MHRLK.
Well. This is gonna be a revenge story for the teams as well. A redemption arc between both of the teams. MHRLK, like we said as well, the undead king of this entire tournament. One of the strongest teams, but for them to be put down in the below doesn't seem to be a good sign. But seeing how yesterday has went for them, they seem really strong, and I'm hoping that they're able to maintain their composition from yesterday's games to bring into these games. Whereas ALVA 8, however, introducing them up on screen once again, it is going to be Jirachi, Xian, Elira, Aaron Shiki, and Vinsmoke going to be starting things off with ALVA 8. The first appearance in first series for today, early today, didn't exactly go well for GameLab, and of course, majority of them were fasting as well. So we just had a little bit short break for the break fast. Hopefully with a little bit of food, they are going to be able to go back to their original form and give us a good show for second series.
Yeah, I mean, forget about what happened in that first series. That does not count. We're coming in with a clean slate, and this will be ALVA 8's opponent. It's MHRLK Esports, CJ, Kelvin, Daizo, CY, and NIX. Yesterday, we've seen them show up completely massive by taking down Tiger WONG Esports. Now it's another Indonesian team standing in their way to get to top 4.
Yep, CJ bringing in the Terisla play was just so phenomenal, especially in their games here. And I want to see whether or not is he gonna kind of bring it that. So, sorry, it wasn't the Terisla, it was actually the Esmeralda coming from CJ, completely disappointing Tiger WONG's chance and denying them any opportunity to come back. And it's not often we do see an Esmeralda play, but it was a very good counter to actually deal with the Phobias, who's arguably a solution that Tiger WONG Esports needed to actually deal with the nerfed up 1-1. And even despite having it, MHRLK showed that they are just a strong team to work with.
Yeah, overall MHRLK is just so composed when they took on Tiger WONG Esports. And remember, this is the team that came back from a deficit and went on to give us one of the best comeback stories of Mobile Legends history in this tournament. A 30-minute game, and they were ahead for the first 16-17 minutes, and they were able to manage a base defense with no inhibitor turret standing and still win Tiger WONG.
Yep, and even that as well, MHRLK, it still took a very long time to actually close up the game, but eventually a win was still a win despite how long the game actually progressed here, despite the devastating lead. Tiger WONG Esports, they fought for their lives, but eventually it was too much coming in from the Kings, and hopefully the Undead Kings is going to be able to continue the journey. Will somebody be able to slay them? As yesterday was a very difficult game, today's game is going to be having a little bit more fun. The 6th player is going to be supporting them, I hope, during screen later on.
That's the drafter, I think. I think that's the guy. I think that's the person that's drafting.
You know, as they say, right? People say here, as people grow older, new blood people, younger people always come up with more creative ideas.
Yeah?
We always say this among us as well. There's always going to be new bloods coming to the industry. There's always going to be new people joining, working, or showing some sort of creativity. They always bring new ideas. In this case,
it's the baby.
I'm the baby. What do you mean?
No,
you know, you gotta be young in the mind. You gotta always be taking something new to the table. That's exactly what you gotta do for IQ, bro.
I want to see what the players think about it. If you are the baby, or is that baby a baby? Let's take a look at what the players have to say.
I'm CJ1234 and the explainer of MHRLK Esports, and this is Kelvin, the jungler of MHRLK Esports, and this is NIX, the roamer of MHRLK Esports, and this is CY, the gold laner of MHRLK Esports, and this is Daizo, the mid laner of MHRLK Esports. When we lost to the GPX, we boosted our morale and we prepared so much so we can go to the challenge finals. Yes, we're confident enough to face them and we prepared something to them to win against them. Yes, we're very happy on the new patch because we learned something and the new patch is so amazing because of the new items and new revamp hero. Okay, so we're guessing that top 4 that come to the challenge finals. Number 1 is MHRLK, number 2 is GameLab, number 3 is Euphoria, number 4 is GPX.
Yeah, well, GPX took them down to the lower bracket, and they still believe that GPX is going to make it. We're going to find out about that later on, but for MHRLK, very, very confident that they will be one of the teams to qualify. And honestly, looking at the opponents, I think their chances actually is pretty good.
Well, speaking of which, all things considered, it seems like they're not considering ALVA 8 to be a fight here as they walk over their way through. They make their prediction so far, but is it going to be true? Because as of yet, based on what we've seen from ALVA 8, there is a lot of tells that that might be a possibility. But all things considered, we gotta keep our hopes up for ALVA 8 because they are fasting in the month as of yet. We just break our fast with a little bit of food. It goes a little bit on the long way. So in this case, against MHRLK Esports, if they bring in the same amount of creativity, can they beat the younger minds? That's my question.
I think they can. Honestly, both these teams have one very common trait that I think has been displayed, especially when you look at ALVA 8. They're a team that has been playing on the back foot for majority of their games. They've also been in positions where they need to make those miraculous comebacks, and they put it off. We saw that from MHRLK yesterday. Now it's more of who can make the better late game decisions in the series.
Late game, early game, so far it all comes down to execution. Drafts are going to be starting off very, very soon. But for the side of ALVA 8, this is where things gets to be a little bit interesting, right? Upper brackets, it's fine. You throw a game 2, things didn't go well, it's okay. But can you bounce back from what happens after? Because we've seen a lot of stories here, especially a couple of games back, especially yesterday as well, where we were expecting the Tiger WONG Esports is going to be able to bounce back, but based on the situation, with enough break, hopefully a fresh mind coming into the game is going to help them a little bit more. 20 minutes break is pretty long, but is it going to be enough for ALVA 8 to bounce back? Because right now, this is going to be the head-to-head for the mid lane. Is going to be Exion going up against Calvin with 5.4 KDA for Exion, 6.9 for Calvin. Wait, this is the jungler, not the mid lane between both the players.
Yeah, I was confused for a bit, but yeah, junglers for both teams, and you can see that. I believe when you look at MHRLK, they are very, very, they very, very favor the Martis a lot. You can see the Link and the Lancelot as well. As for Exion, you are still looking at the Archive, Fredrin, more of a tank role for his team. So very, very contrasting personalities in the jungle, which I think fits their playstyle. Exion generally wants to let Eren Shiki and Eliora pop off, whereas for Kelvin, he is fine doing the work on his own. We saw the tank slot yesterday, who was a big factor in why MHRLK was able to take down Tiger WONG 2-0.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see whether or not if that's going to be the case, because it is a uphill battle for MHRLK Esports. They battled their way through as the Undead Kings. So far, the one stopping them and their track is going to be the underdogs known as ALVA 8. They got as far as they could, but is their luck going to run out at this stage? Because this is where all things are going to be drawn out on the table. All the playing cards needs to be out now or forever rest in peace, because this is their tournament lives at stake.
And I do feel a bit, nervous for ALVA 8 when you look at how GameLab was able to crush them, and MHRLK, if you compare yesterday, their series against Tiger WONG, they did it. They have shown us very clean games, but they've also shown us that you can put them on the back foot. They know how to play from behind. It's something that I think they've been doing so much better than a lot of teams we have in this tournament. And to wonder if ALVA 8 can kind of stop that comeback mechanic from MHRLK.
Well, this is where things get a little bit more intense. So if they keep up with the intensity from Game 1 from ALVA 8, things are gonna go exactly how Game 1 is gonna happen between GameLab, right? But if they go for the switch up, everything can be a little bit more debatable. So in terms of draft so far, I think we do see the Philippine teams as well. They do have a little bit of a similarity in terms of comfort picks. So far, only GameLab pretty much bringing in the Hanzo. We didn't see too much about that. ALVA 8 tried to bring in the Cambodia strategy. I am curious to see whether or not are they gonna play textbook or are they gonna play something different. So you guys at home, what do you guys think about this match? Cast your votes in the predictions. Let us know. Who do you guys think is going to come on top? Is it going to be the unpredictable underdog ALVA 8? Or is it going to be a complete revamp of the revenge story for MHRLK, where they try to make a comeback to take against GPX? Who are you favoring more? Let us know down in the predictions so far. And now, the moment of truth. Our predictions.
Our predictions.
Who do you think is going to
I
be?
think coming into this, we both, for once, first time Mobile Legends history, we are on the same page. And I think it's a very fair assessment, right? MHRLK has just shown so much more composure compared to ALVA 8. And this is not to discredit ALVA 8's performance. I think they've done great, but numbers, the statistics so far, the games that these two teams have put on the table, I think MHRLK just has a higher chance of winning the series.
You know what? He's such a nice guy. I'm going to be straight up the guy that gives it to you and tells you the truth. The only reason I switched sides from ALVA 8 is after the first game. I'm sorry. That was just not it. Like, drafts were a little bit flonky, going for role swaps in the middle of 2 games, a little bit wonky. That's why I jumped the boat, man. I'm sorry, man. Don't hate on me. Hate the game. Don't hate on me. I'm just giving my honest opinion. But, of course, to keep you guys excited for more Mobile Legends Bang Bang action here, you need some energy. And, of course, unleashing this Reed monster energy is going to keep you true the entirety of the game and energized for your next game.
Yeah, if you want to be the next Mythical Glory player, get picked up by a team, play in the next season of Snapdragon Pro Series, play in MDL, then MPL, well, it all starts with a swig of Monster Energy.
Exactly. It's all about you keeping true your grind energized. And in this case, watching the pros play, will they be able to do so? Because as of yet, I'm pretty confident ALVA 8 needs a lot, and I mean a lot of energy after the first series. And we are going to be catching a glimpse into the first drafts for now, and we will be taking a look into the cameras as well. Are they pumped up or are they demotivated? Because morale plays a huge factor in winning games as well.
I also want to see how the draft is going to pan out, because in Series 1, Arlot was let through in both games, and I want to see if that is going to be a constant in this series, where MHRLK is not as comfortable as GameLab in dealing and playing with the Arlot, right? So that, I think, is going to shake up that first phase and indirectly affect more towards ALVA 8 and what they want to pick. So far, their opening draft have been unorthodox, to say the least.
Yeah, this is where a little bit different as well, because from the perspectives of MHRLK, they're all vibes and chills. We did see them yesterday with a pretty comfy space. At this time, they're mixing it up a little bit. They're bringing in, is that a reindeer coat? Okay, that's pretty cute, not gonna lie. But without further ado, jumping straight into drafts here. Lower brackets, elimination match for one of this team. MHRLK Esports on the blue side, ALVA 8 on the red side.
Wonder what the baby is going to draft for MHRLK. Though, I think the constant for the bans, we can again look at the Farmers, the Joy, the Kadita also has been a big focus for most of the teams remaining in the tournament. The Glue sometimes show up, the Fredrin as well. Surprisingly, we haven't seen much Martis ban, and picks.
Yeah, I think that's going to be something that they do want to try and prioritize. But MHRLK, they are going to try and catch wind. And the same bans coming from GameLab as well. Banning of the Kadita. So far, a lot of teams has been able to come up on top with that. Meanwhile, ALVA 8 banning the Joy as their first pick. We do catch a little bit of glimpse of them. They don't seem to be on high spirits. They are going to be a little bit more focused this game. Hopefully it's going to be a little bit more. But MHRLK, yeah, that's the cutest reindeer.
We saw what Panda has from Euphoria yesterday.
I love the Panda has.
We saw Euphoria. Maybe that's the key. Maybe that's what separates the two regions, right? Just cosmetics. The drip as the youngsters.
You gotta keep it all hyped up for your teammates. Once you
Yep.
see that here, it's like, hey, I am having a bad game. After you see your cute little reindeers, I'll be like, all right, I'm all good. I'm feeling a little bit happy.
I feel like you know this best. Not just the dress to impress, but dressing well makes you feel good for the rest of the day.
Okay, it definitely gives you comfort, but
Yes,
does
yes.
it makes you look good?
Gives you confidence though.
Would you wear that on the first date when you go out on a date for Valentine's or anything?
If I go on the first date, you mean what, the Rudolph cap? Probably not.
How about the panda one?
Probably yes, depending on the occasion, honestly. Like if the occasion, maybe not Valentine's, but if it's something like a Halloween or there's some festivities or there's some event you're attending, then maybe
There's
yes.
nothing scary about a panda in Halloween's, bro.
You're not supposed to. Well, you're not necessarily scary.
If you're wearing for a cosplay event, sure, I get it.
Sure,
but,
sure. Halloween, I've actually never celebrated it before.
Me
I've
too.
never celebrated it properly.
Yeah, I'm just too afraid. It's just too many scary people
Oh, I know,
outside.
I know.
I just don't want to.
We've been to an escape room together. I know.
No, please do not remind me of that. That is a very, very long time ago.
I
Okay,
remember.
you know what? You want to tell the story, please, by all means.
No, not TLDR.
I'm scared.
I'm more of a bigger man than you are. In the escape room.
Oh, true.
In the
true.
escape room.
Fine,
Only.
Fine. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
With that aside, the bands pretty much the same, and we see the 1-1 going through once more for MHRLK. You've been emphasizing a lot about getting the boost on 1-1 because of the stat changes, and so far we haven't seen boost on 1-1. Why do you think that's the case though?
It's weird, right? Like, that's the thing. If you are looking to rotate between gangs or you're looking to get a little bit more aggressive, having the boots is a little bit better. But now, not getting the boots, we've seen how MHRLK Esports played it in yesterday's games. In particular, the way they played for CY was that they're not looking for aggression. They're hoping that people dive on towards him and he's going to get value out of it. But that was the composition where they were facing up against the Phobius, right? Phobius, once he commits a demonic force, he's going to be right in your face. You don't really need to chase people. You just need to back off. So I guess in that sense, you don't really need the shoes coming from MHRLK Esports. But against a different composition, it might be a complete different story. So I hope they do make adaptations here, or to some certain extent they do realize that eventually they need something like that. It's going to be the case, but MHRLK Esports is taking into comforts here. Thanks a lot alongside with the Grok for the setup too. Very, very great heroes to actually dive the back lines. Grok, super underrated hero to actually cancel off the Feathered Airstrike with both the Guardian's Barrier and the potential wall charge coming in.
I honestly thought that MHRLK would look at the Kaja. So far, Kaja led through the first phase, not even touch. And I do wonder, in this case for MHRLK, you can still say that, okay, CJ can play the XP Grok, so Kaja is still an option. Same for ALVA 8, but I wonder what the bans would be, because ALVA 8, they still have XDN's jungler that they can pick. They have the roamer for Vinsmoke as well still on the table. They're gonna start banning out the mages instead. Xavier next to go.
I'm a little bit curious here whether or not ALVA 8, are they gonna have Aaron Shiki play XP lane again on this Arlet, or are they just gonna let Jirachi play it? Because Jirachi was a pretty phenomenal XP laner, and so far they are struggling a little bit in the previous game. This game, they are banning off traditional mages. Not a big fan of the Xavier ban. Could have gone for maybe something else, maybe a Faramin, maybe even a Lunox to a certain degree, which is pretty much able to actually jeopardize the Farsa a lot more. But ALVA 8, they ban off the Phobius as well. Okay, I guess Phobius does get a little bit of value from the dashes coming from the Arlet, but not an entire big fan. Phobius can kill, kind of stop the Melissa to a certain degree, but the question here is, I think MHRLK is going to be sticking to Yuzhong, so I think banning either Lapu Lapu or Yuzhong would have been a little bit better coming from ALVA 8 to try and secure this Farsa's rotations or gang attempts.
I guess it's also to force this Grok into that roam role as well. Kaja going over to ALVA 8. And I was wondering when we would see this hero. All things considered, it's not the easiest hero to play against this composition, right? Grok isn't a good target. It's hard to catch the rest of MHRLK so far. Ruby going over to NIX as well. So this is a Grok XP something that we have seen from MHRLK before.
Yeah, these are great ways to actually deal with the MHRLK's composition, right? I like the bans as well. Cool Front may not be the strongest way to counter a 1-1. Bouncing ball kind of sets it up a little bit here, especially if you don't have shoes from the side of MHRLK Esports, right? So I guess they want to play around it. I was hoping maybe they set up for a potential Fanny, because as of yet, ALVA 8 doesn't have the Fanny shown yet. They do have a jungler completely hovered their way through, and not having it is going to be a little bit of a difficult time here. Having the Ruby has some sort of protection. Wall charge is okay against the Fanny, but they are picking the Kagura for the mid lane from the side of MHRLK Esports. Final pick, jungler for ALVA 8. Do they double down on the Fanny, or do they force something else? Because the Link didn't exactly work out for Xion at all in the previous game.
Yeah, Fredrin was untouched the entire draft.
Oh yeah.
ALVA 8.
Oh yeah, Fredrin.
There's Fredrin,
where the hell is the Fredrin? Why?
And there's also the Archive, which Xion does play in the jungle. He's going to stick with the Fredrin, making it to the very last pick of this draft.
Now that you think about it, Fredrin just completely ignored. Huh. Questionable. But I like it. You know, ALVA 8 definitely has a very decent draft as well. You know, 1-1 may be able to run Ring Around Roses into Fredrin, but if the Fredrin gets on top of you, things are not going to be looking good. But so far, based on the drafts here, I'm liking how ALVA 8 looks a little bit more composed in the draft compared to the previous series. And maybe when the stakes are online, things are going to get a little bit different. But both have very unique win conditions. ALVA 8, a little bit more standard plays coming from them. MHRLK still doubling down on that 1-1. This is going to be a very close match.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this game is going to pan out, because for ALVA 8, you know, you're up against a team that is more even in terms of skill level. You're up against a team that I think there's a higher chance of ALVA 8 taking a game off of. And you know, one of the last vestige of Indonesia. Game number 1 in this lower bracket series for MHRLK Esports against ALVA 8. It's another regional rivalry.
Yep, this is where things get a little bit spicy as well. Xion gonna be playing on the Fredrin this time. He's known for his zoning hero, so playing Fredrin is not something out of his vocabulary so far. Whereas MHRLK gonna be a little bit more aggression, but ALVA 8, we do see a little bit more of a decisive rotation now. This time, they are gonna try and contest and invade Calvin a little bit more. Windsmoke gonna be trying to mirror what Darkman is playing, but this time he's gonna get punished for this. The rest of MHRLK sounds it out, and the wall block comes in. Windsmoke might actually dies to this, forces the flicker while losing his life, and that's gonna be first blood in the hands of MHRLK.
Wow, CJ with the Guardian's Barrier just clips him right on the edge. And that's the impact that MHRLK has been bringing in with this XP growth. Those early rotations is not only just winning his lane, he's also making these plays happen. They get to protect Calvin. Now they see Xion showing up, try to go for the invade. I think he was able to steal that camp away, but Calvin is going to hit 4 just a bit with that passive XP anyways, and with his mid lane clear, he's definitely going to hit that 4.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming from MHRLK. Very smart rotations as well, knowing that Arla doesn't have the strongest wave clear in level 1. Having this Grog is going to apply a little bit more pressure, but this time Jirachi is trying to bait CJ in an awkward fight. Allura is in position for this contest, but CJ doesn't need to overcommit. Minions are not in his favor. There's no reason for him to go in for a couple of trades. Meanwhile, cheeky plays from Allura. Not going to be able to steal the gold crab from side of MHRLK. But they will start the turtle first for now. Xion a little bit late to the party. They want to try and contest aggro, but top side, we do see the engagement coming in. Jirachi doing a lot of work, but CJ gonna be backing out. It seems like it's gonna be priority to wall charge to stop the retribution, and MHRLK, they secure the turtle and they get the kill ontowards the Xion before they back out.
Windsmoke didn't even use his Divine Judgment the entire fight. He was trying to wait for an opportunity. He had some openings to drag MHRLK's target members away, but decided to hold on to it, and I'm not sure how much difference that would have made, but Windsmoke just being a bit too patient. Now it's gonna again run into NAX, dies away around the area as well. ALVA 8 couldn't really find the opening. A bit of a missed opportunity at the turtle fight.
Yeah, very smart plays here coming from MHRLK. It was very decisive as well, considering that they are prioritizing on objectives a little bit more. ALVA 8 a little bit more discommunicated in that sense, but hopefully it is going to be for the better, because as of yet, they will lose out a little bit in terms of economy, but MHRLK, however, they will continue with their aggression. Winsmoke needs to make a run for it. He doesn't have his second skill, but he still has his flickers. Looking for that flicker play, but the rest of the teams, they are here grouping up, hoping that MHRLK gets a little bit more aggressive. Zion showing himself, but they don't seem to have the buff to fight this.
I think he stole the purple buff also. Yeah, he did. Stole the purple buff over from XN, as Fredrin didn't really have the retribution to fight for it as well. And also he's a level behind Kelvin. And next again, showing down board pressure, a lot of pressure onto Aaron Shiki as well. ALVA facing the same problems that they had against GameLab. Is slower on their rotation. They're being really reactive, and even then their response is sufficient. Daiso gone on, is able to easily disengage. NIX, the target, dragged back, and finally they get a kill.
Finally finding an opportunity here. MHRLK overstayed their position here, expecting that maybe ALVA might have rotated away and forced a fight, but guess what? They overthink themselves, but at the same time, mid lane control, they almost lost a creep wave forward as far, so, and the top side as well. So fortunately, they may have lost a player down bottom. They did not exactly lose macro aspect, because as we are top side, the contest for the turtle is in position. ALVA 8, a little bit late to the party. Zion doesn't have his hero buffs or his buffs at all, and Kelvin already in position to contest as well. As they go in for a couple of trades, it all comes down to sitting down, and the trade comes in.
Zion able to steal the turtle away, and Zidane cancelling the Feather Airstrike. Just a bit too late though. Kelvin slowed down, knocked up. Able to use the Thorn Roses to get away, buy some distance, doesn't go down, but the flicker forward from Jirachi will secure the kill. But Jirachi will also trade his life back thanks to NIX, both teams trading 1-for-1.
Oh, absolutely worth it here. ALVA, they had no choice, they had to go for this kill. Jirachi, he may be the XP laner, but think about it here. Zion is behind in terms of jungle XP as well. They need to find a way to actually shut down Calvin, and this is gonna try and help him equalize a little bit more, even though Zion is still very, very far behind in terms of economy here. It's about 300 behind, but with that kill being said, he is going to be able to scale up a little bit better compared to before, but it's still going to take a little bit more time. This is a tank slot we're talking about, so ALVA 8, they have to be very, very patient with their next pickoff. But Winsmoke now, he does have the place, but Farsight is nowhere to be found to set up all the Divine Judgment for now.
Yeah, ALVA 8 again looking for an opportunity. CY protected by his team. XN shows up, means that CY will not be able to be touched. MHRLK have enough info. CY just easily hops back into lane. You have Daiso to cover the flank as well. And XN just cannot really get in range. The members of MHRLK are very, very elusive. Top side for Jirachi in a 1 versus 2. It's going to go down to Kelvin.
Oh, it makes so much sense why MHRLK Esports was backing out on bottom side, because they were about to make an attempt top side. Means they were trying to dodge ALVA 8 all completely. And ALVA 8 not taking the bait at all. They are going to get completely punished for this. But the Divine Judgment comes in. It looks really good by NIX. He's going to get out, and Euphoria not committing to the Feathered Airstrike at all, as he's saving his skill for a bigger prize. But in this case, CY is the bigger one, chunks him down half HP, but they get absolutely nothing for this. But it is going to be zoning for the tier 1 for Iron Shiki instead.
Luckily they got that tier 1. It would have been disastrous if they got nothing. NIX didn't even have Flicker to get out of the Feather Airstrike. If it was committed, Kelvin working on the turtle already. Winsmoke doesn't have the Divine Judgment right now. As NIX shows up, he also just got his ultimate back. The Imo Fend is going to be very important. Of course, Kelvin secures the turtle. NIX able to keep the rest of ALVA 8 away, forcing the flicker from Winsmoke. CJ is around the corner. God. This could be a good flank angle. CJ waiting for the opportunity, but not able to find one. NIX getting stunned up. Zion going in. 2-man taunt. Kelvin able to dodge it once again, and NIX gets out.
Oh my goodness, things would have went completely south here if NIX kind of dropped the ball in that situation. But at the same time, fortunately for ALVA 8, they were all grouped up as 4, and CJ was nowhere near to actually set up for a 4-man wall charge. So ALVA 8 is still hanging on, but they're still needing a little bit more opportunity for Winsmoke and Euphoria to try and sync up their play, because Euphoria, he showed himself up, but eventually they need to go for the Divine Judgment play. But the rotations coming from MHRLK, sending up 4 or 5 guys up top, means there is going to be heavy assaults coming from top side. They need everyone on deck, but ALVA 8, bottom stage shove to the tier 2. MHRLK, eventually losing a lot of XP and resources down bottom. But top side, are they going to go for a trade? Because they're taking a little bit too long for this decision, and ALVA 8, they're all grouped up as well.
Yeah, all 4 of them on the top side. Again, you need this Fredrin to kind of open up these brushes. And it's not the easiest target to go on. They do see CY, but CY just hops away. And there's no target, no viable target for ALVA 8. Vinsmoke, he does not have the flicker, so he can't really do too much. NIX now goes for the Iron Offender on the scene, and can he get the Prison Wrap off? Can he make a skill up? Meanwhile, CY going ham with the crossbows attack, finally dragged back under the tier 1. Doesn't find a knockout onto Vinsmoke, so ALVA 8 punishing MHRLK.
Oh, very, very unfortunate coming in from CY here, but at the same time, it's not over yet. Kelvin almost getting the finish on towards Vinsmoke, but he was able to recall back in time. Tier 1 is going to be up for grabs. Meanwhile, ALVA 8 very patient with their pickoff so far, and this is actually going to help Iron Shiki scale a little bit more, but the Lord is going to be up for grabs for now. As you can see, Jirachi scouts out rotations coming from MHRLK. Doesn't have the tools to actually fight this, has to play this a little bit more patient. While ALVA 8, they do not have the Divine Judgment yet, but this time Winspoke will have the flicker, so MHRLK needs to be a little bit more careful. They're baiting out with the Lord for now, but they are going to be grouped up to force a fight right now.
Jirachi was chunked down to 60% by CJ. Zian goes in again. The wall charge instantly knocks him up. They had a better airstrike. But look at Kelvin. He's straight to the backline. Takes out the Fredrin. No jungler for ALVA 8 left in this fight. So well executed for MHRLK. The Lord does reset a bit, but MHRLK will be able to get it nonetheless. Easy, secure for MHRLK. And ALVA 8 being dealt the very first blow.
Yeah, and this is where things get a little bit different as well, because eventually with the Lord being up for grabs from the side of MHRLK Esports, things are going to get a little bit difficult for ALVA 8 to shuffle their way through. A little bit undecisive with the play, but now having so much assault coming in, Zion, he can't exactly just challenge that without any sort of backup. And MHRLK, they will be able to continue their assault. They need to make a play around Winsmoke's catch, but so far, it has not been working out. Every single time he tries to go for a dive, there is going to be an IX there to actually cut them down and deny them all those stuns. Because as of yet, MHRLK Esports is going to be able to get a couple of catches in. The Lord coming in, needs to be careful. They are going to go for a dive. They punish Windsmoke. No Divine Judgment available. They do get a couple of trades though. Coming from Eloria, they trade 2 for 1. And they get the defense coming from ALVA 8.
Yeah, a bit of an overzealousness from MHRLK. They went in, only got Vinsmoke. Calvin getting challenged by XTN, but it's the Fredrin. No chance on taking out the Lancelot. So ALVA 8 ends up holding on. They actually didn't lose much considering what happened. Eliora top of the net worth chart, 7,000 more damage compared to Daizo's Kagura. And so far, ALVA 8, honestly, on the back of this Farsa alone, has been able to keep this game alive.
Yep, this is where things get a little bit interesting as well. Because as of yet, ALVA 8 is going to be getting a little bit of a problem here, as they need to try and find a way to make space for this Melissa to pop off. Because CY, he may not have the shoes available, but at this stage of the game, if they cannot run away from him, it doesn't really matter, because they are going to pop a very, very early crossbow tanks regardless of what happens coming from MHRLK Esports. And as you can see, Tier 2 is going to be up for grabs. Purple buff will be contested as well. ALVA 8, they need to buy time. And currently, for how long? Because Aaron Shiki, he does have the damage available, but as long as somebody cannot tank the 1-1, it's not going to be enough, because they need a way to deal with it eventually.
At least for ALVA 8, this game is so much closer than the series that they played previously. 5,000 goal advantage for MHRLK. It doesn't feel as much as it should, but when you look at the levels of MHRLK's players, they are definitely way ahead compared to ALVA 8. Just waiting for the next Lord to spawn in 16 seconds.
Yeah, this is where it is going to get a little bit spicy as well, because on the bottom side, they need Winsmoke to try and catch the most crucial player. In this case, catching off on towards Daiso is going to help them a little bit more in the damage. ALVA 8, Nix is buying time. He flickers away, forces one as well. That's huge from the side of ALVA 8. That's a good start for them. Meanwhile, the re-aggression comes in and Nix with the pull.
They still have the Divine Judgment. Winsmoke flickers in, tries to find a target, doesn't do it in time. Ends up getting destroyed by CY. And ALVA 8 off of that skirmish, they're gonna lose a Lord again to MHRLK. When it comes to these team fights, MHRLK just do it so well.
My goodness, CY is just popping off so quickly. That is like a machine gun in the making, instantly just taking out the Lord so very fast. He's got himself a Corrosion Scythe, a DHS, Golden Staff, Wind Talker, and a Winds of Nature. 13 minutes in the game. The perfect dream game for them. And ALVA 8, it seems like there's just no way they can actually do anything with this 1-1 at all. And it's a problem.
Yeah, it's starting to build up as well. All the waves, well, except for the mid wave, kind of getting synced up by MHRLK. So ALVA 8, at least don't have to worry about all 3 lanes getting shoved in. He's working on the Lord, and one's going to charge onto the bot inhibitor. NIS goes right in. This time, he's going to get kidnapped all the way into the base. ALVA 8 getting a pick off, but MHRLK, they came for the inhibitor, and they have found it.
Yeah, this is exactly what they needed as well, to try and stall as much as they can. And IX has been extremely annoying. A big torn here coming from MHRLK Esports. And they have to be very careful as well, because if they make the wrong call right here, Kelvin is going to be able to stretch through the back lines alongside with CJ with one big wall charge. So they're a little bit afraid of what CJ's positioning. Even though we don't see a lot of kills coming from CJ, he's got 0-0 and 6. We know for a fact that this Grok is doing some serious damage here. He's got the Blade of Eptases, he's got the Malefic Roll, and the Blade of Despair. So that means that any squishy targets coming from ALVA is going to get potentially one-shotted here.
They want to go for Kelvin. They do have the Divine Judgment. Flicker up in 15 for Winsmoke. MHRLK just needs to be a bit more patient. And Eliora already using the better airstrike, but it's not finding much value out of that.
Oh, mistakes were made. They were expecting that Winsmoke was going to go for a dive like this. Now the counter conceal play coming from MHRLK as they try to re-engage, but they don't seem to have the tools to fight this as of yet. The purple buff will be denied away, but it doesn't really matter for a Fredrin. With or without the buff, it doesn't really matter. All you gotta do is just buy time. In this case, gold leaderboard right now is going to be Kelvin and CY topping network shot. Aaron Shiki very close to his final item purchase. And once that comes out, things are going to get a little bit difficult to do so. Meanwhile, for CY, not going for the shoes, he's going to double down more damage item as well for himself. So I guess in terms of overall damage output-wise, Aaron Shiki may need one item more to try and fight back.
And you can see ALVA 8 just slowing down. No control over the Lord Pit just yet. Calvin's face check this one, but his tank's a lot so durable. He's gonna toy around with Accent and Jirachi, and now the rest of MHRLK have shown up to the party. ALVA 8 once more forced away from that Lord Pit. Winsmoke even found out as well. Kelvin is just not the target. He even has the immortality.
Yeah, this is tough. Killing Kelvin is going to be one of the difficult ones here coming from ALVA 8. They need to find a way to shut him down, but the problem is it's going to be tough. It's going to be up to Zion. But every single time Zion shows him trying to make a play, MHRLK just completely chain stuns and kills him off, knowing for a fact that if they focus fire and kill him off before he drops his Appraiser Wrath, they are going to win the guaranteed fight. And currently the only one that can open up the map for ALVA 8 is pretty much this Fredrin instead of the play. But seems like they are going to try to make an attempt this time with Winsmoke leading the charge while he tries to go in for the flank instead.
And they found Jirachi? Not really sure what the idea was coming in from the flank, but ALVA 8 losing a member before the proper fight even starts. NIX running interference. XYan able to keep him in place. Better airstrike to get rid of the Ruby. Lord dropping low, 10,000 XP. Winsmoke fingers forward, get the Divine Judgment. They kidnap the 1-1, and they might lose the Lord though. Kelvin would just get it. Meanwhile, the backline infiltrated by both Daiso and CJ. ALVA 8, you got to, but can you get out of this predicament? Winsmoke just getting rammed down by CJ. XYan also in a very bad spot. Winsmoke desperately trying to get away, blocked up by the wall, but he was able to hop over. Meanwhile, XYan on this Fredrin, trying to escape from Kelvin, and Kelvin, he's not going to let this Fredrin slide. End of the day, it's MHRLK getting the better end of the trade. Winter Trunkin of all items. only delaying his death 40 seconds without the Fredrin.
Oh boy, he bought space for the team, but at the same time, is that space enough? They were so close to contest the Lord. They made the play to punish CY, but with a minute shoving in, they are going to lose this emitter down middle. CJ, even though it is a Grok, this is a Grok with Blade of Despair, and he is going to do a lot more damage than you would expect. In this case, the reset comes in. MHRLK's got all 5 men up. Zayan is still 15 seconds on the sidelines, and things are not looking good. ALVA 8, they have to buy time for him, but instead they do get the catch on Kelvin, and the tower is going to collapse, and Aaron Shiki now forced to back out. They drop the Fed and airstrike to zone them out, but they're so healthy. CY picks them off, and now the Crystal going to be exposed. They get the triple kill for CY. They might get the quad. He almost got the Savage, and that is going to be the Maniac to close things out for Game 1 in this lower bracket semifinals.
MHRLK comes out of the gate swinging. Once more, just outclassing ALVA in these team fights. And one of the, I think the main focus of this entire Game 1 was just ALVA 8 feeling indecisive when it came to these important fights, these important contests. We saw from the first turtle on with the Vinspo not committing his ultimate. You know, Eliora sometimes also a bit more hesitant in using the feather airstrike. Just these little moments, and even up to this final Lord fight, I believe Jirachi tried to go for a flank and just completely walks into his death. And ALVA 8, they were so tunnel vision on getting rid of CY, and he wasn't even the biggest problem at that point of time. They just could not deal with MHRLK as a team.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful flank coming from CJ and Daizo from the flank as well. They were able to get a very, very good side here to actually go in for the shotgun build combo off the wall charge alongside with the Kagura, just completely one-shotting MHRLK Esports all entirely, and that's scary if you think about it from the side of ALVA 8, where they didn't expect all this kind of weird gang attempts, and the setups and patience coming from MHRLK is starting to pay off in all these wombo combos. So eventually, MHRLK won this hands down in the macro aspect, and arguably we would expect Zion to actually open up the map a little bit more, but it didn't actually reach to that stage at all.
Yeah, and this was a Fredrin last pick, right? Made it all the way until the final pick, with Eliora getting one of his best hero as well. And we even talk about this Kaja going over to ALVA 8. There is going to be decent value. At the same time, it's not easy to get Divine Judgment on most of the targets on MHRLK. You're never getting close to a Kagura. You never want to get the Grok. It's hard to catch the Lancelot. And even if you want to get on CY, they always had to commit Flicker for this 1-1. So most of the time, we saw Winsmo just blow the ultimate onto NIX. And MHRLK is completely fine with having this Ruby getting kidnapped.
I genuinely feel bad for Winsmoke if you think about it here. He actually went for the fleeting time, but most of the attempts, they weren't exactly long enough for him to actually capitalize on it. And based on this stats as well, MHRLK was just topping the network here in terms of damage output. GPM for Kelvin is just off the charts with this Lancelot, and so far, nobody from the side of ALVA 8 could actually catch this Lancelot at all. And that was something that I think it was the biggest problem from side ALVA 8. And based on this draft as well, you can see final drafts coming in from MHRLK wasn't ban the Fredrin, but was to ban the Franco and the Kufra to double down, making sure that this Lancelot just could not get caught up at the goal. And Kelvin, 3-1-7, shows a lot coming in from his overall playstyle in this tank slot.
Yeah, and at the same time, this Fredrin pick was into the Ruby as well, right? We say that Fredrin, you want to be able to stack up your combo points, get that ultimate off, but Ruby is one of those heroes that makes it close to impossible, constantly disrupting you with the crowd control. I just feel like for AES, they are very focused on getting that Arlot for themselves. They first picked this Arlot 2 times, and in both games, Arlot was not able to do much. The first time against GameLab, Phobias, that was a complete wash. This time against the Grok, kind of the same result. You get more room to breathe in the lane, but in this team fights, you want to be able to see results, and he was just not able to deliver on it.
Yeah, it's just so very good coming in from ALVA 8, right? The moment, sorry, it's so good from MHRLK to actually capitalize and know that, hey, they either focus fire on the Fredrin or they all in the back lines. In this case, every single time Zion shows himself, and when he goes out of position, they make sure that he goes down first before the rest of the team. So that might be the counter coming in, but The MVP of the match coming from MHRLK Esports is going to be none other than Daizo on his Kagura 4-1-10. And every single time he sets up with his yin-yang overturn, it has connected alongside with the Grok combo. So he is undeniably the MVP for that match to catch the back lines of A8 Esports.
And it's safe to say that, even though we didn't talk too much about Daizo in Game 1, when you look at these team fights and how they always unfold, there's always Calvin and Daizo being able to hit that backline instantly, and it's very hard for AES to just walk into MHRLK, and you are relying, again, like you mentioned, Darren's, having Xian, the Frederick to open up those brushes, having Vinsmoke to walk in and try to kidnap someone with the ultimate. It is just not happening against MHRLK and how they were managing those mid to late game.
Yep, GG well played coming from game number 1 for MHRLK Esports. ALVA 8 finally showing signs of life despite the loss in the first series, but it seems like it's not enough after that long break. Hopefully in this game number 2, it is going to be a little bit different. But we do see a lot of improvements coming from them. But considering that now they are in this position, tournament lives at stake, there is a very strong possibility they might lose this. And there is a very strong possibility that MHRLK Esports is going to be able to get their revenge into the next stage, because things are going to be a little bit different as well.
Yeah, I mean, ALVA 8 wasn't the target for MHRLK, right? They're going after GPX, so this is just a stepping stone for MHRLK, and they've just got half of their foot across the door into top 4. All of this made possible once more by our friends and partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And when we talk about winning, we always have to remember that Snapdragon themselves provides the best micro chipsets for your phone, allowing you to game at the highest and most optimal efficiency. But with great chipsets, you also need a great phone, and we have just the one for you with our partners over Samsung Galaxy. So I do implore you guys to check out the latest Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, share the epic, and level up your game.
Yep, do be sure to actually share your moments with us as well. Let us know what you guys think about your game, and what do you guys think about the phone, and let us know what have you done with the phone. I'm pretty sure I would be very excited to take pictures of my girlfriends or boyfriends or whatever you guys are looking for as well, and your friends most importantly here. I'm just gonna twist that a little bit here.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, but
we also have to thank Monster Energy for always allowing everyone to unleash the beast within them. Take a swig, bleed green, let it run in your veins. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you want to get the best deals and game top-ups, check out www.kachishop.com. It's your one and only pit stop for the best top-up deals for Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Yep, and speaking of all these games so far, and I feel like based on this draft here, it feels like MHRLK was just dictating tempo all the way through. They're just playing according to what they're comfortable. And this has been a known trend between all the Philippine teams, right? What is meta? Meta is pretty much not really... No, sorry. There is a specific way of definition for meta, but their definition of meta is not necessarily the strongest hero to actually end the game, blah, blah, blah. It's what your team is comfortable at, playing this set of heroes to actually win the game. And so far, Fredrin wasn't a priority for MHRLK Esports, and they played around the Lancel tank, which arguably in the scene as well, a lot of people have been talking about it. Super underrated hero. Not many people can execute it and show why it is considered a so-called S-tier meta.
And a lot of these Filipino teams haven't really been prioritizing the Fredrin, right? Barring Euphoria Esports, barring Avenogod, who did pick Fredrin. But overall, if you look at MHRLK, if you look at GameLab, it's all assassin junglers. It's, sometimes you see the Martyrs every now and then, but you hardly ever see the Fredrin. Now we're in game number 2, at least the draft. MHRLK staying on that blue side and ALVA 8 on the red. One final chance for ALVA 8 to keep themselves in this tournament. They have not been able to overcome kind of the macro differences against GameLab and MHRLK.
Yep, blue side once again from MHRLK Esports. ALVA 8, 4 games in a row so far. On the red side first. Hopefully it's going to help out a little bit more, because as we at MHRLK Esports, banning things off with the Kadita. Very similar bans once again. Just doesn't really want to see the Kadita at all. ALVA 8, are they going to look for the switch up? Because as of yet, they have been very traditional with their bans, but this time, they will respect CY's 1-1. Banned it off means there is going to be an opportunity for multiple heroes to actually slide on through. In this case, maybe the Joy, maybe even Fredrin once again is going to be up for grabs, but I don't think MHRLK gives a crap about that. But they are going to let through potentially a Valentina or maybe a Faramis this game.
I feel like this also raises a separate question, right? Was 1-1 the biggest issue in Game 1? I kind of don't think so. But ALVA 8 just want to go for the safe route, I suppose. Joy getting banned out, again, Faramis, Kaja, Yi, Valentina have been massive priorities in terms of picks and bans. And Valentina getting taken out once again by MHRLK, and now ALVA 8, you gotta pick a poison. The R-Lot has been something that they really love to pick, but it's also something that they're willing to give away, and that's what happened when they took on GameLab.
Yeah, man, as of yet, ALVA 8, final ban, put in a very awkward position once again. Do they give away the R-Lot this time? I think they should just completely sack the idea of like, you know what, they're not gonna first pick R-Lot, just ban it off. And then pick something else, you know. We can actually open up the hero pool a little bit more. R-Lot didn't exactly work in their favor twice now in the upper bracket series and this game. I think they should actually go for the mix-up, prioritize something else. But no, they ban off the Faramis, doesn't really want to deal with it. They are going to let the R-Lot through for MHRLK Esports. And there is going to be a little bit of a predicament once again. R-Lot, first pick is available for MHRLK Esports. Fanny is going to be also available. But Eve gonna be picked up from ALVA 8. Wait a minute. Huh. Okay, now makes sense.
MHRLK with the Eve opening. ALVA 8, now you have decent options, right? Again, Fredrin, R-Lot, Kaja. The fact that there's an Eve on MHRLK's side kind of slightly diminishes the value of the Kaja. You can't really drag that Eve away anyways. And it also makes that Fredrin pick a bit iffy in these team fights. So ALVA 8 is giving Aaron Shiki the Claude.
Comfort.
This is a pick that I expected to see so much more from Aaron Shiki in today's matches, but funny enough, this is the first time the Claude was picked. It might be the first, it might be the last.
Yeah, finally ALVA 8 going to be giving Aaron Shiki his comfort pickup, but they are going to be opening things up with the R-Lot as well as the Claude. So this is where things get a little bit more interesting because now they are in the comfort pickups. MHRLK has the option here. He needs to play something else, but they are doubling down with the Grok once again for XP lane here, for actually going for setups. Very, very annoying here. It is going to use to be denying the Farsa once again. They kind of want ALVA 8 to play it again. They're pretty much having a solution. I was about to bring out the Beatrix as well for that wombo combo strategy, and it seems like MHRLK this time is going to go for the poke strategy a little bit better compared to what ALVA 8 is going to be thinking of the table. So as you can see, discussions has been made from the side MHRLK, and they're pretty happy about this trade-off. Let them pick the Farsa. It's okay. Just take it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and Farsa has never been a concern for MHRLK. And remember, we still have the jungler that hasn't been revealed on both sides, and MHRLK can easily pivot towards the Lancelot if they want to. That has been a big threat to deal with the Farsa pick from ALVA 8, and they will stick with the Farsa for Eliora once more.
Well, seems like they are going to get it for themselves. Eliora needs to try and sync up a little bit more with Vinsmoke. We haven't seen Vinsmoke playing the Kaja this time. He might be banned off this game, but MHRLK Esports, they might double down on the Lancelot again, but no, ALVA 8 says, you're not getting it. You're not getting the tank slot once again. I'm sorry, Kelvin. You're just extremely annoying with that game. But at the same time, Fredrin once again completely ignored from both sides. That's 1 point. 2, Fanny also completely ignored as well. So it might be a little bit of a surprise factor because if you think about it, Fanny on ALVA 8 means MHRLK Esports has a way to deal with it with the wall charge. But Fanny on MHRLK Esports, ALVA 8 as of yet has no solutions whatsoever. So MHRLK Esports has pretty much shown their hand that they have banned the Kufra before, indicating that there might be a possibility, but that didn't exactly happen because they pretty much doubled down for the Lancelot, right? So this time, ALVA 8 might be baited into this, knowing that MHRLK might bring in the Fanny this time.
Yeah, it's either if they don't ban the Fanny, the only choice that they have in that roaming role, probably you are going to be looking at the roaming Kaja, a jungle Akai, something along the lines, or the Fredrin once more. The fact that Martis was banned out is a big indicator, and ALVA 8 themselves bans out the Kaja. MHRLK, they are going to be feel so much more comfortable if they decide to go for the Fanny, if they have a chance to go for the Fanny,
Oh
the
no.
Kufra ban to wrap up that ban phase, and now ALVA 8 have a very, very important choice to make.
Oh no, MHRLK, they are going to be sticking to their Game 1's draft once again. They are potentially going to take the Ruby away, and ALVA 8, they have to sense this. They know for a fact that they want to play the Ruby again to try and annoy if the ALVA 8 decides to go for the Fredrin pickup. So they're not really afraid about this. Fanny against the Fredrin is really, really strong against them. And ALVA 8, they don't go for it, but they are going to double down for the Lolita instead. So... you hate to see it. It was all a setup.
We saw this coming from a mile away.
No!
From the bans itself, the fact that ALVA 8 banned on the Kaja is basically giving that Fanny on a silver platter for MHRLK.
Oh, you hate to see moments like this. It was a perfect setup for the Fanny, and ALVA 8 thinking that it wasn't gonna happen. I like how MHRLK was hiding this Kufra ban in game number 1. And ALVA 8 thought, there's no way they're bringing the Fanny, right? But little did they know they already brought in the Lancelot. And this time, with Fanny getting pulled in, and the only other hero that can pretty much stop a Fanny is pretty much either... Actually, there are still a lot here. Cho, Paquito, Akai to a certain degree. But this pretty much puts ALVA 8 in a situation where, you know what? You're not getting a Fredrin. You're forced to play the Akai jungle. Pretty much the only other thing left to kind of deal with this Fanny, I guess ALVA 8 has no other choice but to go for the Akai. But if they go for the Fredrin, there's no one that can actually stop this Fanny.
Even with Akai, he's not exactly the most effective one overall, right? There's so many things that he needs to accomplish in this fight, in this game itself. Honestly, I feel like this Fanny pick was basically handed to them, right? We saw that Kaja ban, and it's by courtesy of ALVA 8. They put so much emphasis in getting XDN's hero to be the last pick. But I don't think it's going to matter too much at this point. We just have to see what ALVA 8 settles for. I think the Akai probably is the best course. They can still stick with the Fredrin. Big problem for ALVA 8 in this game too.
Oh, hopefully, and I mean really hopefully ALVA 8, they are going to be able to find a way to deal with this Fanny so far. Like yesterday we've seen games where Fanny didn't exactly have the highest win rate, but based on this composition, if ALVA 8 is able to just completely dodge Fanny all the way through, they're going to be able to win the later stage of the game. But can they buy enough time to that stage? It's going to be a big problem. Meanwhile, from the side of MHRLK Esports, it's going to be them completely looking to snowball this game to try and close this game as quickly as they can. A difference of approach in this playstyle, but it all comes down to execution. ALVA 8 on their tournament live drafts right now, going to be forced to play against this Fanny in this composition.
I mean, MHRLK just feeling so much confidence. One last game for MHRLK, and top 4 will be theirs. Game number 2, MHRLK Esports against ALVA 8. And honestly speaking, Terrence, MHRLK had just looked so much better. And you know, we went through kind of the scenarios, what ALVA 8 has to deal with, especially when there's a Fanny on the side of MHRLK. But overall, if we get to that late game, I still think that MHRLK has the better edge over ALVA 8.
Well, all things considered, they are playing this a little bit safe for now, but we do see a little bit of harassment on towards the Fanny, still farming his way through down the bottom. We do hear the effects coming in, but as of yet, ALVA 8 looking for the kick. Mana Yex playing a little bit slow. They're harassing the gold team this time, and Vinsmoke taking a little bit too much damage. And within the right angle, Kelvin is going to be able to punish Ball, but Vinsmoke playing a little bit dangerously, going to be recalling back in front. We do see interceptions coming in, but nope, that is going to be a little bit skirmish here. Daizo's stats is going to be up on screen, but bottom lane, we do see the fights coming in. Zion going to be the caught in the midst of the commotion, and Kelvin waited for a little bit longer, but he gets the kill on Zion. This is where things are going to get a little bit tough here for the Fredrin.
This is really bad news. Fanny getting an XP advantage, able to get the early recall and continue clearing the jungle. This XN being put behind is horrible, considering that the turtle is going to be up. He will hit the level 4 right now, but Jirachi almost walks into an ambush. CJ is going to be around. He will have his ultimate off of that passive XP. And Calvin, when he gets that gold crab, it's going to be that turtle contest. And I'm not sure if ALVA 8 can even contest this.
Yeah, this is a little bit difficult here, but at the same time, MHRLK, they're having full control. Jirachi's coming from the setup as well, but I don't think they can actually do too much. It's all about the waiting game. Jirachi showing some dominance in the bottom the river, but at the same time, the biggest threat here is going to be Turtle. And ALVA 8, they missed the 30-second window. That means Kelvin already got his purple buff, and this is going to be a problem for them.
They keep baiting Jirachi in. Kelvin, he's just gonna get it, gets taunted by the Brethren, real manipulation now used. The counter feather airstrike is there, but no kills coming out yet for ALVA 8. CJ barely walking out. Jirachi not dead. Jirachi able to dash towards the backline, getting the choke. NS goes down. CJ still alive, able to keep himself away. And while that was happening, Kelvin already working on the turtle. Jirachi will be around, but XGen not able to get in range to contest this. The turtle most likely going over to Kelvin. Vinsmoke will try, but try as he may, he will not do it.
Nicely done coming in from MHRLK Esports here. ALVA 8, a little bit unfortunate when it came to that skirmish. Discontinue it, but you can see Jirachi having a little bit more comfort with this Arlot, but at the same time, Zion just not having the time of his life so far. Every single time he opens up the map, MHRLK is there to focus fire and take him down. That's going to be a problem because eventually he needs to follow up with the rest of his team. And currently, MHRLK, this is not giving to him here. Kelvin showing dominance on the top side. He's going to be invading the jungles of ALVA 8. And do they actually help him out? Because as of now, we do see an ambush coming in the top side. And Zion is going to potentially fight, but Kelvin dodges his way through. All right.
Again, Frederick, not the best candidate to catch a Fanny. Overall, Kelvin is still ahead in the XP, I believe. Accent really trying to go for the invade, but with CJ around, it's not going to be an easy target to take down. Jirachi jumping onto him. They want this purple buff. They want to get it away from this Fanny, but with Daizo around, real manipulation, the counter feather airstrike, trying to get rid of CJ. They will finally take him out, thanks to Jirachi. And then NIX late to the party, ALVA 8 walks away with the kill.
Oh, still very, very scary attempt coming from ALVA 8. They got a very nice pick off onto Grok, but at the same time, pay attention to items here coming in from Xion. He's so far away from his next itemization as well, but at the same time, top side, great final slash from Jirachi! Turns the tide, slows down the tempo of Kelvin, and this is the saving grace that they need. They need to slow down the snowball coming in to buy time, and hopefully with this, Zion's going to be able to get the economy that he needs to actually tank through the burst for MHRLK, because as of yet, Zion is just so far off from his next item.
And MHRLK needs to understand that this is a tank Arlot. He is 3-0 with a flicker in hand and the tenacity. You are not going to be able to burst him, even if you are the Fanny. Like you mentioned, the fact that the Fanny went down is very good news. XN now catching up in terms of experience. The Numenon Blast by Vinsmoke not connecting onto CY, but it did force the flicker out of him though. Jirachi once more showing at the Turtle Pit. ALVA 8 finally bringing that game back to an even state.
Oh boy, ALVA 8 now finally getting a little bit momentum here. They're not afraid of Fanny. Kelvin doesn't have the purple buff that he needs, but Zion is going to be there to provide the business. They're calling all hands on deck for MHRLK Esports, whereas ALVA 8, they're not prepared for this as well, but pay attention to this. Vinsmoke, he doesn't have the Numenon Blast. A little bit of a misplace, but ALVA 8 not prepared for this. That's going to be an easy turtle for MHRLK. Meanwhile, the trades coming in. ALVA 8 takes a tier 1 down bottom.
Way better start for ALVA 8, getting a bit more space for themselves. CJ not bullying Jirachi like he did in game number 1. And the fact that this Fredrin is getting close to catching up with the Fanny is very good news. But MHRLK is still able to clear those ways very swiftly. And at the end of the day, it's not easy to catch this Fanny. Kelvin just needs to remember, you cannot dive this Arlot.
This is a little bit of a patient games coming in, but ALVA 8, they finally hold on. But here comes the final slash. They force the wall charge coming in, but at the same time, can he kill him? Jirachi, no, he cannot. He just doesn't have the damage. Jirachi is finally gotten to the stage where he's just so tanky. In this case, ALVA 8, they've got triple Dreadnought armors up on their players for Fredrin, Arlot, as well as the Lolita. That means this Fanny's power spike is going to start to diminish at this stage of the game.
And ALVA 8 even has 2 Purifies on both their cores. The MHRLK will find it a bit harder to catch the Claude and the Farsa. Turtle spawning very soon down bot, but I don't think MHRLK might have time to catch it. CY just getting a Malefic Roll. He's just hitting his timing so early on the goal laners that he plays. And MHRLK is sticking together, all 5 men.
Yep, NIX as of yet hasn't been seen to set up all those Way of the Dragons kicks yet. MHRLK gonna be in a little bit of awkward position. Zion looking for the taunt. NIX will be dodging their way through. But Jirachi upgrading into the antique Q Ras first. That means he is gonna be even more attack power reduction for Kelvin. But the rest of the teams, they are slowly skirmishing their way through, but eventually Kelvin will not have the damage to actually push through this triple tank composition. And the Beatrix, I don't think it's going to be enough as sustain as well, as Aaron Shiki will be able to farm his way through on the top side.
And MHRLK actually, losing out on the side lane. ALVA 8 constantly pushing that top and bottom in. And it's Jirachi not the easiest to burst down. Turtle has spawned. Kelvin, he is going to show up. Able to get away in time. Jirachi swiping Kelvin to the side. The wall charge just a bit too late. ALVA 8 finding a crucial catch on this Fanny.
Oh, finally, ALVA 8 finds the moment that they needed as well. Both Jirachi and also Zion pulling it out big, and MHRLK doesn't seem to be able to do too much about this situation. They dropped the blunder, and just like that, Amashiki already in position to fight this as well. CJ looking for that wall charge wombo combo, but with no jungler intact, this Lord is going to be a lost cause. And they're not even going to try for this as well. So ALVA 8 keeping the tournament's life at stake alive for now momentarily.
And you can see the damage from this Arlot. He is single-handedly dealing with Kelvin. And finally, this Fanny, I can say effectively shut down by ALVA 8. Mid-tier 1 taken also. And ALVA 8 is showing a bit more presence in the MHRLK jungle.
Oh my goodness. MHRLK now playing a very, very slow game. ALVA 8, they need to put on a little bit more pressure, but based on these items here as well, we do see Dominance Ice Purchase is going to be up very, very soon. Eventually, Kelvin not going to be able to do too much here. They've got two debuffers coming from MHRLK. It was one from the Fanny, one from CJ. That's going to be armor reduction all the way through, but they need to find a way to set up for this Beatrix. And so far, CY hasn't had that opportunity to go for those free auto attacks just because of how the wombo combos coming from ALVA 8 is a little bit too devastating. And this poking strategy coming from MHRLK is not working out at all. And ALVA 8 just can't really do too much about the situation.
Yeah, we haven't really seen NIS catching anyone also. And that is going to slowly be a problem that MHRLK needs to deal with. You want to be able to isolate these targets from ALVA 8. They will take care of the Lord, both top and mid lane taken care of as well, and Kelvin shoving up that bot side. So at the end of the day, MHRLK able to minimize the damage to their base.
Oh my goodness, Kelvin is trying his best, but eventually he's going to get caught up. But here comes the cancel. Zion, he's going to catch him all the way through, but Jirachi in no position to interject with the final slash, so he's going to be able to get away. But it does split off the rest of the teams. We got a bottom side. They want to try and force a fight, but they don't really know where the Frederick or the Arlot is. As MHRLK, they're still hesitating if they want to try and force the issue. But Aaron Shiki dropping a little bit low. The wall touch with some nature clutch from Aaron Shiki. He actually survives and gets out.
Even uses the Purify just to make sure that he doesn't get crowd control. NIX did use his flicker just now. Now use the Conceal. Shunfall over the wall. Jinkundo is there. Vinsmoke following up with the stun. Very durable on the show. Kicks Vinsmoke away. The Appraiser's Wrath not doing enough damage, and the taunt unfortunately not in range. Meanwhile, Jirachi was able to harass Kelvin and get out of that. ALVA 8 doing a fantastic job. In fact, 2,000 goal advantage.
Oh my goodness, Aaron Shiki with the fast fingers. They knew that was going to happen. But at the same time, here comes the Fanny. But ALVA 8, they're at a stage where this Fanny is no longer relevant. It all comes down to whether or not CY is going to be able to tally for the team. Because as of yet, MHRLK, they need to find damage for this Beatrix. They need to fight the Swambo combo. And the only way they win that is if ALVA 8 completely groups up in the 5 and allows CY to completely shut them down. But based on the positions of ALVA 8, that seems to be a little bit difficult to do so. But as of yet, they're all split up. They're looking for the Lord push. And MHRLK, they have no choice but to commit for this fight. They are grouping up as 5, and Kelvin hasn't shown himself yet. They have Jirachi blocking the pathway, but the Lord will be reset from ALVA 8.
Unlucky. ALVA 8 going for the pounce. NIX is the target. They try to save it. Good wall charge, and now Kelvin goes in. The Luminal Blast actually not connecting. NIX almost arriving, but Aaron Shiki straight to the back line with the blazing duet. That is why you put this man on the cloth. And Leora also showing up, getting those kills with that feather airstrike. CJ, fourth to go. ALVA 8 have found life in this game.
Oh, very, very smart setups coming from ALVA 8. MHRLK, they thought they could get out, but the Numenor bless up setup from Vince Smoke at the backline to cut off that entry point was beautiful. Nevertheless, as MHRLK could not do anything, and ALVA 8 just coming back on top of this game, bouncing back, fighting for the tournament lives, and this is exactly the ALVA 8 we're looking forward to. But Tosai, they get the kill on towards Kelvin.
And this Fanny now is completely irrelevant in the game. MHRLK, what do you have left? CY needs to be the breadwinner right now. Still doing considerable amount of damage on this Beatrix, but to set it up is not going to be as straightforward as MHRLK thinks it is. And NIX couldn't find any opening in. Again, no catch with that Way of the Dragon. In fact, he was the one getting bursted down by ALVA 8.
Oh boy, so far in IX, you know, it's so hard for him to actually set up for those kind of kicks. Right? I was expecting a little bit more Way of the Dragon setups coming from MHRLK, but ALVA 8 just completely, you know, dodging their way through here, you know, dancing around the PAMs, is just making sure that that does not happen. Because every single time NIX tries to make a play, they need to either go in for the Fanny or go in for a couple of fights. But Daiso now going to be forced to use the real vision, and Lord crashing in. They have to collapse onto this.
And the airstrike forcing Daiso back. NIX once more looking for an opening. Kelvin straight to the back line, tries to go for a one-shot. Almost assassinates Eliora, but didn't do enough. Lord's gonna start crashing in. MHRLK will be able to clear that out very quickly. NIX once more not getting an entry. Kelvin also trying to draw attention away. At the end of it, ALVA 8 only getting that mid inhibitor. All things considered, MHRLK was able to minimize the damage, and Kelvin also taking care of that bot wave.
Oh no, they know!
Going
They
for
got
the snipe. Kelvin!
Oh no.
Two of it. Can you get a counter kill? Or at least get out. Jirachi dashing onto him, but Kelvin have enough iron cables.
He doesn't have the energy. He doesn't have the
coming
purple
in,
buff.
able to knock him up, intercepting this Fanny.
Oh, beautiful game sense coming from Euphoria. What a catch. But they do get off Aaron Shiki on the sides as well for this Beatrix. So this is going to buy a little bit more time as they try to split off the fight. Here comes the kick. He's not going to connect. He's going to get taunted by Xion once again. And finally, the Way of the Dragon Flicker catches Jirachi. They won't be able to turn the tides, and ALVA 8, they're scrambling, but they do have one of the tankiest heroes in the front lines, and MHRLK, they barely hang on, but they were able to hold out for now.
Top inhibitor also goes down. ALVA 8 doing just chipping away at MHRLK Esports, brick by brick. Less than 40 seconds until the third Lord of this game. MHRLK have found some remedy to deal with ALVA 8, but you need these individual heroics. You need NIX to be the one that get these pickoffs. You need CY to snipe Aaron Shiki once more from 10 miles away, and it's not easy to accomplish.
Yeah, definitely going to be a very difficult task. In this case, Kelvin needs to try and split off both the Arlott as well as the Fredrin in order to make a little bit of a crack on the defense for MHRLK to punish the back lines, because as soon as I say this, they do get the catch. They are going to punish Windsmoke right from the get-go. That's a little bit more room for the side of MHRLK Esports, and that's exactly what they intend to do. They finally found the sauce to actually fight this, but ALVA 8 still grouping up as 4. They are still relatively strong, and Aaron Shiki looking pretty solid as well. The snipes are coming in. Aaron Shiki forced to back out, but Eloria getting sniped from afar. CY still keeping his distance from afar. He's a little bit too far off to regroup with his team, whereas MHRLK trying to dance around the Lord Pit, but ALVA 8 not committing yet. They're waiting up for Finspool to connect, but they lose NIX in this place. And here comes Jirachi with the play, but the counter won't touch from MHRLK. Turns the tide, kills off Zion. That's going to be the first immortality, but he's dropped down so low. He needs to back up, and Aaron Shiki, he's holding on with his dear life with the blazing duet, and he is going to be able to survive. He needs to run, but here comes Kelvin. But he's not going to go for interaction, but no, the cross. But Aaron Shiki, he dodges it. He sets up the play for Eloria to kill CJ. What an outplay coming from both sides, and ALVA 8 still hangs on at the balance.
Both teams showing this individual prowess. All these plays, this is what we wanted to see. MHRLK, you need players like NIX to get these great plays. You need CY to get the snipe, and ALVA 8 not willing to be outdone. MHRLK now on the back foot without CJ for 18 seconds. Lord down to less than half health. Vinsmoke staying in front. They have the conceal play. NIS, can you find the opening? Lord is dropping low. Kelvin is on the side, but they cannot find an entry in. Maybe CY can get a snipe. This is a very tense moment. They won't have time to wait for CJ to come right back, and with Jirachi putting his body in front, they need some way to get through Jirachi. A lot of damage on this Aura. Jirachi going down, but the Lord getting secure. Eliura pushing MHRLK back. ALVA 8 getting the objective for themselves.
Oh, nice attempt coming in from MHRLK Esports. They got the kill onto his Jirachi, but it was pretty much zoned out as well. Too much damage, and MHRLK wasn't expecting ALVA 8 to take a decisive battle onto his Lord Pit right here, right now. And this is actually going to buy a little bit more time for ALVA 8, but at the same time, here comes the kick. They force a fight. They go in for the catch, and they got the kill on Arashiki. Zion as well is going to fall, and ALVA 8, they may have won the Lord, but the surprise catch from MHRLK is going to save their tournament lives a little bit more. But Winsmoke now tries to make a run for it as well, but there's only so much this Lolita can do. And Loria, he's stuck in IX. Looking for the kick once again. They really want to get more kills out of this. The snipes coming from CY. Starting to pay off from the side of MHRLK Esports.
I feel like we've seen this before, Terrence. MHRLK making a comeback. They did it yesterday, and it was against an even bigger deficit. NIX once more. Look for Jirachi. Eliora with better airstrike. Can you get the snipes? Yes! Set up by Jirachi. They get rid of Daiso and CJ, and ALVA 8 still alive. CY, the most important target, but they cannot get to him.
That's the most beautiful setup I've seen coming for ALVA 8, right? Numenon Blast coming in, and we've got the complete broom from Jirachi sweeping them with the final slash in towards the Numenon Blast to actually go for the setup. So there was a little bit of misplays coming from MHRLK Esports, so it's not going to be over yet. It looks like a comeback by ALVA 8. They have the aggression, and they're calling all teams here to actually go for the defense. And CY almost losing his life, but the Crystal will be focused down, and Numenon Blast will stop them in his track, and ALVA 8 will try to drag this out, but no, he's not dead, but the Blazing Twin will be enough to finish him off, and they try to close this out, and they will tie the series in the lower brackets.
Finally, some signs of life for ALVA 8. Not done just yet for the night, but it was as close as it can get. Very good management in stopping this Fanny from snowballing, and MHRLK just misplaying some of these moments. The overzealousness from this Fanny. They thought they had the lead. They overestimated themselves, and ALVA 8 punished every single opening that was given to them. But it came pretty close. MHRLK almost made a comeback. And if it's not for Eliroa, if it's not for Jirachi, if not for Aaron Shiki making these plays as the carry of the team, I think we'd have seen a 2-0 ending.
Oh my goodness. ALVA 8, an absolute monstrous game here. Finally bounced back with a very, very long day so far. They finally found the mojo, and MHRLK also putting them out at the edge. But to be honest, one of the saving grace was pretty much this fight right here. The Numenon setup coming from Vinsmoke, and he was pretty much Jirachi with the final sweep, completely pushing CJ and Daiso into it for the follow-up wombo combo to deny the comeback opportunity. And this is where things are getting a little bit different here as we head into his game number 3, because MHRLK, they need to adapt to this, but at the same time, ALVA 8 finally getting used to the Arlon. Jirachi just popping off in this game.
Yep, and we see the tank Arlon. There's so much value in these fights. When you have all these constant crowd controls from your team, you keep proccing the Demon Mark from that passive, and all these dashes, eventually it's going to, outlast MHRLK Esports. And I just feel like NIX had the same problem as Vinsmoke from game 1, where he wasn't able to find any pickoffs. He got some in the later stages of the game, but it was just not enough. MHRLK was so far behind that ALVA 8, you have all these one-shot moments. Eliora untouched in this game, 4-0 in Sparsa.
Yeah, and even these items as well, Kelvin will pretty much the core momentum snowball player coming from MHRLK Esports, right? They needed to snowball her pretty hard, but the moment ALVA 8 in the first 4, they lost a couple kills, right? The moment they had those Dreadnought armors up on Jirachi, Aaron Shiki, and Vinsmoke, this is where things got a little bit different here, because they were not able to actually die off just off the burst coming from the Fanny Cable. So that is something that I think MHRLK Esports weren't expecting, that ALVA 8 was able to progress into that stage of the game, but the moment that happens, this is where ALVA was just playing it very patiently here. They know for a fact that Arashiki is going to be able to go out for a couple of cleanup crews, and a couple more fights later, they pretty much just came up on top. So well done coming from them. I was a little bit worried from this draft as well, but so far, in 2 days in a row, Fanny's win rate completely non-existent at all.
Yeah.
And it seems like it might be a consideration that Fanny might be taken out of the entire pool at altogether.
Yeah, and this Fanny pick was set up throughout the entire game. You know, MHRLK basically, you know, set up the bans, the draft, just for this Fanny pick. We even had AES banning out the Kaja, but it didn't matter. At the end of the day, AES able to pull out a dub. And once more, right? It's happy to see Arashiki back on that claw. Just you can see how comfortable he was on that hero. But the true hero of this game too, Eliora on this far side, just clean, untouched, 4-0 and 10, 82.4% participation, but the total damage 73,000.
Yeah, definitely deserves it as well, because every single time he drops his feathered air strike, MHRLK can't exactly push forward, and every single time they tried to deny him, he was able to survive it all. Biggest threat here is none other than Eliora himself. A little bit questionable from Game 1. Game 2, definitely a big redemption coming in from Eliora, as MHRLK Esports needs to try and figure out what they need to do for this next upcoming ban, because the Fanny game didn't exactly work out in their favor at all for game number 2.
Yeah, with how clean game 1 was, I mean, you really have to admire the tenacity of ALVA 8, how they recovered from game 1 and, you know, how they bounced back. And of course, it's not the cleanest game. There were moments where you really felt like ALVA 8 dropped the ball. But at the end of the day, we wanted to look for these individual moments. And ALVA 8, they showed up. These individual players really made the play of their lives when they needed it the most.
Yep, Jirachi, you know, we finally having a little bit of synchronization with those final slashes, it actually helped them a little bit more. And hopefully, this is going to build up a little bit more confidence for ALVA 8 to actually come back and try and to take the W and maybe scale into a lower bracket. But all things considered, MHRLK Esports, it's not over yet. But we are going to give a little bit of breather for both teams to figure out what they need to do in this game number 3, because we are going to be taking a very, very short break now. And right after this break, we'll be continuing to find out who will be eliminated and who advances.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, I showed the run. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
We're back for the final bout between these two teams, MHRLK Esports and ALVA 8 in the lower bracket semi-finals. You're with us again. My name is Husky. Alongside me is Terrence ICBaby12. One last game to find out who is the third team to make it to the challenge finals and which team will get knocked out.
Well, all things considered, it is going to be a very, very close one here because right now, elimination match is on the line. The tournament lives is on the line, I'm sorry. But at the same time, MHRLK Esports here, pretty strong game number one. Game number two, a little bit risky. I like the setup coming for the Fanny so far, but 2 games, 2 different teams so far. Tried to play the Fanny, didn't exactly work out. Actually, yesterday as well, I think there was another game, GPX, with the Fanny. Didn't exactly do too well. So, I'm hoping, and I'm just hoping, maybe, just maybe, finally completely just get ignored in the current patch. And of course, there is still certain conditions of why Fanny is still not that strong, right? You need still certain S-tier heroes to be able to deal with it. And so far, ALVA 8 may not have the strongest counter in early stage game, but they do have one of the strongest and tankiest hero to annoy the heck out of Fanny in the later stage game.
And we saw, I believe it was MHRLK that dealt with the Fanny, with the Grog, right? With the anti-Kuras early on. It's either MHRLK or Euphoria. It's one of these teams yesterday.
Yeah,
that did that. And so there are plenty of answers to Fanny. I agree.
Okay, it was Euphoria and GPX. Both.
Euphoria, GPX.
Both also. It was actually GPX who actually did the Dreadnought armor composition, right? And I like how ALVA 8 was able to integrate that kind of game sense and also used it against the Fanny. So it was very, very interesting way of actually playing this game. But it actually works out in favor, and it's just so much value coming in from ALVA 8. And maybe MHRLK Esports might just rethink it. You know what? We set up for the Fanny, didn't exactly work out. But you did talk about this as well, as Kelvin does lean on assassin-style junglers instead as a preference. So maybe this game, it's time to play a little bit more textbook, respect the Fredrin, take it for himself, deny it away from ALVA 8.
Or the Martyrs, right? Martyrs has also been a very, very popular option for most of these teams, and I'm just very surprised that the Martyrs has been let through. Sometimes not even banned, but just no teams consider it because we saw these jungle picks going to that last phase, and Martyrs just doesn't feel like that last pick material.
Well, it seems to be the case as well, but once again, ALVA 8 just preferring on the red side all the way through. And MHRLK Esports now going to be in a situation where they're going for identical bans. But this time,
finally,
they will respect the Arlot. And it makes so much sense because the final swing coming in from, the final stash coming from Haran Shiki in the previous game was one of the demise of MHRLK Esports. Every single time they try to set out a play, it didn't exactly work out. However, knowing that this time, without the Arlot and only the Fredrin available, maybe, just maybe...
Well, Fredrin is no more.
Oh, yeah, now with 2 of these heroes completely denied, and if they are able to mirror the same sort of game styles and play style from game number 1, just maybe the Fanny might work out for game 3.
I think we're looking at the Martyrs angle right now, right, for MHRLK. It feels like when you take out the Fredrin and you want to go for a jungle first pick and Fredrin is not in the pool and the Lancelot gets banned, this has to be either a Kaja. Well, Farmis also a Kaja, Farmis, Martyrs. There are some decent angles for them to go for, but I think for MHRLK, you're probably looking at a Farmis opening.
Yeah, I think Farmis is going to be the safe bet coming from MHRLK Esports, right? It's either Farmis, either Valentina. Yves is not right up there, but I think Martis also should be up there as well in this composition. So MHRLK Esports, they have to make the option here. Do they go for it? Because I feel like the safest bet right now is just to play the Farmis, maybe keep it open for a potential roaming possibility for MHRLK, and then play around that composition.
Yeah, you can go for the Farmis, and then, yeah, there it is, Farmis opening, then you can flex it, but at the same time, if ALVA doesn't take, MRTs away, suddenly it becomes a very, very good option for MHRLK. You have all these incredibly strong anti-CC, close quarter combat, team fights. You have a way to get onto this this Valentina, which we haven't seen for a long, long time. Counter call Alta, I suppose, but I want to see that Kaja. I think that is something that ALVA needs to kind of consider. But overall, it's more of a red pill, blue pill. If you take Kaja, then Artist goes over to MHRLK.
No, I think this is where Kaja is in a very awkward position, right? If you want to go for a push and pull effect, obviously, we've seen teams kind of play Faramis, Digi before, sometimes in a hit and miss, but we've seen teams play Faramis with glue. So this is something that I think ALVA 8 has to deny it away. Obviously, it's going to happen as well. S-tier pick on the XP lane, completely denied for zoning tactics. But at the same time, for a Faramis here, this is a pretty even matchup. Yes, he is annoying. You won't be able to go for the pull strategy, but there are still multiple heroes that can resemble that. In this case, Franco is going to be one as well. Diki is also going to be another one that actually has some kind of pull and push and pull strategy. Diki also going to be very, very annoying in that regards. But so far, we haven't seen the Diki Faramis strategy for a couple patch after the nerfs coming in from Faramis. So I don't think they would risk playing that, considering the ALVA 8 can mirror it up. But I agree, the Kaja seems to be a better choice for MHRLK.
Yes. A lot of catch for MHRLK, a lot of single target catch from them, but you are also opening up decent options for Eliora on this Valentina. Right now you have the Cult Altar, you can steal, you can take the Divine Judgment. That's where the Martis goes over to ALVA 8. I personally do prefer to see the Martis first on MHRLK, and then we talk about gold laners, the marksman on the second phase. But priorities for MHRLK is to secure the Melissa, maybe because there's a glue, maybe they're worried that ALVA 8 is going to pick a dive comp. So now Martis given away to ALVA 8, you diminish the value of both this Faramis and Kaja.
Yeah, I think the Martis here is just good in a sense where it's just very, very annoying to deal with. But at the same time, I don't think the Martis is a big threat against MHRLK Esports composition. And why do I think that is that, yes, they do have some sort of armor shredding coming in from, sorry, not armor shredding, some sort of wave clear actually due with the 10 HP coming in. But with one wrong move, he is going to get punished very, very heavily from this composition from MHRLK. So I guess, to a certain degree, it's still pretty 50-50 in the drafts. I like that both sides has adaptations, but the Hanzo ban coming from ALVA 8, this is where things get a little bit interesting because MHRLK, Calvin can actually bring that to the table. But based on what I'm seeing here, I just think maybe if they want to double down on Fanny again, it isn't too bad for MHRLK Esports.
Fanny into a Martis? Last time
now,
we saw
now that I think about it,
last
no,
time we saw
absolutely
it,
not. You can't really play around the counter altar as well, so
it's a horrible idea, right? Like,
horrible, terrible idea.
Because Martis with the with the Ashura, he has 3 instances to cancel Iron Cables. It makes life of Fanny too hard. I think it's a risk that MHRLK probably don't want to take. Again, right, when you run the Faramis, you generally want to stick with the Faramis. Jungler's prop. Now it feels like the Arkai is not too bad of a choice, but if Arkai is the case, then MHRLK severely lacks damage, and it is a worry.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case as well. I think MHRLK Esports might be leaning on towards a potential higher booster for themselves. Not personally a big fan of it, but at the same time, they need somebody in the front lines of the jungle vicinity. So in this case, Arkai is pretty much counterproductive of what the counter kind of sets out to do, right? So they definitely need... I think Karina tank isn't too bad. It's not a big preference for me. Oh my god, with the Kufra coming in, Karina's life is going to get a little bit more difficult here for ALVA 8. So they're expecting MHRLK to go for the Fanny. So picking the Kufra as a defensive matchup kind of limits a lot of the assassin junglers coming from MHRLK Esports. And pretty much, I think there's only like what, maybe Derov, maybe even a Yin if they wanted to go for. I don't see the Yin coming from MHRLK.
Lapu Lapu, I guess, is the best choice. A lot of
XP, but the jungle, that's the thing. Jungle, it's tough. They've got a pretty decent ones, but they need an even stronger one in the front line. And what can I think of?
Baraz, but even Baraz is way too slow to keep up with ALVA 8. So they actually go for the Karina.
No choice, apparently. Just to stack it out with the Divine Judgment, I'm not a big fan of this composition, but if this is a tank Karina, it makes sense, it helps the team, but if it goes for damage, they don't really have a lot of strong frontliners, and ALVA 8 won't be able to pick them apart. This is a problem for MHRLK Esports.
I don't think MHRLK Esports even wants a team fight with this comp, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's, sure, you have the farmers, but you look at what ALVA 8 has, and again, the value of this farmers and Kaja just gets diminished thanks to this robust triple frontline from ALVA 8, the CC immunity.
Oh my god.
This
Claude.
final pick, the Claude, right?
Yeah.
The Claude was also still.
Claude is pretty much one of the greatest one to deal with it. It's either the Claude or the.
I guess the Brody isn't
the
too bad
Melissa,
also.
but okay, they're going for the Brody. Going for a little bit of poke here to actually deal with the Karina. I guess that's gonna be a way to actually deal with it for ALVA 8. Very scary, strong opening coming from ALVA 8. Meanwhile, MHRLK Esports tries to go for a little bit of a risky gamble to play around the count altar. Hopefully, it is gonna work out in their favor.
Yeah, this is going to be again the
Close.
final game for one of these teams. ALVA 8, definitely not not the team that wants to be in this position, but they had to take on GameLab, and the fact that they were able to take out MHRLK Esports early on gives them a bit of hope. And this draft gives everyone who supports ALVA 8 a belief that maybe they can beat MHRLK.
Well, this is where things are going to get a little bit interesting as well, because one of these teams are going to be eliminated by the end of this series. The decider match comes in with ALVA 8 tying the score in game number 2, bringing it into his game number 3. The decider match of this lower bracket semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game 3 for MHRLK Esports versus ALVA 8. Philippines versus Indonesia.
A lot of emphasis. We've seen examples of Karina. I believe that one was from AA Esports. Love to run the Karina. Karina always gets a hit, but her getting a hit alone isn't enough to win you the game, and that is kind of the characteristic of this assassin, right? Late game, you really fall off, and in this scenario, do you really want to go for the tank? Like MHRLK, they're lacking tank, but they're also lacking damage.
Yeah, at the same time, I understand that the Melissa coming from MHRLK Esports is such a denial pick from ALVA 8. I'm just surprised it didn't double down with the Claude. Claude is just one of the greatest ways to actually deal with the Cloud Altar. But now here's some stats for Eliora, the MVP for game number 2 with his Farsa plays. This time bringing in a Valentina.
Oh!
Hopefully it's going to be a little bit better.
When they look for Aaron Shiki, Daiso! So one last auto attack for the first blood. MHRLK off to a great start. And the fact that they were able to take out the Brody adds on so much value. The lane bully himself going down.
Yeah, this is where things gonna get a little bit interesting as well. MHRLK not playing around anymore. Kelvin gonna try and dodge his fight against the Kufa very soon. The counter engagement comes in, but he will be able to retreat the jungle away, denying Zion a little bit of those resources coming in. But with about 10 seconds left before the turtle actually spawns, MHRLK, they're not in position to contest, but ALVA 8, they're setting up an ambush to actually push and shove the lane down bottom. So this is going to be a late rotation coming from MHRLK for this next engagement.
CJ still has that ult to work with, and of course, Axian starting on the turtle. CJ going in, instantly gets crowd control, forced to flicker to safety. And that is a big advantage for ALVA 8. Now they've been forcing this Lapu Lapu away. Calvin shows up. Jirachi, not really the target though. He's way too tanky. And there it is, Windsmoke right into the midst of things. The Call Ultra keeping MHRLK alive for a bit longer. And Liora steals the ultimate away. And it's his turn to return that favor. MHRLK Esports basically getting fed their own medicine.
Oh my goodness, that was a complete stalemate, and as of yet, you can see Zion now a little bit more confident going for those invades. MHRLK gonna get completely demolished in this game so far. But with that being said, that's gonna be the orange buff stolen away from MHRLK Esports. Meanwhile, bottom side, CJ needs to make a little bit more space for his team here, but it's gonna be tough with this Lapu Lapu. But with the top side being set here, ALVA 8 having a little bit more confidence compared to the game, and all eyes are going to be up on Windsmoke, whether or not he sets up those counter big plays, because as of yet, MHRLK for NIX, we haven't seen that Divine Judgment catch yet.
And even if you catch someone, if the Call Altar was stolen, it doesn't make too much of a difference, right? MHRLK, the biggest weakness for this draft is you don't want a team fight, but with how ALVA 8 has been taking these fights, they will force you. They will suck you in to go for those 5v5 battles, and it's just not something that MHRLK cannot win. The torn apart memory used, they were able to kidnap Windsmoke, finally taking him down. Now CY in the front line against Aaron Shiki. Kelvin coming through with the backup. Daiso using the Call Altar preemptively, keeping his team alive. XTN not getting any executes.
Oh boy, this is going to be a little bit of a difficult task coming in from MHRLK Esports, because as of yet, ALVA 8 just playing this very, very slowly compared to before. But with the counter count altar coming in, MHRLK will be able to take advantage of this Faramis composition, because as of yet, they have to play this a bit slow. They've got CY on this Melissa, but eventually he's going to be the ones that actually chunk through the counter count altar. This is where ALVA 8 is going to play this with smoke. Mid-smoke, looking for the catch, but they don't seem to be in position to fight at all, as they need to buy time for the team. And because as of now, MHRLK, they don't have the tools to actually challenge ALVA 8 in the back line. So they need to play a little bit slow and wait for this Melissa to pop off. And once this happens, Zion won't be able to do too much. In this case, they are zoning MHRLK from ALVA 8.
And Jirachi himself again, 5v5 is in favor of ALVA 8. Eliora securing the turtle, and NIX able to barely get out, but burns down to Vinsmoke anyways. So ALVA 8 just getting everything that they want.
Yep. And now, with his play coming in, MHRLK not going to be able to do too much in this scenario. They are going to be struggling a little bit more with those wombo combos, as ALVA 8 going to be playing a very, very safe job. But speaking of safe, here comes the catch!
Vinsmoke straight onto CY. Daiso, the absolute savior of his team, Arashiki, can't get the finisher. Torn apart memory, not going through. NIX making sure that this Brody doesn't do damage. MHRLK saving their core.
Oh, what a save coming from NIX to cancel off the torn apart memories before it's casted, keeping him alive. But even with that, I don't think even if it's casted as well, CY might not have died then and there. But still, great counter engagement. Finally, a little bit of a retaliation from MHRLK Esports, and that is going to open up a little more space on the bottom lane. But as of yet, CJ not having the bestest of time, as Jirachi constantly applying so much pressure on this lane. And so far, MHRLK has been caught in a very, very awkward pinch where they need to make decisions where do they help the gold lane or do they focus on this blue? So far, it hasn't been successful for them. However, with this catch coming in,
NIX most likely would go down. No one there to protect him. Daiso not around. And that's going to be a 4-man power on for NIX. ALVA 8 unfortunately won't be able to secure that top 1 turret. The minion wave cleared out. The best news is that Jirachi is having the time of his life. Uncontested level advantage over CJ. And just no one from MHRLK can kill him.
This is... it's really hard to see how MHRLK's winning game plan, right? Like, just because they have to play around this Karina, Calvin hasn't been able to find opportunities to fight. Now, Purple Bomb is gonna get stolen by ALVA 8. I like he make the decision to just completely sack. They try to steal it away. He's able to secure a purple buff on the other side of the map. But to what avail? How long do they need to buy time? Because as of now, Calvin hasn't been able to do his job, and it's tough, especially when there's a Kufa right in your face.
And Arashiki just got the BOD also. Third turtle, ALVA 8, Calvin cutting through. Right into the line of fire. Vinsmoke instantly just knock back CJ. The cold altar will keep him alive for a bit longer, but ALVA 8 does have overwhelming damage. Calvin stealing the turtle away, but Eliora just now also stole the cold altar. And now the flicker forward from Jirachi, keeping MHRLK in place. They get Daiso, but Farmis instantly respawns. ALVA 8 still continuing to fight. Eliora dragged under the turret, but still survive and dashing out. And Rishiki untouched, torn apart memories onto all 5. But the damage is not enough. MHRLK holding the fort.
Oh, beautiful counterplay coming from MHRLK Esports as well. And all the targets ALVA 8 has focused on. They focus on the Lapu Lapu. But at the same time, Zion is getting a little bit too greedy. He's going to run for his life. He's got the Ashura path. But down into the last tick, it is going to be CY. They get to the farm, and this is exactly what MHRLK Esports need. And so far, it has reached a stage where CY will be able to do a decent amount of damage. And based on the items so far, you can see with the Golden Staff and the Corrosion Scythe coming in, this Melissa will eventually be able to chunk through the fake count altar coming from ALVA 8. And so far, Eloria, he has it every single time. But does he have what it takes to fight back?
And what MHRLK needs is to be able to get those turrets. They haven't taken any structures yet. And if they can't do that, they don't get map control, ALVA 8 still ends up being the bigger winner. Vinsmoke once more just playing with that brush. The top tier 2 has already gone down. courtesy of Barashiki. Kelvin just jumps in onto Vinsmoke, but the rest of ALVA are there. Kelvin, I'm not really sure if that's where you want to be at. Jirachi will make sure that he is not going to touch the rest of ALVA 8.
Oh my goodness, this is by far the closest game we've seen all day, and currently Vinsmoke needs to keep in check his way through. He's looking for the 3-man catch, but NIX is there. You know what, if you dive, I'm going to pull you back, but it seems like, you know what, I'm going to pull you anyway situation coming from MHRLK.
He's just out of position. Oh, XN, he can get a huge catch, but decides to not commit for it. Doesn't have Vinsmoke around. You don't want to overstay. Thanks with them, Jirachi, right? This blue is going to be a Manus. Eliora also with them as well. You can see the damage from CY is really starting to spill over to ALVA 8. CJ pulls the trigger right up to the back line, getting the stun onto both Eliora and XN. Eliora able to steal the call Ulta, but the Lord goes over to Kelvin. MHRLK just finding good opportunities. But Ereshiki took out both the tier 1 and tier 2 mid. Jirachi flickers to safety. ALVA A still getting exchanges.
Oh my goodness, what a game coming from both sides. MHRLK with a very, very tight skirmish coming from both sides. And ALVA 8, they dropped the ball with the retribution steals as well. Kelvin being very, very patient in all these fights. And every single time when the brawl comes in, ALVA 8, they're just lacking in overall AoE damage to chunk through the 10 HP. And this was a problem, right? I brought it up at the start of the game. Would they have went for the cloud? Melissa was pretty much in the hands of MHRLK. Brody starting to lose out a lot of this AoE damage. And, you know, it makes a lot of sense why he chose to go in for turret steals instead of actually joining the fight. But because as of now, the only way he's able to capitalize on this fight is going to be able to go for those kind of pickoffs. And MHRLK won't be able to give them those kind of opportunities eventually, especially with the Melissa blade. But yeah, the flicker Divine Judgment.
Instantly kidnapped Winspo, and there it is, a call Ulta keeping everyone alive. But there's a pincer maneuver from ALVA 8 right to the back lines. Doesn't matter though. Too much damage from CY and too much problem for ALVA 8. A team wipe 10 minutes in.
Oh, what a setup coming in from MHRLK Esports. Divine Judgment across the wall, in towards the goal away from Melissa, completely snapping them into an awkward position where ALVA 8 was pretty much choked in this position. Look at this. As soon as they go in, they can't seem to do what they're doing here just because of how they're taking advantage of this Melissa out in this team fight. And this is where ALVA 8, they either run. If they try to run, the Stampede is going to pull them back. If they don't run, they are going to get picked apart by this Melissa, and they're just completely discombobulated in that fight. So, a beautiful combo coming from MHRLK. They were waiting for the right time. This is pretty much go time for them.
And you also brought up, right, the lack of the Claude. That Blazing Duet would have made so much difference, and we start to see kind of this weird piece of puzzle coming from this Brody. It doesn't really fit into the big picture of ALVA 8. And MHRLK Esports winning a 5v5 team fight, something that I wouldn't have imagined to happen. But right now, they are in the lead with a 3,000 net worth advantage. CJ completely recovered from that early deficit. CY top of the network chart.
Oh boy, this is going to be a little bit difficult as well, but as you can see, Jirachi, they are going to pull Kelvin back. This is Karina we're doing for as well. They need to quickly kill him off, but the count also saves the day, keeps him alive. They are going to try and extend the fight. They're all discombobulated, but CY will pick them off one by one. The counter count also comes in, but Eliora, he gets pulled back by the Shadow Stampede. That's going to be a double kill for CY as MHRLK Esports looking to close out the series, knocking ALVA 8, and with only Zion back and Vinsmoke, there's only so much he can do. Zion is down towards 1 HP, Kelvin will finish him off, and now Vinsmoke left alone to defend, but there's no hope for them as MHRLK Esports bounce back, takes the game, takes the series, kicks them out of the tournament.
3 Filipino teams in the top 4. MHRLK Esports will join GameLab and Euphoria Esports. That's a fantastic way to close out this evening. Indonesia down to their last legs. 2 more hopefuls remain, but unfortunately only one of them will claim their rights into the grand finals. But when you look back at Game 3, everything that should have gone right for ALVA 8 gone horribly wrong. This was the straw that broke the camel's back, the tipping point for MHRLK Esports to win the game. And just like you pointed out, that the go away, all these choke point fights, ALVA 8 thought that they had the draft to team fight MHRLK, but just one great decision from NIX to kick things off. And even in this mid fight, ALVA 8, desperation, they want Kelvin, And when you look at where Winsmo was, he couldn't land the Tyrant's Revenge, and that was basically the beginning of the end. No more setup for ALVA 8, Jirachi gets melted, and MHRLK just did whatever they wanted.
Oh, that was a very, very tough game indeed, but GG well played to ALVA 8. MHRLK finally comes up atop. Look at the sigh of relief coming from them. But it is going to be a revenge story coming in from them. Will they be able to rise up? But for now, it's time to say goodbye to ALVA 8 and congratulations to MHRLK Esports, because there is a possibility they are going to be able to get their revenge story. But before that, let's take a look at the items real quick as well. The turning point for MHRLK Esports was pretty much when Kelvin as well as Inayax pretty much got their Radiant Armor purchase. Once that happens, everyone from the side of ALVA 8 did not have those damage power spikes to actually kill him off, if you think about it as well.
And I just want to say that Daiso, just MVP of this entire game. The Call Altar has been phenomenal in keeping the rest of the team alive. And ALVA 8, they had some decent steals with Eliora, getting the farmers out for themselves, but Daiso, the fact that every time ALVA 8 piled on with their skills, Daiso just used the temp HP to negate whatever efficiency coming in from ALVA 8. MHRLK Esports just got the second life to keep fighting, and that's why you see CY ending this game 5-0. That is why you see Daiso 5-1. There's a reason this farmers is so sought after for MHRLK.
Yep, and at the same time as well, MHRLK, you know, once the Radiant Armor actually came off here, Glue just couldn't do anything here. Jirachi was doing a fantastic job in the XP lane to deal with the Lapu Lapu, but eventually Glue doesn't have to wave clear all AoEs to chunk through those 10 HP for the team, whereas the Lapu Lapu will be able to do way much more in this kind of situations. And every single time they force a 5v5 fight, there was no way MHRLK Esports were gonna lose out unless they get isolated. In this case, there was a little bit of hope for A8, but at the same time, it just didn't work out for them, for ALVA 8. But all things considered, let's take a look at the MVP for the match. The MVP for MHRLK Esports is going to be none other than CY himself with the Melissa. Beautiful plays coming from him.
And overall, even in the game that they lost, even in game 2, CY has been instrumental in this gold lane. It's being consistent overall and dishing out that damage. And this is why when we talk about the gold lane, CY has always been in the conversation, right? We see the Melissa, we see the Beatrix, we see the 1-1, CY plays all of them.
Yeah, and seeing how the game actually went for the side of CY, how closely they were playing as well, he was having one of the most perfect games in the gold lane. He was able to bully Dumpster the Brody all the way through. And while that translates his way through, when the team needs him to pop off, he was able to deliver one of the sickest combo here for SPS tournament so far for MLBB. After so many weeks, that was one of the craziest Melissa catches for the team. A choke point, perfect dream Melissa catch coming in from them. But nevertheless, MHRLK, they live up to their expectation. They did not get what they wished for a 2-0, but a 2-1 is still a win.
Yeah, and it's just great, even though we have to wave goodbye to ALVA 8. The fact that they were able to bounce back in game 2, you know, does show that ALVA 8 has some fight in them, just that MHRLK outclassed them overall. Coming up, the final lower bracket series of the group stage, GPX against A8 Esports, the brother team of ALVA 8. Two Indonesian Titans, both of them coming in from the regional qualifiers, but only one of them will earn the spot in the top 4.
Well, this is where things are gonna get a little bit interesting as well, because MHRLK has been eyeing to get the revenge against GPX, the team that knocked them down there, and this time, will GPX be able to respond against them later on? Because right now, before that, they have to redeem themselves by fighting against A8 Esports and overcome that odds. And it is going to be A8 that stops them in their track.
We'll see if that's going to be the case. But for now, we're going to go for a break. When we come back, better strap in. One last best of 3 to see who the final team would make it to the top 4 between GPX and A8.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Hi guys, Assalamualaikum, I'm Ikuto, and today we are going to do a patch rundown for patch 1.7.68. So, let's go through this one by one. Minsita. So basically now Minsita has been reworked. Now the passive has changed. So basically now you are applying stacks to the enemy. So when the stacks reach 5 stacks, the next attack will detonate and it will deal large amount of damage, stun, and also restore some HP. This Spear of Glory, compared to the previous one, Spear of Glory only pulled one enemy, but now it put all enemy in his path into him. So this is going to be a very interesting changes because the Spear of Glory also will stun the enemy if it's on the end of the spear, while it just slow when it's in the middle of the spear. The skill also change, which is the Shield Assault, where now Minsita will bring up his shield and it will just poke enemy in front of you. And also yes, it's also reduce the damage when the damage come from in front of him. Need to notice that second skill Shield Assault is a basic attack, so when you go into the Shield Assault mode, you need to still press the attack button to make sure that you are still poking them. Alright, the next one is King Calling. So basically now it's prevent all enemy in its area from using any movement speed abilities. It also summon Royal Guards and trigger Minsita equipment effect. So let's say if you buy a Demon Hunter sword, or if you buy something like Wind Talker, it also trigger the equipment effects and also trigger the passive, in which the passive, whenever you apply the stack, you apply stuns, damage and heals, but you need to apply it 5 times. So with the help of your Royal Guards, it should be easy for you to obtain and to trigger the passive Mark of the King. Joy, they will have some nerf, or maybe you can call it a rebalance for Joy. They remove the shield effect and now it will deal additional instant damage each time they hit a non-minion unit. So basically what happens is that it looks like they reduce the survivability but they increase the damage. They also changed the skill to Meow the Reader of Joy. So previously you can use it 5 times, now you can only use it 4 times. And to compensate of the shield remove that's happened to her passive, now it will gain shield only when you're hitting the beat. You know, you ting, if you ting, then there's a shield. If there's no ting, then there's no shield. Alright, Freya, quite interesting, right? We never saw this hero anywhere, but skill 1, the Leap of Fate has changed, where it's no longer enhanced by Sacred Orb, or no, does it cost any Sacred Orb. So you can use it freely, and now it can move through obstacle easily. Okay, let's talk about the Spirit Combo, which is the second skill of Freya. The skill cast needed to trigger Leaping Strike reduced from 3 to 2. So now you can easily proc the leaping skill, which is also have the knockout effect. The cooldown is no longer triggered after the skill, it triggered after not continuing to cast the skill with a certain period. Although the airborne duration has been reduced from 0.5 to 0.4, but I think this is quite good because they reduce the force swing time of the skill. So you know, it's easier for you to swing the skill compared to the previous one. Alright, let's talk about Layla. Basically, they reduce the backswing time to allow her to move and attack more efficiently. So basically, when you are trying to running away and you want to shoot the person in front of you, so it's easier for you to shoot compared to previous. However, they reduce the physical attack, but now what's interesting is that her second skill, the Void Projectile, instead of slow, it's stun. Yes, Layla now have stun. Quite interesting. It's only marked the first target hit. 1-1, I'm pretty sure this is more to nerf because although it's increased the damage when you hit the weakness hit, which is the Tiger Pace, the passive, the damage is been increased from 5597 to 70112. Let's talk about the ultimate Crossbow of Tank. So basically, Crossbow of Tank attack range has been reduced. So basically, when you use the 1-1 Crossbow of Tank, previously you can hit further, now you can only hit shorter because of the range. Also, the speed boost while in the air decreased from 10% total movement speed to 100% extra movement speed. Alright, it's not calculated as the total movement speed but only the extra movement speed. Badang, well, Badang basically has been nerfed, kinda sad. For the Malaysia, Badang no longer there. So Badang, the Qigong Fist, the first skill, the damage has been reduced, including the explosion damage. The same for the Fist Crack, the base damage has been reduced. The explosion damage also has been reduced. So I think all the Badang haters, they will be happy. Esmeralda, wow, this is just a simple direct buff. Basically, the first damage has increased from 80% physical attack to 100%, a 30% increase. The second damage increased from 100 plus 55% magic power to 100 plus 75% magic power, so it's easier for you to harass the enemy. While the second skill, the Stardust Dance, this is quite interesting because they reduce the cooldown by 1 in the early game, but for the late game it's still maintained for 3.5 seconds, but it starts at 4.5 instead of 5.5. Very interesting buff because basically you are a lot stronger in the early game. A little bit of change for Eudora. The HP growth has increased, so you are a bit tankier and more stronger. They also increased the Orb of Lightning bounce time duration from 0.6 to 0.9. I guess they don't want you to simply burst the enemies, they want you to use the Orb of Lightning bounce so that it stun more people. Leslie, the base damage increased from 50 to 75. This is like a 50% increase in damage. This is huge for Leslie. Also, the first skill, Master of Camouflage, the cooldown has been decreased from 5 to 3 seconds to 4 to 2.5 seconds. Not bad for Leslie user. Pakito, Heavy Left Punch. I was expecting an increase of damage, but they actually increased the shield that it obtained from the Heavy Left Punch from 150, 500 plus 110 physical attack to 150 to 650 plus 135% physical attack. So they increase the basic shield and also they increase the percent that you will get when you buy any attack item. Frederain, big nerf. Finally, I think you all are expecting it, isn't it? The nerf is skill 2, the Brave Assault with the dash. Basically, they reduce the base damage. It's from 200, 300. It's reduced to 140 to 215 only. So basically it's around 60 to 75 reduction of damage. Basically energy eruption has been reduced quite significant, and now the final damage the energy eruption can do is only 330. It's almost the same as the first level of energy eruption for the previous patch, which is 300. This is kinda a huge nerf to Frederain, but I think people will still love Frederain because of the tankiness that this character have. Alright, that is the nerf and buff that happened in patch 1.7.68. Now, let's go to the equipment and the battlefield adjustment. Sea Halberd. Now it have a new passive, it's called Punish. Basically, it's increased your damage by 8% against enemy heroes with more extra HP. So technically, it sounds like Demon Hunter Sword, but it's a nerf version of a Demon Hunter Sword. But hey, more effect, more better. The Necklace of Durance, they optimize the build path. Now there's a new passive called Grid. It's the same as the Elegant Gem. This is quite a good item for all the mage out there. Twilight Armor, there's a new passive. When you're taking more than 600 damage in a single hit, the excess amount will be reduced by 300 plus 5% of your max HP. Rose Gold Meteor, the shield increased from 510 to 1350. It has been increased to 840 to 1820, but they removed the effect where it increased the magic defense by 25 for 3 seconds when triggered. So this effect is no more. They add a new effect, increase movement speed by 50% when triggered. The effect decays over 3 seconds, so when you get hit by any skills, if it's triggered, the effect, now you become faster, you run faster. I think it's good for any marksman, technically. Okay, Bloodwing. Now when the shield is attacked, it will be restored after 30 seconds, even if it's not destroyed. This is very important because previously, if the shield has been attacked, if it's not destroyed, it will be not restored. The cooldown decreased from 30 seconds to 20 seconds, and there's a new effect where you gain movement speed by 30 when the shield is active. So again, you run faster when you have the shield. Thunderbelt. The cost has been decreased, and there's an increase in the mana regen from 6 to 10. Very good item. Claw of Destiny, the HP has been reduced from 625 to 500 only, and they reduced the stack. Now it's only grants 20 HP instead of 25. It's a huge nerf for this item. Ice Queen Wand now grants 300 HP instead of 150 mana. Again, it's like they increase the survivability of a hero. Fleeting time. Certain heroes with ultimate that enter cooldown after their duration is over now also gain cooldown reduction from kills and assists during the ultimate duration. As example, Farami. So when you open Kurt Altar, the cooldown usually start after the ultimate ends, but now the cooldown start during the ultimate itself. Quite a good buff. Dominant size. The attack speed reduction is now calculated after all attack speed bonus. Alright, so it's basically counted all the attack speed item, I assume. Also lower the nearby enemy hero attack speed from 75 to 70%. Dominant size buff. Everybody love it. Now we go to the battle spell changes. Egoist. Shield increase from 750 plus 50 hero level to 750 plus 90 times hero level. This is huge, but they nerf it by remove the effect of granting shield to nearby ally hero. The cooldown also has been decreased from 90 seconds to 75 seconds. Yeah, quite an interesting change. Revitalize. The effect now move with its caster, making it more suitable for supports. Hey, revitalize that move. It's always good. Alright, that's basically wrap up all the changes that happened in patch 1.7.68. I think this is going to be a very interesting patch because, let's take example, Frederick nerf. I think it's going to affect the draft because there's a lot of team out there using Frederick not just for their tankiness but also for their damage. Also the changes to Esmeralda. I think now Esmeralda is back into meta. Leslie will be quite interesting pick in all the tournament. Also, let's not forget about the nerf that happened to 1-1. A lot of team love 1-1 now with the nerf that happened to the crossbow of tank where the attack range has been reduced. This is going to affect her tremendously. Now, if we are talking about the Minsita change, I'm pretty sure a lot of team will use him in the future. Imagine having I'm Offended skill, which is Ruby I'm Offended skills, in the first skill of Minsita, and now Minsita can stun the enemy, not just stun enemy, also apply the stack where the stack will stun the enemy again. But when you hit 5 stack, it's also deal damage, stun and heal Minsita. The shield assault, which is Minsita's second skill, also applies stack, so I think that skill also can apply stun as long as you hit them 5 times. And of course, who don't love King Calling? It just stopped all the movement speed abilities. I'm pretty sure a lot of them out there going to master how to use Minsita. Alright, in conclusion, I think this patch update overall is quite good, although there are a lot of people that are going to be sad to see Frederick nerf and also the nerf that happened to Joy. It might be affect the drafting for some of the team, but I believe stronger teams will be able to prepare and adapt to the changes. That's all for me. Thank you. Bye-bye.
The rest of the members of Euphoria are just positioned perfectly around the area. Oh no. Superior gets the first initial kick, but now you see the rest of them actually go on in. Julian tries to get on out there with the enhanced swords, but the Benedetta's electro final blow is just too much damage. Superior is already dead. Glue is next to die. Head God continuing to just run them down. When does he stop? Finally does.
First 8 teams. Shadow gets gone on. Oh, okay, I mean, JH just steals it. Domino Blast on the back line. They're gonna pounce. Easy doing a lot of damage with those piercing arrows. Takinaga is unstoppable. Get rid of the veteran. DYY is gone. GameLab getting a good trade. Can Sway Esports hold on? Break even is back. Yome able to go on to 3 members of See You Soon. They're running out of health. Yome able to get the immortality, and now Barbie G comes in with the ultimate, shuts down the Melissa. Kyrie is isolated. The Lord is pushing into the base. See You Soon, your base is in imminent danger. Can Ashley clear it out? He's just a savior.
No,
he cannot do it. The Lord has done it. Sway Esports. defending the flicker from this Lolita. Now there's a chance for AA to re-engage. Nasu protected by the Count Alta, but they lost him. Kesu is still in the fight and getting the kick onto 4th Secret, who is untouched so far. Kesu the first to go, but is there enough damage though from Arrow 404? The Fredrin also goes down. 4th Secret finally threatened, but this guy is incredibly still alive. One second forward! You cannot keep doing this, my man. 4th Secret. That's just a minute! Woo!
Stop him! Stop him! Somebody stop him!
Lord still very healthy, and now Breakeven engages again. Sway Esports going for the jugular. All the spells thrown at the Crystal, at the Pat, at KD. They get rid of Mirth, but the Crystal is still in danger. The Lord not dead yet. Can see you soon. Hold on. Day 2. Barbie G, they need a bit of finishing touch, but no, see you soon. Are you kidding me? They just would not go down.
And because of this, see you soon will be able to bring it to a game 3.
They still want to continue. They're not too strong about this. But Grebo! He goes for the flicker. He pulls CY. CY with the Wisdom of Nature will eventually get pulled back. And that's going to be MHRLK losing their core strike marksman. Meanwhile, GPX, they have to think about their continuation because Daiso is kiting the Landslot as long as he can. And Ray is out of position as well as MHRLK will completely shut down this Landslot. The Immortality comes in. The Winter Drunken swaps as well to keep him alive. And Ray! Esports, BBN strike, waiting for the moment to strike. During the August, going for a Numenon blast, not going to be able to do too much, and that is going to be 2 inhibitors down as they try to go for Calamity, going for the pull. They find Judgment, cancels your name. Count Alter keeps them alive. Offer, trying to keep them in check. He goes for the stun, but where's the damage? Flash Run finally drops the Count Alter away, but do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Flash Run kills off the carry, and now as you can see, Yuji Chenko, he is going to try and trade off, but Evo Esport, they somehow manages to defend. Forward to extend it, but it is not going to be enough to reach him. Reset coming from now from See You Soon, but you can see Rookie hammering on the tier 3s, but now the play goes in for the jump, but where's the follow-up? Kyrie dives in, but Rookie getting free shots all the way through. Trauma looking at the wrong target. Now gonna give chase, but who are they gonna kill off? It is gonna be Teresa. The flame extends with the flicker, but the juggler still stands. Rookie as well. Trabot now exposed by this Moskov as they try to delay the inevitable, but See You Soon, they cannot continue this fight. Arrow 404 is looking for objectives here. 20 seconds left before this next Lord. They will deny the purple, but here comes the penalty zone. It connects on 3. Real world manipulation comes in, and the counter penalty zone comes in, but it's not gonna matter. They just don't have the damage. Unsight will slowly pick him by, but from behind, here he comes, the Arlon. He gets the kill on Leone. He's going to continue here, but the goal away is going to be there. Opera gets a second one as well, but he's going to be kited around as the Nami is looking to finish him off. They're waiting for the right moment to strike, but Opera doesn't have the money, the mana to continue with this fight, and he is going to go for it. Bloods Unsight gets assassinated.
Oh, they're pulling back Yamikaze. He's done for it. Now Lord Ricky needs to get into the middle of this fight. Decimation. It's too late. They've lost so many members to the Melissa as well as the Lilia. One by one they fall. Lord Ricky hasn't even gotten enough work done on this Lord. Well done as Tiger WONG Esports hold that lead.
Ozio getting gone on by Yuktizi, and he knows that he is going to be terminated. Killing spree already for Aizawa. Her boss in the front line. Kesu just dragged back by the Shadow Stampede. Fondia shows up behind, misses the knockup. GameLab, now they're just gonna commit fully. Can anyone catch Yuktizi? Fondia certainly does. But look at the battle line completely split apart. It's Aizawa on a mega kill streak. And GameLab just running down 8-8 in front of their base. Absolute disrespect from GameLab, and they just keep going. 3 kills. Tupai Esports losing the Kadita. Mid tier 1 getting pressured. Also going straight for the kill. Finds it.
Nicely done. Good dashes through the teammates of Tupai, but it's not over just yet.
Still looking for more. AA Esports wants to make it decisive. Jace just kicked away from his turret. Can't find a decimate. And that will be also picking up a killing spree. Havos follows up, and the entirety of GameLab has shown out. AA still wants to fight this. They're able to get rid of Takenaga. Jokman is the next on the list. Castle sticking onto him, and that will be a double for Richie. But GameLab still fighting on. Havos sweeps them off their feet, and GameLab finds a late team wipe.
He has to be at lay on their knee.
We're back with the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Group Stage Season 1. This is the last day of the group stage, and we are down to the last best of 3 in the lower bracket. It's going to be GPX against AA Esports. One team will go home after this best of 3. I'm Husky. Alongside me is Terrence, ICB12.
Well, it's coming down to this stage as well, because eventually Indonesia is going to lose another competitor for this entire series so far. We've got 3 pretty much secured into its top 4. Now only 1 remains represented from Indonesia. It's going to be either GPX or it is going to be either A8. And this is going to be the series to find out who will represent Indonesia for the final Indonesia Pride, coming in for the entire game here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. But as of yet, this is where things get a little bit interesting, because right now, MHRLK is pretty much in a situation where they wanted their revenge story against GPX. But GPX right now, the only one standing up in this track for that revenge story to actually happen is going to be the opponents here right now, AA.
Yeah, both teams actually qualified from their respective regional qualifiers, right? I believe GPX is the first one to make it through, followed by A8. But right now, unfortunately, one of them will have to carry the torch for the entirety of Indonesia going into top 4.
Well, that is going to be a difficult one. Who is going to be the closest one to actually fight against Euphoria? It's going to be a completely different story, because pretty much GPX is the only other team that actually lost against Euphoria in terms of their matchup, right? So they only lost against Euphoria, but everyone else, they pretty much 2-0 their way through in this entire tournament. So in case you missed out as well, let's take a little bit of recap of how GPX and A8 Esports has been playing so far. A8 Esports is one of the favorites coming into the challenge season. Although they lost the game against GameLab last week in week number 3, they are still a team that's capable of putting up to a good fight against GameLab, which is interesting because of the fact that no one has came close against GameLab.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I think, you know, when you look at both regions, Indonesia against Philippines, you would expect to have GPX up against GameLab, right? And it felt like that would have been a better match. But with how GPX dropped down to the lower bracket when they went up against Euphoria, you can clearly see that GPX are not invincible like we thought they were, even though we put GPX as one of the top teams after they knocked down MHRLK. The loss to Euphoria now kind of casts a bit of a doubt how strong is GPX actually.
Yep, and at the same time as well, A8 Esports yesterday's game against PBN Strike was a phenomenal run for them, considering that they could have gone to either ways, but they held on their weight. They were able to take a reverse comeback on the second game. Meanwhile, from the side of GPX, although they fell into the lower brackets, they are definitely not a weak team in this season. As I brought up before, they pretty much managed to 2-0 every single team they faced up until they met Euphoria, which is a big problem for them because they are arguably one of the strongest teams coming in this competition, and they were giving up a very, very decent fight against Euphoria Esports. However, it was just a little bit too far short in terms of draft. Hopefully, they will be able to bounce back in this upcoming lower bracket struggle.
It's going to be a very, very tight best of 3. Two of the strongest teams from Indonesia pit against one another, and both of them dropped down to a lower bracket because of the Philippine team, right? One, GPX dropped down thanks to Euphoria yesterday, and GameLab was the one that sent A8 Esports to a lower bracket very early on. So GPX played majority upper bracket matches up to today, and A8 had to do a lower bracket gauntlet run.
Yeah, it is going to be a long run for them, whoever is going to be playing as well, especially when they have to play off against MHRLK for the fight of the title in the lower brackets here. So, I know it is going to be a great story for MHRLK if they face off against GPX, but it's really sad to see how both Indonesian teams right now, they have to fight for the slot to represent Indonesia and also a chance for the top 4, especially when they've gotten to this stage after a very, very long run after weeks and weeks here for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, and I think, you know, regardless of the results by the end of the night, it really comes down to how the team that qualifies carry the flag of Indonesia, because GPX, they have shown that when you look at the goal lane, when we look at what this guy has been very, very consistent on that goal laner, but the rest of the team yesterday were picked apart by Euphoria. I think that's something that AA Esports can look to exploit.
Yep, AA Esports has been playing tournaments after tournaments here. Just recently as well, he was just able to finish off a couple one in MDL just now. And now coming into this match, this is where they are in a situation where there's two things that can happen. They're either warmed up or warmed out. In this case, which is it gonna be, especially when it's against GPX, arguably one of the strongest teams coming in. And I'm curious to see how AA Esports is able to deliver against this match, because yesterday's game, it was a little bit of surprise factor as well, especially when they faced off against PB and Strike. We kind of expected it to be a clean 2-0, PB and Strike, yeah, even though the score was 2-0, game 2 wasn't as clean as I thought it was be against PB and Strike.
Yeah, and both teams have had very, very scrappy games. Even though the wins don't feel very as convincing as you want them to be, it always felt like there's going to be a moment where they would lose the game, where they would drop the ball. We saw that with, I believe, ALVA 8 just now when they took on MHRLK. It was the same thing in game 2, but they were able to pull that back. So I think this is something that Gideon brought up before, and the differences between these two regions, where for Indonesia, they're a bit more meticulous, they're a bit more calculated, they want to follow through with a plan, and if they don't get to execute it, they fall apart.
Yeah, it all comes out to them taking advantage of whether or not they have the plan, they execute it, and they rely heavily on their mechanical skills to actually come out on top of the game. Whereas from the Philippines side, they have a very different approach where they're looking to play it based around their comforts and draft and strategy and the tempo. And once they have this momentum going on for them, they'll just completely snowball their way through. However, in this case, introducing the team that you guys have been looking forward to here is going to be none other than GPX. We have Ziri, Ray, Kribu, Watt, and Fredo QT to start things off for GPX.
Yeah, and this team, I believe they only play on screen twice, and both times they have shown just amazing prowess as an individual. Watt, especially on that goal lane, so efficient in these team fights. The management that he brings in dishing out those damage, even in games that they lose, you see that Watt has been kind of the cornerstone of GPX. But overall, even in these games, when Euphoria Esports was able to pick them apart, you can see kind of the composure that GPX. There's always a plan. They were always willing to take on the challenge, even though that they're behind. And a lot of it was because Watt was able to stay alive.
Yeah, Watt was one of the core factors coming from the game with this Beatrix, right? We were expecting that GPX was able to actually get a couple of wins here and there, but tying the series against Euphoria Esports wasn't exactly an easy thing to do. And they were one of the very few teams that kind of experimented that, hey, Fanny might be a good thing. And so far, today's games and yesterday's game, we are continuing the trend where Fanny is no longer relevant in all this competition, and it is kind of worrisome as well, because Fanny is still very, very feared in all the MPL stages. So at this stage for SBS, all the teams has shown that they are starting to adapt, that maybe as long as we know how Fanny works around, we can dodge we can dodge and not choose to fight against a Fanny. And when the moment is right, once we hit those timings, this is where we strike at the right time.
And this is something that I really like, that teams are slowly figuring a way to deal with a hero that they thought to be impossible to deal with, and it really shakes up the meta as well. This gives teams so much more options to explore the hero variations in certain roles, and the fact that Fanny has been shut down multiple times across the entire group stage is a good testament of that.
Yep, I'm a big fan to see how this is go here, because so far, Watt has been one of the staple goal laners coming in from GPX, and when it comes to their playstyles and decising here, GPX is one of the few teams that actually played around the Beatrix and made it work, right? It's all about the push and push. In fact, in today's games, a lot of the Beatrix games didn't exactly work out, which we kind of expect. We saw a lot of glimmers of hope, especially coming from the previous match, but that too kind of fell apart, especially when you're facing off against a composition such as a Fredrin, extremely frontline, extremely tanky as well. Beatrix can't chunk through tanky heroes like that.
And I think one of the heroes that has been really showing up in these recent matches is definitely Claude. And I do like seeing Claude overall, because you just provide so much utility for your team, and you're able to team fight better than a lot of the other marksmen that takes a lot more time to come online. But we talk about GPX, let's take a look at AA Esports, comprising of Fondir, Ozil, Richie, Arfi, and Kesu. And if there's one thing that I think AA Esports can bring to give GPX a good challenge is how willing this team is to flex around certain roles and how daring Fondia is as a player.
Yeah, when it comes to Fondia as an XP laner, one of the very few to actually still playing a Terisla, was able to clutch out a game against PBN Strike in that very, very decisive match yesterday, where game 2, it seemed like PBN Strike was just completely dumpstering their way through, but pulling a Terisla, it actually worked out in their favor. I have a soft spot for Yujichenko, but pretty much PBN Strike being eliminated means it is pretty much over for them. However, Ozil is a Fanny that is kind of scary if you think about it. He was one of the very few that actually made it work and still came up on top. And on top of it all, the Hayabusa was something that a lot of us were kind of... actually me, I was in a little bit questionable in that play as well. I wasn't expecting Ozil's Hayabusa to actually work in this game against PBN Strike.
And I think that the reason they won this game, big part of it was because of Fondia, right? All these flicker penalty zones really giving AA Esports the lead that they were looking for, those initiations that they desperately needed, and all these team fights they added up. And at the end of it, despite PBN Strike having one of the biggest lead thanks to Raizo Anzai, it didn't really matter. This Karina cannot carry the team on her own.
Yep, at the same time as well, macro decisions here. AA Esports does have a very, very strong macro game sense, is able to punish teams while they're in the midst of confusion. So having those kind of split push potential, AA Esports has the capabilities to actually challenge GPX. And I'm looking forward to see whether or not GPX is going to be able to respond to this, because as of now, AA, they just look very, very confident when it comes to their game in yesterday's games. But so far, they are just warmed up. They are looking to party, but eventually it comes down to only one Indonesia team by the end of the series. So, so far, we've seen a glimpse of how AA Esports played. We've seen a glimpse of GPX challenging Euphoria, but it all comes down to who is going to be mechanically stronger. But this game, it seems to be a little bit difficult to predict.
And I think that when we have to point out individuals for AA, again, Fondia has to be playing out of his mind today, right? Him as an individual player has been so effective in these clutch moments that he has allowed AA to win games that seem hopeless. But on the side of GPX, I would say, look at Ray, look at this jungler. He is those very high impact junglers, and I think that because we have two very distinct players playing different roles to look at, this makes it even more interesting. Can the jungler get ahead, and can this XP laner from the side of AA Esports set up those plays for his team?
Yeah, I want to see how the roamer coming in from AA Esports going to be able to deliver as well, because we have seen a lot of choke plays, we have seen a lot of very sneaky pickoffs coming in from AA Esports to actually match up against GPX. So GPX, however, also having a very strong game sense where they're not afraid to challenge you and put you in a spot where if you are going to try and force a fight, even if you lose, we are always looking to take and scavenge across the maps for those kind of cross-map plays. So when it comes to this kind of decisions, I feel like GPX has what it takes to play around their compositions, but it all comes down to who has the cleaner version. But to get you guys a little bit more of a glimpse on how they are going to be playing here, enough of our speculation, we're going to jump into an interview with GPX.
Hello, my name is Ray. I'm jungler and I'm from GPX. We are really 100% confident to fight Euphoria. We have a lot of preparation to fight them. We feel excited for the patch because there will be many heroes to use in tournament, like Joy and Freya will be in our draft. I feel Minchitar is very strong for now because the skill is getting buffed. The second skill is very annoying in the team fight. I think the top 4 team will qualify to challenge final is GPX, Tiger WONG, Euphoria, and then GameLab.
There we heard it from GPX, from Ray himself. We heard this interview yesterday. They always feel very confident going into the games that they play. And, you know, they say the same thing against Euphoria. Didn't end up winning. But I think against AA Esports, now we get to kind of reset the playing field and see where GPX really stands in the series.
Yeah, they definitely have to pour their heart and souls and bring out some really funky drafts. And so far, the standard here has always been the Frederick Martis. We haven't seen too much tank slot all the way through, except for the previous couple of games here. In this case, having you know, ALVA 8 actually kind of losing that game is just a little bit unfortunate, but I want to see whether or not tank slot is going to be really relevant when they actually take out both the most annoying junglers, which is pretty much Martis and Frederick. But that also opens up opportunity for the Faramis as well.
And Hanzo, right? Don't forget that Hanzo has always been a pick that, even though we see a lot in the Philippine region, I think when we look at these ID teams, maybe it's a hero that they can consider when they need to put him in. I believe that just now when we saw the Karina getting picked by MHRLK, that is the second team that picked Karina aside from PB and Strike. So maybe that could be an option that these two teams can consider.
Well, it all comes down to pick, pool, and parcel. In this case, the setup with the Karina is pretty much for the Divine Judgment to sack his way through. So eventually, it all comes down to synergy and composition for the team. So I like the drops coming in. But before that, let's take a look towards the head-to-head for the matchup here as we take a look at how Richie and Kribo is doing well in this matchup. Richie representing from A8 Esports and GPX for Kribo. KDA is here is 8.9 to 8.2. Kill participation is going to be Kribo side with 17.5%. DPM a little bit lackluster from Kribo, higher end on the Richie. And it makes a lot of sense as well because of the fact on how the hero pool priority is coming from both sides. A8 Esports, Farsa, Xavier, Eve, Kribo, Faramis, Farsa, Lunox.
And at the end of the day, I think these two mid laners have been very impactful. When we look at head-to-head, every time A8 is in the conversation, it has always been Richie being the man of the team. And you kind of understand why, right? He's output all the numbers in his favor. More GPM, more damage per minute. But even damage per minute, for him, he has been able to mitigate a lot of these conflicts when necessary. That's why A8 can always rely on this guy. When you have someone like Fondi to set up these fights, Richie becomes so much more efficient.
Yeah, when it comes to playing this kind of safe playstyle, it feels like, A8 Esports, they're playing around where Richie needs to be the backup plan for the team, whereas Kribo is looking to get a little bit more aggressive. You've got the Faramis, you've got Lunox. These are the type of heroes where you kind of want to start the fights and set up for your team in order to go for the counter initiation. So there is a different approach on how they want to tackle the situation with the mid laners, but Richie definitely going to be the ones that play at the back end rather than the setup compared to Kribo. So there's a difference in our approach coming towards the preference coming from both GPX and A8 Esports. And I like it because Mobile Legends has reached a stage where there are just so many approaches in towards individual roles. Aggressive, passive. Aggressive, passive. Maybe frontliner, backliner. So in this case, it's clear indications that GPX likes to play it as a frontliner mage, whereas for A8 Esports, they're more on towards a backliner supportive style mage to actually poke and assist the game, teamfight.
Yeah, when you look back at 2-3 years prior, we have marksman running the jungle, right? So we have definitely come a long way, and I do like that the meta right now just allows these players to really show what they're made of, right? We have players that, like you said, generally like assassin junglers. We've seen a lot of that from the Philippine region, but we also see players who are so much comfortable playing those tank top laners, which right now can be juggled between that and bruises, which back in the days is just tank all the way.
Yeah, it is a very big possibility as well. But for now, we are going to be jumping in towards a very short break, and right after this break, we will bring you guys all the action on how the lower brackets is going to be continuing here. But for now, we're taking a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Hello guys, today I'm reacting to
some
gameplay clips.
Gameplay clips happened last week.
Definitely did. GameLab very confident, looking for the contest at Turtle. Takenaga.
you have the advantage on the positioning.
Xbox playing good in that war. Takenaga misplay with his Hanzo.
I don't know what Redwin was thinking. He dashed in front of 4 people, and what a nice free hit coming from Yukizi with the Moscow.
Takenaga, Dortmund is the next on the list. Castle sticking onto him, and that will be a double for Richie, but GameLab still fighting on. Her boss sweeps them off their feet, and GameLab finds a late team wipe. Ozil getting gone on by Yukizi, and he knows that he is going to be terminated.
We're better than them in making clash. That's why we go for the heroes.
Bottleneck strategy coming from Takenaga securing the turtle, and his body of the ultimate of Hanzo, he didn't see, and I understand because that sometimes happened to me.
GameLab is really strong lah in team fight.
I don't think GameLab have any special player. I just think that they have chemistry and discipline.
Disrespect from GameLab, and they just keep going. 3 kills.
Ozil was, he was just so out of position.
He accesses the back line, but ends up getting picked off.
Ozil is playing so good and at time.
Ozil and Slot is very good in this fight, and also Kesu the Chow, he play well.
Very questionable coming from Tupai because they can just clear the wave and just contest the Lord, but they died, so no contest from Lord.
Decisive Jace just kicked away from his turret. Can't find a decimate. And that will be Ozil picking up a killing spree.
Wait, already has PBN play on their name. Oh, they find the kill, the pickup. It's
They already got their pick off and they still try to fight the team. That's why they got outplayed.
The edit is very strong. Raizal Anjay play good in this match. Really tanky.
Again, questionable from Yume because there was only 2 of them fighting against 3, and Turtle is up and he died, so very bad play.
Sky Guardian helmet to top himself back up.
Sway, please let me be in.
Thank you guys. Please watch forward to our upcoming matches.
Please look forward to our upcoming match against ALVA 8 and we're gonna go for the win.
Chocolate flavor too.
Both, because they are both poop.
Poop flavor chocolate. At least it's still a chocolate.
I'm gonna choose the chocolate flavor proof, the second one. The second one, yeah, the second one.
I think that chocolate flavored poop. I don't think I can eat that texture of a poop.
Chocolate flavored poop.
Yeah, for the gamer, we can no shower for a month, but we cannot no internet for a month.
No shower for a month.
I think I already doing the no shower for a month lah, so like I think no internet would be good. I better no shower for a month, better than no internet for a month. I go to no shower for a month. Break my legs so I can still play ML. Break my legs better than my arms because I have to have my arm to play the MLBB.
Break legs. I can walk. I can walk using my arms, but we can play using our legs.
Play with ingredient mates because if the internet is lag, you will be English.
I'd rather be playing with other teammates because I will be getting more angry if I will play with laggy internet.
Of course, play with angry teammates because I can mute them.
Pizza with spiders. It's more healthy than cockroaches.
Oh, in Cambodia, the spider is very famous, so I would choose pizza with spider.
Pizza with cockroaches. I don't scared to cockroaches.
What the? Pizza with spider? Because I hate cockroach.
Pizza with spiders. Idol is Spider-Man.
pulling back Yamikaze, he's done for, and now Lord Ricky needs to get into the middle of this fight. Decimation, it's too late, they've lost so many members to the Melissa side as well as the Lilia. One by one they fall. Lord Ricky hasn't even gotten enough work done on this board. Well done as Tiger WONG Esports hold that lead.
Ozil getting gone on by Yukizi, and he knows that he is going to be terminated. Killing spree already for Aizawa, her boss in the front line. Kesu just dragged back by the Shadow Stampede. Fonda shows up behind, misses the knockup. GameLab, now they're just gonna commit fully. Can anyone catch Yukizi? Fonda certainly does, but look at the battle line completely split apart as Aizawa on a mega Q streak. And GameLab just running down 8-8 in front of their base. Absolute disrespect from GameLab, and they just keep going. 3 kills. Tupai Esports losing the Khadija. Mid tier 1 getting pressured, also going straight for the kill, finds it.
Nicely done. Good dashes to the teammates on Tupai, but it's not over just yet.
Still looking for more. AA Esports wants to make it decisive. Jace just kicked away from his turret. Can't find a decimate, and that will be also picking up a killing spree. Her boss follows up, and the entirety of GameLab has shown out. AA still wants to fight this. They're able to get rid of Takenaga. Dortmund is the next on the list. Castle sticking onto him, and that will be a double for Richie. But GameLab still fighting on. Her boss sweeps them off their feet, and GameLab finds a late team wipe.
Already has BBN playing on their knee. Oh, they find the kill, the pickup instantly happening, but then can we see the second part of this as they immediately find one back? Vengeance already popped by Toy so far, a little low, but gets stunned up. Ryzel does not miss his stun, but is trapped within the real-world manipulation. All-Star to save it, but he's so tanky. Gets back into the mech, gets the triple kill.
Meta heroes.
Meta hero.
I would prefer to choose my favorite hero because when you have confidence, there's nothing that can stop you.
I prefer meta hero.
Favorite hero.
Favorite hero.
Meta hero.
Favorite hero?
Five miss.
Five minutes, five.
I make in my team.
5 match in a team.
5 mage.
5 mage.
I think no kill but win the game because in the current meta, the kill doesn't really matter now, and it's discipline that wins the game.
No kill but win the game.
No kill, but win the game.
No kill but win the game.
No kill but win the game.
Of course, we will pick no kill, but win the game.
Get carried to mythic rank. Get carried to mythic.
Play rank with 4 warrior players.
Play rank with 4 warriors because in low tier the game is more fun.
Play with 4 warrior rank.
Get carried to mythic rank.
Get carried to mythic rank.
Play rank with 4 warrior players.
The rest of the members of Euphoria just positioned perfectly around the area. Oh no, Superior gets the first initial kick, but now you see the rest of them actually go on in. Julian tries to get on out there with the enhanced swords, but the Benedetta's electro final blow is just too much damage. Superior is already dead. Glue is next to die. Head God continuing to just run them down. When does he stop? Finally does.
First 8 teams. Turtle gets gone on. Oh, okay, I mean, JH just steals it. Luminous Blast on the back line. They're gonna pounce. Yukiri doing a lot of damage with those piercing arrows. Takenaga is unstoppable. They get rid of the veteran. DYY is gone. GameLab getting a good trade. Can Sway Esports hold on? Break even is back. Yome able to go on to 3 members of See You Soon. They're running out of health. Yome able to get the immortality, and now Barbie G comes in with the ultimate, shuts down the Melissa. The wait is finally over. We are almost ready to kick off the first game in this last series between GPX and AA Esports. And it's an honor for both of us to bring you guys the final best of 3 in this group stage. And Satsuki, and alongside me is Terrence, IC Baby 1-2.
Well, this is where things get a little bit difficult for the players, especially when there is a lot on the line when it comes to prize pool and nation's pride. In this case, it's going to be both from Indonesia. In this case, who will be the ones that represent by the end of this series? We're going to stick around to find out because they are currently fighting for their tournament lives.
And the most and the best part is that, you know, these 2 teams are the first 2 teams to qualify, and to think that only one of them will make it through and they have to carry the entirety of the Indonesian region on their back. because the first 3 slots have been taken by all Filipino teams. We have GameLab with Euphoria, Esports, and the most recent one, MHRLK, also made it through.
Well, it is going to be a long journey for them, but I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they actually deliver their results, because so far a lot of them has been eyeing for GPX. Nobody has pretty much set their sights on A8 Esports, and we might actually see a potential upset here, especially now when it is a critical moment between both Indonesian teams.
Yeah, and I think both teams have their own way of approaching these games. We talked about how A8 Esports, a lot of those individual clutch plays from Fondia, and when you look at GPX, it's all about what in that goal lane. But then when you look at the hit-to-hit, both mid laners have been very, very consistent through and throughout, with Richie having more numbers overall, but we also saw how his counterpart on the side of GPX being able to dish out his own effectiveness, Kribu.
Yeah, when it comes to Kribu, so far we've talked about how his mage play preference here has always been him trying to set up for the team. So far, we have seen a lot of priorities when it comes to Kadita bans, and when it comes to heroes like Kadita, heroes like Lunox, heroes like Faramis, these are amazing heroes that are great for both follow-ups and setups counterplay, and this is where things get a little bit interesting, because A8 Esports, they do kind of lean towards that vicinity a little bit more, whereas from the side GPX, they're playing more of a XP/roamer to kind of set up for the mage to actually go in for the counter gang. So there is going to be a different approach in terms of their playstyle, their drafts, and also their priorities when it comes to playing this kind of mage composition. We've talked about it before the show, but now we're going to give you guys a little bit of a reminder of how things may or may not be seeming, because so far we've seen a recurring trend between junglers. We haven't seen a lot of assassin jungles. The only ones we've seen so far is either Ling or Fanny. Both doesn't have a very, very good track record here in the SBS stats.
Yeah, I mean, Fanny has been shut down, right? Teams are finding ways to deal with her. We've seen great examples of, I believe, Euphoria, or is it MHRLK, dodging Fanny early on, reading her movements, or you just itemize against her. And we saw the most recent example in how ALVA 8 was able to use Arlon to stop Fanny with that final sweep. So you have all of these tools that teams are figuring out, which I think is great to shake up the jungle meta. And I think the jungle actually is the one that went through the most change from the Open Finals until now.
The biggest problem here is not just the jungle as well, because whoever survives this top 4 onslaught is going to have a complete different headache when they make in towards the semifinals. And what I mean is that only the top 4 teams will have a glimpse of what competitive Mincitar is going to be looking like. Because as of yet this week here, Mincitar is still going to be banned after its release. So that is where things get a little bit different here. We've already had issues where there's just so many S-tier picks kind of let loose in the current meta. There's going to be even more now when the next patch comes in, when Mincitar is going to be in the play. Obviously, pop games, rank games, we haven't seen too much of it going super crazy. Some teams, some players, and the community still a little bit afraid of Mincitar, but there's just so many kind of let loose all the way through.
And I think it's a good thing, right? Because that means that with more picks going through, means that you have more options on either side, and we get to see more variations of competitions. We're seeing that tanks a lot getting let through more often. We're seeing a lot more assassin junglers overall, and we're pivoting away from relying on Fredrin completely. And honestly, I think A8 Esports is the only team that still flexed at Fredrin.
Yep, and at the same time as well, when it comes to surprise picks, Benedetta so far in the XP lane hasn't been a priority, but a majority teams. Glue still a priority based on the previous patch. So far hasn't been able to bring a lot into the table as well, despite the nerfs as well. Edith was very, very popular during the Open Finals, and then now coming loose here, Edith completely ignored. A couple of games here and there, they didn't exactly deliver the results we kind of expect Edith, despite a very, very strong showing during the Open Finals.
Yeah,
the Open qualifiers.
I think Benedetta was played yesterday by Euphoria, right? It was his god. He played Benedetta in both Game 2 and Game 3. And I do like that point, because I feel like Benedetta is a pick that is viable in multiple situations, but teams are just not opting for it because they prefer to go a safer route. That's why we're seeing so much more glue. We're seeing teams fall back to the Lapu if all things fail. Benedetta not on the list, I think, is going to hurt some of these teams moving forward.
Yep, when it comes to this kind of composition, it pretty much shows and rounds up that tanks has kind of dominated the meta. And what I mean by tanks is tanky jungler, tanky roamer, tanky XP players. And when it comes to this kind of scenario, there are just not a lot of DPS cores that can actually deal with it here. Lunox, obviously, with Dark Grenade, does capitalize on max HP percentage, but item department, not really very strong against tanky heroes. So it all comes down towards the final moments where the marksman is going to be the ones that do a majority of that damage. And so far, not many can actually break through a tanky hero such as Frederick.
Yeah, and even I think Carry has also fallen off, right? We are going more towards the Melissa and the Claude being the first two. Beatrix, I would say, coming in a close third. We saw Brody just now, but it's it's understandable why Brody isn't top tier pick. And sometimes we see 1-1, but 1-1 has also experienced a loss. I mean, she's not completely invincible overall.
Yep, we have seen some teams actually kind of take advantage of the chaos to pick apart the squishies. In this case, mid lane becomes very, very much more of a priority and one of the smallest cogs into as a team composition, but becomes a priority because when the mage gets taken out first, the rest of the tanks can't exactly do their job and play this chipping, I would say, all-out guerrilla warfare of trying to sustain throughout all this teamfight. It's no longer that one-hit wonder where we kind of see, hey, Eudora, boom, let's go one-shot somebody.
Oh yeah.
Saber, boom, somebody's gonna die. No, it's reached to a stage where this kind of effect's not gonna be very, very useful. I think one of the good examples is Amon. Introduction came in, the hero itself was designed to go for a one-shot combo. It looks good in pubs, it looks good in competitive, but not necessarily lasting very, very long, especially when now, you know, there's just so many items that can actually deal with magic defense. Recent buff, Rose Gold Meteor, Antikiras, Radiant Armor just completely destroys this one-shot combos, which a lot of DPS kind of lack.
And even Athena's shield, right? We get that extra magic resistance also. And I think one of the few heroes that can still do that, probably the Farsa. Not exactly one-shot, but still has that damage from the artillery. But aside from that, we don't really get to see these big damage output from mages.
Yep, you know, when it comes to Farsa as well, I think Farsa is put in a very, very awkward situation where it gets the job done, but the sole reason of why Farsa is strong is because he's able to create space. AoE damage-wise, he's able to zone out a lot of players, and this is where mages with AoE CCs bring so much more value. That's why Yi Farsa, even though it's been nerfed multiple times, over the years still has some sort of relevancy just because of how much zone control plays in a factor, especially when now triple tank compositions plays around zone control a lot. Mages like this capitalizes on big zone split fights rather than just one all-in kind of composition.
And I'm also glad we are moving away from the triangle formula of Valentina, Farsa, and Eve. Right now, sometimes we see the Eve Farsa, but it's not it's no longer kind of the direct response. Right? We see the farmers come through into a Farsa. It's fine, you know, it works out. Farmers, Valentina, it's also a 50-50. And I think breaking away from that, we have to pick A because enemy pick B. It makes the draft so much more open for some of these teams.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult, especially when introduction of new heroes, bans needs to be adjusted as well, rebalancing and the work coming in. But I'm really, you know what? One of the things I'm really glad that did not exactly happen is that no matter how many times you buff Layla ain't gonna be competitive, baby.
Nope.
Never once was. But if one of these days it becomes the meta, it's gonna be a completely different story, because so far two of the heroes that I've always wanted to see meta is Layla and Mia. Most iconic heroes in Mobile Legends Bang Bang history never became competitive. Not even Zilong. A couple of, you know, maybe Zilong a couple of games here and there, but
yeah,
not
Saber has more relevancy than Roam Saber, I believe.
Yeah, Roam Saber, Jungle Saber was some sort of relevancy as well. Not super popular, but Layla, I've got a sweet spot of it. The recent buff looks a little bit good. Strong first 4 after that, completely flops. Mobility haste. It's just not enough.
Honestly, the fact that we've seen roaming mages in Philippines, I'm surprised we haven't seen it here yet.
There are a couple of games here, but so far the only viable one so far that has proved to have a lot of result was Kadita. And I think recently, last week as well, MPL Malaysia, they had a roaming
Eve, yeah.
and actually came up on top with that game. That was played by Todak. But that's the thing, right? When it comes to Malaysia, Todak is just Todak. You know, Todak loves doing Todak things. One of the most iconic team in the international stage and also locally for Malaysia, where they're known for pulling off some strategies that doesn't freaking make sense, but somehow they made it work. That's the thing, right? You know, sometimes creativity has a limit. You know, you can be creative, but it always comes down to execution. Shot calling is very, very important when it comes to team fights.
And I think for the meta in Snapdragon Pro Series itself, we have kind of went down this path of we have to have a roamer that can pick people off. The Kaja becomes so important sometimes to go to the Lolita, we get the Kufra, and it does make me wonder, Baxia, right? I kind of feel like this is one of those heroes that in certain scenarios can fit into the mold, but we're just not seeing it from the team.
That's the thing about Baxia, right? Like, Baxia's degeneration is really, really strong in certain scenarios. But the problem with Baxia right now is because of the fact that how the meta has shifted where, hey, everything is AoE, everything is crowd control, everything is mobility. Baxia doesn't feel that. It's like a one-hit wonder, it's super tanky, but he can't contribute by providing the debuff, which we kind of expect out of him to set up for a lot of these fights. And what I mean by that is that if you have these debuffs where it's reliable, people don't need to build Dominance Eyes, people don't need to build Necklace of Durance. And so far, nobody builds Necklace of Durance anymore. Dominance Eyes becomes a priority. Recently, patch comes in, buffed up Dominance Eyes to further scale and counter the attack speed machine gun meta, and it actually worked out. Why do we need a Baxia? To be honest, I'm very sad. I'm a very, very Baxia. I really like Baxia a lot, but unfortunately, it just doesn't work out. You know, Baxia, even though it's arguably a tank, but the way you play Dark Baxia jungle is very similar to how you lean on an assassin playstyle more rather than the traditional, you know, zoning kind of playstyle.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like replaced by just a very, very strong item, right? Definitely, I find it a bit unfortunate. And I think another jungler that has fallen off even since the Open Finals was Baraz. We saw it a few times, but I believe the Baraz game that was played, most of them were resulted in a loss.
Yeah, Baraz is also a very similar hero where you need to snowball very, very hard, take advantage of that very, very raw stats that Baraz provides on stacks, and then start snowballing way through. But the downside of why Baraz kind of scale off the later stage of the game is because of the fact that Baraz doesn't have that capabilities to build up stacks as efficient as what you have in the early stage game. Early stage game, we don't see heavy rotations and group ups from enemy team. You're going to be going jungle, looking for resources here. You are going to get some sort of stacks. Similar to how a Claude makes stacks. But the difference between Claude and also Baraz is that Claude has mobility, Claude has range to actually dodge out of fights. Baraz, once you're all in, it's over.
Yeah.
And you don't have the mobility to walk away. It's a big dinosaur that goes boom, 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 but it walks the slowest ever. Slowest hero ever.
Actually one of the slowest heroes in the game. And this is why we're seeing so much Claude, right? I think we have seen pretty good examples. Arashiki is one of it that really rocks the Claude. I believe he plays Claude the most. I think Arfi showed it yesterday as well. Don't think he has played Claude, but he plays the Beatrix very often. And that's why I think I'm very happy just seeing Claude getting played overall. I think when you talk about all these utilities, all these team fights, he just does so much more compared to your traditional marksman.
Yeah, and when it comes to marksman as well, I think one of the super underrated one when it comes to patch notes as well is that they actually recently buffed Leslie as well. I like how Ikoto was able to access a little bit more on how the patch notes as well, explaining how certain heroes' mechanics kind of work. Vincita was one of the biggest one that has one of the biggest change, right? A majority of pros say that, hey, the second skill and ultimate is extremely annoying to deal with, and I agree. It builds out a lot of standard, I would say a lot of CC control in team fights, but personally, I'm a big fan of hooks. And Mincitar's hooks are ridiculously annoying because in the right angle, you're not going to be able to just get one hook. You're going to be able to isolate not one, but two players and completely dissect them in a spot where opponents can't really get out. So, to bring back why Mincitar is such a strong hero is because of the fact that there are not a lot of heroes that can actually deal with mobility. Back then, Kufra, Yay! Kufra
Yes.
here, Kufra there, block flicker. Sorry, you can't block flicker now. Sorry, a bit sad. Boohoo, haha. Minsitar does that.
And I think, you know, it's just more reliable in terms of hook, right? Compared to a Franco, right? You just saw so much more as a mid-sitar. I think overall as the game goes on, you have more utility. You're also more durable in these fights.
It's broken. You know, to be honest, like Minsitar is an upgraded version of Franco right now.
Yep.
A hybrid version, a budget version of Lobita with stuns. And an ultimate that does what Kufra back in the days do, but instead of being in your face, it's AoE.
It's AoE, yeah.
And while on top of it all, everything does damage. So the question here is, are they gonna play it as a tank or are they gonna play it as a damage? So far, tank has had good successes for me in my games. Mobility a little bit lacking, but I'm really liking how it is adapting to deal with mobilities. But I'm still hating that there's not a lot of love for DPS now.
I remember we watched an earlier interview. I don't remember from which team, but one of the players mentioned that you can play Minsitar in 3 roles.
Oh
right?
yeah.
I think Roam Minsitar probably is going to be what we're looking at.
Roam, XP, jungle. You can play it on 3 roles. So it makes a lot of sense why it's just frustrating, right? And there are not a lot of heroes that has this kind of flexibility to kind of flex in multi-roles. Back in the days, Paquito was one of those as well. Fredrin was one of those. Glue was also actually one of those as well. You kind of want to keep your options open as much as possible. Cho was one of the most popular ones to play. You know what? Tank Cho, XP Cho. You know, maybe even gold lane Cho, blah blah, yada yada. So obviously keeping up flexibility is always going to be great. Kadita also going to be a surprise pick as well. Mid-lane Mage, either that, Roam. So keeping your options open gives you more opportunities to try and draft into a later stage game. So that's why it is just so much better.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that, and which is why I think when we look at the heroes that we have today, in fact, there's already been a lot more variations, right? I think Ling and Lancelot has been showing up a lot today. We saw that 1-1 as well. The more static one is probably then mid lane. Even in the Roam role, we saw 2 Kufra games, I believe. 2 Kufra games, 1 Lapu Lapu, 2 Glue games. But when we look at the matchup, Terizla now becomes an option, right? Terizla has been a Fondia thing. He even plays the Yin, and they even flex the Fredrin around. So now you have more options in this series that I think if you are on the side of A8, you feel a lot more comfortable.
Yep, and Kufra has reached a stage where it is not exactly the easiest tank to play, but is definitely an S tier tank because of how disruptive it can be in all these team fights. And there are not a lot of heroes that can do what Kufra does. And so far, the closest to be able to do what he does is pretty much 1, Arlot, 2, Minsitar at this stage of the game. And so far, we haven't seen Minsitar adapt to pro play yet because of the 2-week ban. But after this week onwards, be ready, guys. Be ready, MPL. Be ready, every single Mobile Legends community. Minsitar is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, we're going to see it in the top 4 for Snapdragon Pro Series. We're going to see it in the MPL playoffs.
We're going to see it in ranked games a lot more.
Yeah.
It's either picked or banned. But when that happens, heroes like Fredrin, heroes like Joy, even though they kind of sneak through in the ranked games because of how difficult it is to execute those heroes. And it's understandable why, because it requires team play. But if you play a 5-man side for MG games, well, good luck to you lah.
Yeah, we're gonna see it so much more often, right? I mean, we only have like 6 bans in ranked games, and we just finally got an update regarding the series. Unfortunately, I think the players are still sorting out some technical issues, so we'll have to again call for a very, very short break. And hopefully, when we come back, we will be able to iron out all these complications and get the series going.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Hi guys, Assalamualaikum, I'm Ikuto, and today we are going to do a patch rundown for patch 1.7.68. So let's go through this one by one. Minsitar. So basically now Minsitar has been reworked. Now the passive has changed. So basically now you are applying stacks to the enemy. So when the stacks reach 5 stacks, the next attack will detonate and it will deal large amount of damage, stun, and also restore some HP. This Spear of Glory, compared to the previous one, Spear of Glory only pulled one enemy, but now it put all enemy in his path into him. So this is going to be a very interesting changes because the Spear of Glory also will stun the enemy if it's on the end of the spear, while it just slow when it's in the middle of the spear. The skill also change, which is the Shield Assault, where now Misita will bring up his shield and it will just poke enemy in front of you. And also, yes, it's also reduce the damage when the damage come from in front of him. Need to notice that second skill Shield Assault is a basic attack. So when you go into the Shield Assault mode, you need to still press the attack button to make sure that you are still poking them. Alright, the next one is King Calling. So basically now it's prevent all enemy in its area from using any movement speed abilities. It also summon Royal Guards and trigger Minsita equipment effect. So let's say if you buy a Demon Hunter sword, or if you buy something like Wind Talker, it also trigger the equipment effects and also trigger the passive, in which the passive, whenever you apply the stack, you apply stuns, damage and heals, but you need to apply it 5 times. So with the help of your Royal Guards, it should be easy for you to obtain and to trigger the passive mark of the king. Joy, they will have some nerf, or maybe you can call it rebalance for Joy. They remove the shield effect and now it will deal additional instant damage each time they hit a non-minion unit. So basically what happens is that it looks like they reduce the survivability but they increase the damage. They also changed the skill to Meow the Raider of Joy. So previously you can use it 5 times, now you can only use it 4 times. And to compensate of the shield remove that's happened to her passive, now it will gain shield only when you're hitting the beat. You know, you ting, if you ting, then there's a shield. If there's no ting, then there's no shield. Alright, Freya, quite interesting, right? We never saw this hero anywhere, but skill 1, the Leap of Fate has changed, where it's no longer enhanced by Sacred Orb, or no, does it cost any Sacred Orb. So you can use it freely, and now it can move through obstacle easily. Okay, let's talk about the Spirit Combo, which is the second skill of Freya. The skill cast needed to trigger Leaping Strike reduced from 3 to 2. So now you can easily fraud the leaping skill, which is also have the knockup effect. The cooldown is no longer triggered after the skill, it triggered after not continuing to cast the skill with a certain period. Although the airborne duration has been reduced from 0.5 to 0.4, but I think this is quite good because they reduce the force swing time of the skill. So you know, it's easier for you to swing the skill compared to the previous one. Alright, let's talk about Layla. Basically, they reduce the backswing time to allow her to move and attack more efficiently. So basically, when you are trying to running away and you want to shoot the person in front of you, so it's easier for you to shoot compared to previous. However, they reduce the physical attack, but now what's interesting is that her second skill, the Void Projectile, instead of slow, it's stun. Yes, Layla now have stun. Quite interesting. It's only marked the first target hit. 1-1, I'm pretty sure this is more to nerf because although it's increased the damage when you hit the weakness hit, which is the Tiger Pace, the passive, the damage is been increased from 55.97 to 70.112. Let's talk about the ultimate Crossbow of Tank. So basically, Crossbow of Tank attack range has been reduced. So basically, when you use the 1-1 Crossbow of Tank, previously you can hit further, now you can only hit shorter because of the range. Also, the speed boost while in the air decreased from 10% total movement speed to 100% extra movement speed. Alright, it's not calculated as the total movement speed but only the extra movement speed. Badang, well, Badang basically has been nerfed, kinda sad. For the Malaysia, Badang no longer there. So Badang, the Qigong Fist, the first skill, the damage has been reduced, including the explosion damage. The same for the Fist Crack, the base damage has been reduced. The explosion damage also has been reduced. So I think all the Badang haters, they will be happy. Esmeralda, wow, this is just a simple direct buff. Basically, the first damage has increased from 80% physical attack to 100%, a 20% increase. The second damage increased from 100 plus 55% magic power to 100 plus 75% magic power, so it's easier for you to harass the enemy. While the second skill, the Stardust Dance, this is quite interesting because they reduce the cooldown by 1 in the early game, but for the late game it's still maintained for 3.5 seconds, but it starts at 4.5 instead of 5.5. Very interesting buff because basically you are a lot stronger in the early game. A little bit of change for Eudora. The HP growth has increased, so you are a bit tankier and more stronger. They also increased the Orb of Lightning bounce time duration from 0.6 to 0.9. I guess they don't want you to simply burst the enemies. They want you to use the Orb of Lightning bounce so that it stun more people. Leslie, the base damage increased from 50 to 75. This is like a 50% increase in damage. This is huge for Leslie. Also, the first skill, Master of Camouflage, the cooldown has been decreased from 5 to 3 seconds to 4 to 2.5 seconds. Not bad for Leslie user. Pakito, Heavy Left Punch. I was expecting an increase of damage, but they actually increased the shield that it obtained from the Heavy Left Punch from 150, 500 plus 110 physical attack to 150 to 650 plus 135% physical attack. So they increase the basic shield and also they increase the percent that you will get when you buy any attack item. Frederain, big nerf. Finally, I think you all are expecting it, isn't it? The nerf is skill 2, the Brave Assault with the dash. Basically, they reduce the base damage. It's from 200, 300. It's reduced to 140 to 215 only. So basically it's around 60 to 75 reduction of damage. Basically energy eruption has been reduced quite significant, and now the final damage that energy eruption can do is only 330. It's almost the same as the first level of energy eruption from the previous patch, which is 300. This is kinda a huge nerf to Frederain, but I think people will still love Frederain because of the tankiness that this character have. Alright, that is the nerf and buff that happened in patch 1.7.68. Now, let's go to the equipment and the battlefield adjustment. See Halberd. Now it have a new passive, it's called Punish. Basically, it's increased your damage by 8% against enemy heroes with more extra HP. So technically, it sounds like Demon Hunter Sword, but it's a nerf version of a Demon Hunter Sword. But hey, more effect, more better. The Necklace of Durance, they optimized the build path. Now there's a new passive called Grid. It's the same as the Elegant Gem. This is quite a good item for all the mage out there. Twilight Armor, there's a new passive. When you're taking more than 600 damage in a single hit, the excess amount will be reduced by 300 plus 5% of your max HP. Rose Gold Meteor, the shield increased from 510 to 1350. It has been increased to 840 to 1820, but they removed the effect where it increased the magic defense by 25 for 3 seconds when triggered, so this effect is no more. They add a new effect, increase movement speed by 50% when triggered. The effect decays over 3 seconds, so when you get hit by any skills, if it's triggered, the effect now you become faster, you run faster. I think it's good for any marksman, technically. Okay, Bloodwing. Now when the shield is attacked, it will be restored after 30 seconds, even if it's not destroyed. This is very important because previously, if the shield has been attacked, if it's not destroyed, it will be not restored. The cooldown decreased from 30 seconds to 20 seconds, and there's a new effect where you gain movement speed by 30 when the shield is active. So again, you run faster when you have the shield. Thunderbelt, the cost has been decreased and there's an increase in mana regen from 6 to 10. Very good item. Claw of Destiny, the HP has been reduced from 625 to 500 only, and they reduced the stack. Now it's only grants 20 HP instead of 25. It's a huge nerf for this item. Ice Queen Wand now grants 300 HP instead of 150 mana. Again, it's like they increase the survivability of a hero. Fleeting time. Certain heroes with ultimate that enter cooldown after their duration is over now also gain cooldown reduction from kills and assists during the ultimate duration. As an example, Farami. So when you open Kurt Alta, the cooldown usually start after the ultimate ends, but now the cooldown start during the ultimate itself. Quite a good buff. Dominant size. The attack speed reduction is now calculated after all attack speed bonus. Alright, so it's basically counted all the attack speed item, I assume. Also lower the nearby enemy hero attack speed from 75 to 70%. Dominant size buff. Everybody love it. Now we go to the battle spell changes. Aegis. Shield increase from 750 plus 50 hero level to 750 plus 90 times hero level. This is huge, but they nerf it by remove the effect of granting shield to nearby ally hero. The cooldown also has been decreased from 90 seconds to 75 seconds. Yeah. Quite an interesting change. Revitalize. The effect now move with its caster, making it more suitable for supports. Hey, a revitalize that move is always good. Alright, that's basically wrap up all the changes that happened in patch 1.7.68. I think this is going to be a very interesting patch because, let's take example, Frederick nerf. I think it's going to affect the draft because there's a lot of team out there using Frederick not just for their tankiness but also for their damage. Also the changes to Esmeralda. I think now Esmeralda is back into meta. Leslie will be quite interesting pick in all the tournament. Also, let's not forget about the nerf that happened to 1-1. A lot of team love 1-1 now with the nerf that happened to the crossbow of tank where the attack range has been reduced. This is going to affect her tremendously. Now, if we are talking about the Minsita change, I'm pretty sure a lot of team will use him in the future. Imagine having I'm offended skill, which is Ruby I'm offended skills, in the first skill of Minsita, and now Minsita can stun the enemy, not just stun enemy, also apply the stack where the stack will stun the enemy again. But when you hit 5 stack, it's also deal damage, stun and heal Minsita. The shield assault, which is Minsita's second skill, also applies stack, so I think that skill also can apply stun as long as you hit them 5 times. And of course, who don't love King Calling? It just stopped all the movement speed abilities. I'm pretty sure a lot of them out there going to master how to use Minsita. Alright, in conclusion, I think this patch update overall is quite good, although there are a lot of people that are going to be sad to see Frederick nerf and also the nerf that happened to Joy. It might be affect the drafting for some of the team, but I believe stronger teams will be able to prepare and adapt to the changes. That's all for me. Thank you. Bye-bye.
The rest of the members of Euphoria just positioned perfectly around the area. Oh no, Superior gets the first position kick, but now you see the rest of them actually go on in. Julian tries to get on out there with the enhanced swords, but the Benedetto's electro final blow is just too much damage. Superior is already dead. Guru is next to die. Headgun continuing to just run them down. When does he stop? Finally does.
First 8 teams. So they'll get gone on. Okay, I mean, JH just steals it. Dominant Blast on the back line. They're gonna pounce. Peasy doing a lot of damage with those piercing arrows. Takenaga is unstoppable. Get rid of the veteran. DYY is gone. GameLab getting a good trade. Can Sway Esports hold on? Break even is back. Yome able to go on to 3 members of See You Soon. They're running out of health. Yome able to get the immortality, and now Barbie G comes in with the ultimate, shuts down the Melissa. Kyrie is isolated. The Lord is pushing into the base. See You Soon, your base is in imminent danger. Can Ashley clear it out? He's just a savior.
No,
he cannot do it. The Lord has done
can't.
it. Sway Esports expanding the flicker from this Lolita. Now there's a chance for AA to re-engage. Nasu protected by the count Alta, but they lost him. Castle is still in the fight and getting the kick on the 4th Secret, who is untouched so far. Castle the first to go, but is there enough damage though from Arrow 404? The Fredrin also goes down. 4th Secret finally threatened, but this guy is incredibly still alive. Once in the moment! You cannot keep doing this, my man. 4th Secret. That's just amazing!
Stop him! Stop him! Somebody stop him!
Lord still very healthy, and now Breakeven engages again. Sway Esports going for the jugular. All the spells thrown at the Crystal, at the Pat, at KD. They get rid of Mirth, but the Crystal is still in danger. The Lord not dead yet. Can see you soon. Hold on. Day 2. Barbie G, they need a bit of finishing time. But no, see you soon. Are you kidding me? They just would not go down.
And because of this, See You Soon will be able to bring it to a Game 3.
They still want to continue. They're not too strong about this, but Grimo! He goes for the flicker. He pulls CY. CY with the Wisdom of Nature will eventually get pulled back, and that's going to be MHRLK losing their core strike marksman. Meanwhile, GPX, they have to think about their continuation because Daizo is kiting the Landslot as long as he can, and Ray is out of position as well as MHRLK will completely shut down this Landslot. The Immortality comes in. The Winter Drunken swaps as well to keep him alive, and Ray! Esports, BBN strike, waiting for the moment to strike. Doing the August, going for a Newman on blast, not going to be able to do too much, and that is going to be 2 inhibitors down as they try to go for collapse. They're going for the pull. They find Dungeon cancels your name. Count Alter keeps them alive. Hopper trying to keep them in check. He goes for the stun, but where's the damage? Flash Run finally drops the Count Alter away, but do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Flash Run kills off the carry, and now as you can see Yuji Chenko, he is going to try and trade off, but Evo Esport, they somehow manages to defend. Over to extend it, but it is not going to be enough to reach him. Reset coming from now from See You Soon, but you can see Rookie hammering on the tier 3s, but now the play goes in for a jump, but where's the follow-up? Kyrie dives in, but Rookie getting free shots all the way through Trauma, looking at the wrong target. Now gonna give chase, but who are they gonna kill off? It is gonna be Teresa. The flame extends with the flicker, but the jungler still stands. Rookie as well. Trabot now exposed by this Moskov as they try to delay the inevitable, but See You Soon, they cannot continue this fight. Arrow 404 is looking for objectives here. 20 seconds left before this next lord. They will deny the purple, but here comes the penalty zone. It connects on 3. Real world manipulation comes in, and the counter penalty zone comes in, but it's not gonna matter. They just don't have the damage. Unsight will slowly pick him by, but from behind, here he comes, the Arlon. He gets the kill on Leone. He's going to continue here, but the goal away is going to be there. Opera gets a second one as well, but he's going to be kited around as the Nami is looking to finish him off. They're waiting for the right moment to strike, but Opera doesn't have the money and the mana to continue with this fight, and he is going to go for it. Bloods Unsight gets assassinated.
They're pulling back Yamikaze. He's done for it. Now Lord Ricky needs to get into the middle of this fight. Decimation. It's too late. They've lost so many members to the Melissa side as well as the Lilia. One by one they fall. Lord Ricky hasn't even gotten enough work done on this Lord. Well done as Tiger WONG Esports hold that lead.
Ozil getting gone on by Yuktizi, and he knows that he is going to be terminated. Killing spree already for Aizawa. Her boss in the front line. Kesu just dragged back by the Shadow Stampede. Fondia shows up behind, misses the knockup. GameLab, now they're just gonna commit fully. Can anyone catch Yuktizi? Fondia certainly does. But look at the battle line completely split apart. It's Aizawa on a mega Q streak. And GameLab just running down 8-8 in front of their base. Absolute disrespect from GameLab, and they just keep going. 3 kills. Tupai Esports losing their Kadita. Mid-tier 1 getting pressured, also going straight for the kill, finds it.
Nicely done. Good dashes through the teammates of Tupai, but it's not over just yet.
Still looking for more. AA Esports wants to make it decisive. Jace just kicked away from his turret. Can't find a decimate, and that will be also picking up a killing spree. Her boss follows up, and the entirety of GameLab has shown out. AA still wants to fight this. They're able to get rid of Take Naga. Donkman is the next on the list. Castle sticking onto him, and that will be a double for Richie. But GameLab still fighting on. Her boss sweeps them off their feet, and GameLab finds a late team wipe.
He has BBN playing on their knees. Oh, they find the kill, the pickup instantly happening, but then can we see the second part of this as they immediately find one back? Vengeance already popped by Toy so far, a little low, but gets stunned up. Ryzel does not miss his stun, but is trapped within the real-world manipulation. All-Star to save it, but he's so tanky. Gets back into the mech, gets the triple kill.
Chocolate flavored poop.
Both, because they are both poop.
Poop flavored chocolate. At least it's still a chocolate.
I'm gonna choose the chocolate flavor proof, the second one. The second one, yeah, the second one.
I think that chocolate flavored poop. I don't think I can eat the texture of a poop.
Chocolate flavored poop.
Yeah, for the gamer, we can no shower for a month, but we cannot no internet for a month.
No shower for a month.
I think I already doing the no shower for a month lah, so like I think no internet would be good. I better no shower for a month, better than no internet for a month. I go to no shower for a month. Break my legs so I can still play ML. Breaks my legs better than my arms because I have to have my arm to play the MLBB.
Break legs. I can walk. I can walk using my arms, but we can play using our legs.
Play with angry teammates because if the internet is lag, you will be angry.
I'd rather be playing with other teammates because I will be getting more angry if I will play with laggy internet.
Of course, play with angry teammates because I can mute them.
I think so with spiders. It's more healthy than cockroaches.
Oh, in Cambodia, the spider is very famous, so I would choose pizza with spider. Pizza with cockroaches. I don't scared to cockroaches.
What the? Pizza with spider. Because I hate cockroach.
Pizza with spiders. Idol is Spider-Man.
Pulling back Yamikaze, he's done for it! Now Lord Ricky needs to get into the middle of this fight. Decimation, it's too late. They've lost so many members to the Melissa side as well as the Lilia. One by one they fall. Lord Ricky hasn't even gotten enough work done on this board. Well done as Tiger WONG Esports hold that lead.
Also getting gone on by Yukizi as he knows that he is going to be terminated. Killing spree already for Aizawa, her boss in the front line. Kesu just dragged back by the Shadow Stampede. Bond just shows up behind, misses the knockup. GameLab, now they're just gonna commit fully. Can anyone catch a TZ? Fonda certainly does, but look at the battle line completely split apart as Aizawa on a mega kill streak. And GameLab just running down 8-8 in front of their base. Absolute disrespect from GameLab, and they just keep going, 3 kills. Tupai Esports losing the Khadika. Mid tier 1 getting pressured, also going straight for the kill, finds it.
Nicely done. Good dashes to the teammates on Tupai, but it's not over just yet.
Still looking for more. AA Esports wants to make it decisive. Jace just kicked away from his turret. Can't find a decimate, and that will be also picking up a killing spree. Her boss follows up, and the entirety of GameLab has shown out. AA still wants to fight this. They're able to get rid of Takenaga. Dokman is the next on the list. Castle sticking onto him, and that will be a double for Richie. But GameLab still fighting on. Her boss sweeps them off their feet, and GameLab finds a late team wipe.
He has BBN play on their knee. Oh, they find the kill, the pickup instantly happening, but then can we see the second part of this as they immediately find one back? Vengeance already popped by Toy so far, a little low, but gets stunned up. Ryzel does not miss his stun, but is trapped within the real-world manipulation. All-Star to save it, but he's so tanky. Gets back into the mech, gets the triple kill.
All right, we are back with the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Group Stage. And sorry for the delay, but the update is that just now Esports, they were playing in the MDL matches and actually won their series. Unfortunately, no rest for the wicked. They will have to take on GPX instantly, and because of competitive ruling, AA will have to forfeit the first game, which means that GPX now leads this series 1-0.
Yep, this is going to be a little bit unfortunate here for A8 Esports, but of course, this is a very, very important moment because it is an elimination match for Indonesia. And in this case, A8 Esports down a point means that the only way A8 Esports is going to be able to continue the top 4 is getting a clean 2-0 against GPX.
Oh yes.
Arguably, based on their performance-wise, which we were watching as well as Pop, when they were playing under Pops for FBL, they were doing really, really good. They pulled off some really, really crazy match. But the question here remains is that, do they have the stamina? Do they have the fatigue to pull through against GPX? Don't exactly know whether or not GPX has been watching them during MDL, but we do catch a glimpse of how the best of the best are going to be playing. And that is something that I want to see. Truth be told, I know, let's face it, production is listening, everybody's listening, you guys are listening. Let's face it. If this was a full 3 games,
right,
it would be really, really nice. I want to see whether or not somebody can beat GPX, even though everybody is looking for GPX. But I want to see whether or not AA is going to get a clean 2-0.
Yeah, we'll see if that 1-0 matters as much as we thought it would be for GPX. Now, of course, all of this powered by our partners and friends over at Samsung Galaxy. And it's great to have them on this journey with us. We went from talking about the Z Fold 4 and now it's going to be the Galaxy S23 Ultra. Times are changing and the product just gets better and better. So grab yourself one of these babies, share the epic and level up your game.
Yep, this is where things get a very, very ton of events because with this phone, you can give you a little bit of a Mobile Legends Bang Bang experience. And while that's happening as well, you can take good pictures of your friends, your girlfriends, your husbands, your wives, and your boyfriends. Yes, yeah, I fixed it a little bit more here.
Wait, hold on.
What, huh?
Plural? Husbands? Wives?
Some people like it that way. You know, some things are meant to be, you know, kept on a hush, but at the same time, for most importantly now for these guys watching at home, this is going to be important here. GPX currently 1 game ahead and going through the bans and drafts as well. We are going to catch a little bit of a glimpse on what A8 Esports has been thinking about as well. And of course, in terms of the draft, we do see a lot of preference on towards the Fredrin side still. A8 Esports still going for a little bit of a textbook play coming from their side. And I want to see how well it translates to this game.
Yeah, GPX, all they have to do is very simple. Just win this game and they will qualify for top 4. And like you pointed out earlier on, AA now have an uphill climb. They had to forfeit the first match, which means that the only way for them to win is to win 2 matches back to back. And the fatigue might set in, right? They just played a full best of 3 in the MDL, and now they're in for a potential 2 more games.
Now we are going to be starting things off. As you can see, the Bankhead buffs is real. GPX all blued up. Not exactly sure why blue, but it seems like they are in a vicinity to go for that as well. But now from A8, they are going to be playing as of yet. This is going to be them up on screen. And they are going to be starting things off on the blue side. It is going to be a long day for them. And hopefully, it is going to be close. Because I am hoping that AA Esports is going to get that 2-0 sweep. While GPX only needs 1 game. So it is going to be a tough one. But as you can see, the drafts are on and set. And I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they deliver.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on the side of AA Esports. And again, right, you look at the team cam. This is not the usual office that we see AA Esports in. They are still at the MDL area. So again, there's not much time for them to go for the reset. They come off a full best of 3, and now it's time to reset your mind and come back to SBS because MDL is a different ballgame. It's a different environment. The drafts might vary also. It really comes down to if AA Esports can adapt back and just quickly reconfigure their drafts for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, this is something that I actually need to consider as well. But based on what they're thinking as well, they're still prioritizing the R-load as well, something that is just extremely annoying to deal with. Doesn't want to actually deal with it. But so far, I don't think they have a mental picture of what they're expecting of GPX's draft. So I feel like GPX, they might still lean on what playing that Beatrix once again. So it's something that they may consider trying to deny it away. GPX still afraid of the 1-1. But let's take a little bit of breather here. I know AAD Esports are taking a little bit of their time to actually go through the ban phase. They will be banning standard pickups, and that is going to be the Fanny going to be banned off as well. Joy also going to be something that they need to consider banning off. GPX instant response. They're not giving them room to think. I like how GPX is very decisive here.
And I think the interesting part is that AA Esports took out the Fanny, right? Because it's a pick that GPX did go for when they went up against Euphoria, and that game resulted in a loss. Fanny was not really a big issue in that game, and even today, Fanny wasn't really a problem. So AA Esports playing a very, very safe ban phase, which means that we're seeing a lot of heroes getting let through. Once more, Farmist becomes the center of the conversation. We have the Valentina still up, the Glue, the Fredrin, and the Kaja even.
Yeah, I think AAD Esports have to play something a little bit more textbook here, just because of the fact that they are a little bit worn out, and playing textbook here is going to give them a little bit of chance to actually play against GPX, whereas towards the draft here, Fredrin is going to be something that they do want to prioritize a little bit more, but they are going to keep options for GPX here. Do they ban the Fredrin or do they ban the Faramis? So it's going to be priority here, but Faramis gets banned off. So AAD Esports, options here. Fredrin,
right? I feel like it has to be the Fredrin because
Blue, Eve?
Probably. With how A8 has been, the fact that they have been flexing the Fredrin, I think the value is there. But I do agree. I think like the Glue opening is also not the worst. Though some of these heroes have been relegated to second and third pick instead of first. Oh, there it is. So the Glue goes through.
They are going to open things up to try and deal with the Fredrin matchup for GPX. GPX is going to be doubling down whether or not they want to go for the Fredrin for Ray. It seems like they should go for it as well, but no,
there it is.
Ignore it. It is going to be the Benedetta XP lane against the Kaja. And I like how GPX is adapting to this. I think they were watching the MDL, so it makes a lot of sense why AD Esports doesn't really mind this as well. This is a pretty decent matchup, and Double Petrify's coming in. Kadita completely ignored from both sides. AD Esports has the option to actually go for it.
And you know why the Benedetta is not only so good? It's because GPX was in this position. When they went up against Euphoria, they had a Glue for Ziri, and his god went Benedetta for 2 games in a row. So GPX taking a page out of that series yesterday, adapting really quickly. I love this Benedetta so much. You cut the waves, Glue can never catch you, and AA Esports committing to that Kufra so early on.
I was expecting a little bit different here, maybe just because they want to try and open things up for the Assassin playstyle. So tank slot is very much up and open for AD Esports. A little bit of denials here coming in from GPX. They can actually go for the higher booster as well, which is something that I think AD Esports likes to play around this composition. So I guess that is going to be the hero pool for Ozil, right? Like, I think that's something that not many people kind of expect out of him, but yesterday they were actually able to take the game off PPN Strike for this Hayabusa pickup for AD Esports. So I like that they are going in this direction, but for GPX wise, they will secure down the carry in case AD Esports goes for the Fredrin. 2 very, very tanky composition from AD Esports, but for GPX, I'm pretty sure they have to deny the Fredrin, but at the same time, why do they need to do so? Because like it or not, if they go, like even if after this ban phase, they will still get first pick priority for second pick. So it forces AD Esports to actually ban off junglers instead.
Yeah, we are seeing GPX start to take out all of the goal laners, right? Brody is the first one to go. I'm expecting perhaps we're gonna expect the Melissa to get banned next as well.
Oh, smart!
The Claude. Wow, actually take out the Hayabusa.
Smart read, considering how Ozzy was playing yesterday here. This is gonna be a denial coming from GPX. That is gonna put AD Esports in a awkward position. What other junglers can actually face up against Fredrin? So AD Esports, do they go for the coin 50-50 flip? Do they just ban the Fredrin right here, right now? Or do they risk potentially just banning off another mage here? Because as of yet, Farsa still completely ignored in the pool, so there's pretty much 2 choices here. Fredrin or Farsa coming from AD Esports. They have to pick the poison.
In this case, you probably looking at the Farsa, right? There it is.
Fredrin gonna be in the hands of GPX for sure. Unless it's a jungle Benedetta, but it's very, very unlikely here. But no!
They commit to the Lancelot.
Okay!
AA surely now have a Fredrin Engro to go for, right? Fredrin, I think Akai isn't too bad an option, but Fredrin is... GPX is never going to go for the Fredrin anyway, so AA Esports spoiled for choices. They have the jungler to work with, to consider. They also have the gold laner they can pick up right now. The Melissa is on the board. You also have the Claude, Arfi opting for it. This is kind of the big AoE that, you know, was lacking earlier on from ALVA 8, where they took the Brody over the Claude, but now with Claude in the hand of A8, this is starting to look like a very robust composition.
Oh boy, this is a little bit interesting as well, because if right now the biggest problem for AD Esports is that if they go for a Fredrin, they do have a lot of chain CCs, and these are good heroes to actually deal with a Lancelot. But the problem is, if carry is left untouched, they are going to get completely shredded apart. But no, they're not going for the Fredrin, but they're going for the jungle Paquito. I love this. Let's go. Finally, a team bringing in Paquito. It has been buffed a little bit, but is it relevant enough to be in the making? And so far, with this Paquito in play, Paquito known to be one of the strongest fighters to deal against assassin junglers, gonna be brought in, and GPX forced to go for the Lunox. Adaptation has been made, but GPX, they double down on max HP percentage chunk with this play, and they've got their drops here.
It's two very different compositions. And for GPX, again, all they got to do is to win this game. And they're off to top 4, but AE Esports, so warmed up after the MDL series, coming in with a composition that I don't think I've ever seen before. We've seen Paquito in the Open Finals once or twice, but AE Esports bringing out on a potential elimination match. This is something that I find very exciting, especially when AE Esports have gotten one of the most robust compositions that you can ever ask for.
A blast from the past. Once upon a time, Jungle Paquito terrorizing all of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Finally here in action here. I'm looking forward to see whether or not AE Esports is going to be able to come over top, because as of yet, they've got a lot to prove after a very, very long game in MDL. Now losing one game due to disqualification here. Can they rise up the challenge and take the 2-0? You got to stick around and find out, because this is going to be the Indonesian pride here for the SBS Pro Series. AD Esports currently on the blue side, going up against GPX for that title.
One of them will carry the torch for Indonesia into top 4 by the end of this, but AE Esports clearly wanting to put up a fight. And I'm just very, very excited to see how that XP lane is going to work out between Ziri and Fondia, because GPX fell to the Benedetta in yesterday's series, and they also got this exact matchup into the glue.
Oh my goodness. I like how Fondia is just completely bullying Benedetta, knowing he's got a strong first kill in the early stage of the game. Fredo Cutie, you know, gonna get a little bit of harassment, but it's not gonna be a big factor for GPX. So AD Esports, it all comes down to whether can they sync their rotations around Ozil. Ozil going for a damage build Paquito just to threaten the Lancelot a little bit more. So in this case, if they go in for the tanks a lot, it is going to be a problem in terms of damage output, so I'm looking forward to see how it goes.
Ray hitting that 4 off that cam onto Kesu. Slow right down. Ray forced back by Ozu. That's the damage that you were talking about, right? Ozu not even level 4 yet. Was able to push back this Lancelot.
You know, that's why you gotta respect the Paquito. It's super underrated. But the problem here right now is that without the War Axe buff come back in the days, this Paquito is not gonna have the traditional one-shot capabilities, taking advantage of War Axe now compared to before. So most likely we are gonna see a little bit of a Hunter Strike build coming in from him. And I want to see how it all goes down for now, because as of yet, eventually, this Lancelot will not have the damage to actually threaten the Paquito. But I'm curious to see whether or not can he steal off the turtle, because as of that, he doesn't have the jungle emblem for Ozil.
Fredo QT and Kesu both just hit that level 4. GPX slowly working on that turtle. Fondia trying to run interference, but Ray will secure the turtle for himself. Electro Final Blow also used. Kribu in the mix. Fondia sticking onto them, but the Flicker is going to bring Fondia into No Man's Land. Now the River Manipulation unleashed by Ricci. First blood for Ozil.
Oh, nicely done, but it's not over yet. Kesu catches him midway. Fredo QT tries to run for his life, and that's going to be a double kill for Ozil. Oh, when things look too good to be true, GPX, they did what they could, but now here comes the latch on for Fondia. He tries to go in for an extension to punish Ziri, and Ziri has no way to retreat as Ozil continues his onslaught with 3 kills in the bag.
3 kills back-to-back for this Paquito. Dream start for AA Esports. Ray's going to take that opportunity to take this purple buff away. Kesu, unfortunately, late to the party. The good news is that despite also getting 3 kills, not too much of a network advantage for A8, and Ray is 2 levels ahead of this Paquito.
Oh boy, this is the perfect dream game. That's why it's just so strong against Assassin early games as well. And he's trying to actually get a little bit more snowball. And this is where GPX, they have to play catch up to a certain degree. They're setting up an gang with Fredo QT for the catch, but look at how A8 Esports positioning himself. They're just completely ignoring fights. They're playing it safe. They don't need to risk unnecessary fights. And as soon as GPX grouped up, they are losing valuable resources across the map. So be extremely patient for this fight. But Ozil looking for the steals, and he steals it with the retribution. Ah, you hate to see it. You hate to see it for Ray.
Ray's at least a bit fun at it because also needed the XP. Kesu taking the brush, gonna get kidnapped by the Divine Judgment. He's gonna like to final blow again, but the rumor manipulation is gonna let Ozil get a mega kill streak. Both teams trading 1-for-1. Does GPX have more steam left in the tank? Doesn't seem like it though. Ray cannot contest the camp.
Oh, it's going to be a tough one as well. Ozil is threatening the mage time and time again. That's pretty much the only hero from the side GPX which is easily bullied. Meanwhile, they are going to try and contest the turtle. And once again, a very awkward position GPX is in. They are going to potentially use the Divine Judgment to stall things out. But at the same time, Ray is a bit stalled off as well. Does he get the steal? No, he does not. Messes up the retribution timing. Ozil's going to go. But the flicker catch coming in with the Kufra is going to get one more. Kribu not playing the game at all. Fondier trying to overextend and zone them out. But A8 Esports, they are going to focus the mid lane. And GPX will lose members and bodies for this, but Kesu is gonna go for the catch, and when you least expect it, he strikes, and Fredo QT almost getting paid off. Looks very, very cool, but GPX, they have to play this a little bit safe now.
Kesu.
Oh my god, Kesu, really?
He's gonna go for it again. Just has the bouncing balls, cancelling the dash from one, but wants to stand his ground and fight this. Esports not threatening him enough, and now Ray shows up to provide a bit of that hell. Rumor manipulation used just in case. Ray straight onto the Eve with the Thorn Rose, dodging damage, jumping onto RV, forcing the blazing duet out, but Fondia is in the back line, he's trying to get rid of this Lancelot. Kribu now shows up to the party, and Kribu gets the job done. RV goes down, Richie forced away, GPX finds an answer.
Oh, mistakes were made from A8 Esports here. They got a little bit overzealous, but little did they know Ozil was nowhere to be found. They needed Ozil in that fight, and now they are going to try and stall the fight. Tyrant's Rage comes in, but the Brilliance also counters the engage as well. The Divine Judgment counterplay is here, but here comes Ozil! He goes in, he kills them all, and he's gonna get the triple! Do not be alarmed. You think you want the fight, but it is gonna be Manny Pacquiao that comes up on top.
If A8 Esports win this, definitely on the back of Ozil. 8-3. All the kills on the side of A8 Esports in the hands of this Paquito. Siri will just clear the wave. Ozil needs to be careful. Can't let it get into your head just yet. GPX dealing with under a 2,000 net worth deficit. All things considered, still not the worst case scenario. Kesu also spotted out by the members of GPX. They want that mid-tier one, but up against Richie's wave clear, it's not going to be easy.
Oh, this is going to be scary coming from GPX. A very huge lead for Ozil. He just got his Hunter Strike and the Malefic Roll. A lot of armor shredding. Tanks a lot coming from GPX, slowly transitioning with the War Axe. I don't think it's going to matter too much. But look at that damage! 2-hit combo. Goodbye, Ziri. GPX underestimating what this Paquito can do. The recent buff finally starting to take effect, and Ray now looking to steal this off. He's trying to bait them off, but guess what? Little did you know, from behind, Kesu tries to stop him, and that is going to be a turtle secured by A8 Esports.
GPX still not too worried. They got the bot tier 1. They traded something back. This is still a very manageable gold deficit. In fact, GPX sticking together as a squad, they will take over that bottom jungle, which is an area that they can access easily. They see Ozil, they see Kesu, the conceal play is there. Kesu instantly clearing out the brush, making sure that Ozil gets that orange buff. GPX on full retreat.
Oh boy, they have to play slow. Ray doesn't have the purple buff as well. So they are going to try and take a little bit breather here to figure out how do they deal with this Paquito, because eventually this Paquito can threaten every single player at GPX, and they need crucial items. And what is that? That's going to be written on armor, there's going to be dominance ice, that's going to be at least another blade armor to deal with this burst. And while this is all happening, can they find space to get some farm? Because as of yet, the extension with the stun comes in, and now GPX, they will lose members in the fly.
And again, another Flicker Tyrant's Revenge from Kesu. He's so accurate with this cash. Ozil, big opportunity.
Oh,
Ray actually checks it. And Ozu is not gonna go, but Kezu commits right now. Ozu shows up. No opportunity just yet. Again, AA Esports, they can choose to not overcommit. Meanwhile, Benedetta Ziri has to deal with the bottom side, so AA Esports creating some space on the map.
Oh my goodness, the amount of damage that he has right now. Look at this, Ozil 24k, and even items as well. He's close to finish off his Blade of Despair, and once that's happened, any combo coming in is going to completely one-shot everyone from aside GPX unless they start building up those items. And as of yet, defensive items-wise, we can see that the Lancelot is actually going for the Thunderbelt. Doesn't necessarily provide the biggest amount of defense, and Dominance Eyes from Kacha is not going to save him from this initial burst. They need more than this. They need an Integras. They need the Blade Armor to actually sustain the way through. And the only way to do that is to stall this game. And GPX, can they find those opportunities to do so?
They're doing a pretty decent job in stalling things out. All things considered, this Lord spawn is going to be crucial. So far, AA Esports have been good on the engages, and that's what's been stopping GPX. Ray also chunked down 70% health. GPX losing all these brush control gives AA Esports so much agency to start this Lord up.
Extremely smart plays coming from GPX as well. They're trying to bait reactions coming in, but eventually the middle turret needs to fall. But looks like here comes the club. Cyrus Rage goes to the wall. They double Fredo QT, but they don't have the damage. RP going for the Blazing Thread. They finally finish him off, but eventually they are pushed back, and the tier 1 keeps them out to safety, but they sacrifice Kezu from side AA Esports.
And on the side of GPX, they lost Fredo QT as well. They use everything to catch Ozo, but they do not have enough firepower to finish him off. And unfortunately, we saw the power of the Blazing Duet. Arfi keeping everyone from GPX behind, and Richie with that real world manipulation also zoning out GPX. Lord goes over to AA Esports. 10 minutes in, 4,000 net worth lead. This Benedetta was kind of the key to buy space for GPX, but so far AA Esports have been able to punish Ziri.
Oh boy, this is going to be a close match here coming in from them, but at the same time, with this Lord coming in, is not going to make things easier for GPX as they need to buy time. And Ziri, he hasn't been able to find those opportunities yet, especially when now he's still buying for a little bit more damage item. He does have the Brute Force Blessed Blade, but it's still not going to be enough to tank through the burst coming from Paquito. But for now, all he can do is going to be clearing waves here. He is going to try and set up, but here comes a catch from Kessel from the side. They knew he was going to do that, but is he going to die? Yes, he will. Ozil will only cut off his final exit entry, and even then, he will be strangled to death.
And Ray is just desperately cutting the waves, cutting the lanes, making sure he doesn't get fouled by this Paquito. GPX able to defend at least that mid inhibitor, but they have a bottom lane that they need to worry about. So far, Kezu so good on those casts. Ray, I don't think you can fight Ozu. No way that he wins that one. Ozu 11-0 out of 13 kills.
Oh boy, even with the high and dry is a little bit too much to handle, and now with the Lord knocking in, Kezu once again looking for interjection. He's thinking to go and catch Kribu, but he doesn't have the flicker. Oh wait, he does have the flicker to extend. But it is a little bit too far-fetched here as they want to take away into the outer tier 2s. Now top side conceal plays. They finally catch Ozil. This is the biggest hunter, and that is huge for Watt. Biggest gold net worth swing for Watt for this fight, and that's exactly what they need for GPX.
Best case scenario, Watt cashes in on the kill. GPX getting some signs of life, losing the bottom inhibitor, but overall the fact that they were able to stop Ozil, they get the goal for Watt. It's going to give them some more of that agency to kind of shred AA Esports, but GPX has to always remember those flicker Tyrant's Revenge from Kesu has been on point so far. And all these engages is going to destroy GPS because they don't have a front line to sustain in these fights.
Oh boy, with only just killing Ozzy from that fight, Watt was able to get a decent amount of gold to actually scale back in this game, and that is very hopeful. But at the same time, they need one more pick-off like this in order to make a comeback. Ozzy, he may have the damage, but this is a glass cannon Paquito we're talking about. He doesn't necessarily have the items to actually fight back. He doesn't necessarily have the items to actually tank this way through, but as of yet, he's only died once. So this is a big factor from AD Esports. This is the secret weapon coming from him. Whereas GPX, they just need to counter his way through. Now, with the Winds of Nature coming from Watt, that is going to keep the carry alive a little bit more. But eventually, carry's job is to kill the tanks, and Paquito is not a tank.
Yeah, if Paquito gets on top of Watt, I think Watt would just evaporate. But GPS can buy enough time for this carry to really dish out those damage, and maybe we'll see a different result. 4.3k net worth advantage for A8. Ray sees this happening.
Oh, at the same time, Ray, they know where he is, but they can't seem to know where he is. Kezu, they're not checking the back brush. Ray, finally showing a little bit smooth, but do they get it? No, misses the timing. And that is going to be AA taking the Lord once again. Concealed play from GPX not going to be able to interject. And they are going to be forced to play defense once again.
Yeah, Ray was thinking about going for a steal, but it's just too risky. If Ray goes down, then GPX will have to bear the full force of AA, so they opt to defend against this Lord push. But it is not going to be easy. They might lose the other two inhibitor turrets that they have.
Okay, let's see what kind of items they need right now. They are starting a little bit more value here. We do see a lot of HP coming from Lancelot, but eventually HP is not going to do him any good. They need some sort of Dreadnought armor, and everyone from GPX doesn't have any of that. But even then as well, this is going to be a tough battle. But Kezu here looking for interjection, almost connects on Ziri, but he is going to be A-okay. So A8 still continues to assault. Failed attempt, but still has another try.
Yeah, the fact that Ziri was able to repulse the crowd control, very, very important, but Ray needs to survive this one. Also, is running at Ray. If he catches his Lancelot, it's going to be bad news. Meanwhile, AA Esports trying to take the fight in GPX's front door. And look at what this guy's going to be. The focus, Fondia, absolutely melted. AA Esports wants the inhibitor, but they cannot find it. GPX with an incredible defense, and Ray, he is still alive. In fact, he's winning against Ozzo. This is going to give space to GPX. Now backup can come through. Ray still surviving. Arfi, you cannot fight him. Ziri has found the rest of AA. GPX holding on.
What the hell was that shield? Ozzy was pretty much 10% health in the bottom left of the screen, and every single time he connects his punches onto his Ray, it gives Ray a little bit of hope that he can kill him, but out of nowhere he builds up like a big margin of shield, similar to how Esmeralda was back in the days. It just shows you, in a 1v1 fight, it's really, really hard to kill Paquito off.
But the fact that Ray didn't get solo kill 2 minutes ago is great for GPX. Now you can rely on this Lancelot to keep cutting those waves. We will get a couple more minutes in this game. 65 seconds until the next Lord. And all things considered, the gold differential is just 4,000. It is not too big of a margin.
Yeah, this is huge for GPX, considering that they have been playing on the back foot for the longest time, and now with a little bit more items here, they can threaten AA and Esports, and they have to be a little bit more careful. But here comes Gasu. They go in for the catch, and they are going to completely eliminate Fredo QT. Tries to get out. Immortality keeps him alive, but absolutely nothing they can do. GPX not able to counter-engage here, especially without the Divine Judgment. 4 immortalities up on AA Esports. Ray shows himself in the body, but there's only so much he can do. He is buying time. Keizu looking for the catch, and he's going to be A-okay. Ray still sidesteps his way through, but AA, they have to make a call. Chase him or push the lane, and in this case, they're going to chase the Lancelot, and that is going to be the rest of GPX getting some space. But Ray, look at him. Look at him go. He's got a boost. He's got so much stats, but he will eventually die in 4-man of AA Esports.
They bought so much time. Instant conceal play. Ziri out of range from the Tyrant's Revenge. Lord just spawned. The timing could not have been better for AA Esports. They will not have Ray to contest this Lord. GPX once more will have to defend, this time against Lord number 3. Meanwhile, topside, I think they found Watt. But Fondia, he's going to get melted. Can Watt survive this one? Oh, Ziri! It steals the Lord! GPX not ready to go down. Watt goes down, but Ziri sacrificing his life for the heroics.
Oh, what a steal coming in as well. Awesome, mistime his retribution, but the top side is not over yet. And as you can see, Fredo QT is buying to buy time, but the rest of the Esports are going to collapse on them. But on the sides, Kribu will get a solo kill on Richie, but he needs to back out with the Lord coming in. It is going to buy a little bit more time for GPX to come online. And RV, what are you doing? You're all by yourself. He's going to die. He's going to go for a fight, but Kribu, he survives the fight, but RV is also in danger for AA Esports. And GPX looking to go in for the finish, but AA Esports is still hanging on with that misplay coming in from Ozil.
The fact that Kribu got out was a blessing in disguise. GPX gets a full reset. Ray finally getting that BOD also. You see the amount of space that GPX has been able to find for themselves. That Lord was nothing more than a lifeline, but now we get another 2 minutes until the next Lord. GPX doing a fantastic job stalling out this game.
Oh, now, when it comes to the stalling game here, we have reached a stage where they need some sort of items to deal with it here. But so far, we haven't seen any anti-Cuirass purchase for this Paquito. It seems like they don't really worry about it. They are still focusing on whether or not Arfi kills them off. But I feel like with this anti-Cuirass, it pretty much reduces all that damage output. I guess it's going to be up to Fredo QT to build out those tanky items. And once he builds into that stage, this is where it is going to be even Stevens. And this is where A8 Esports has to play a little bit more passive because Paquito is starting to lose his steam in this later stage of the game.
Yeah, they're trying to really capitalize on a snowball, right? Build full raw damage, with just one-shot everyone. But we wanted GPX to stall things out, and Ziri just right on the edge of the katana, stealing the Lord away. A heartbreak, honestly, if you are A8.
Oh, did not expect it as well coming from Ziri. What a clutch for GPX, especially when they're this close from taking the full series, denying A8 Esports a chance to represent Indonesia. But as of yet, it is going to be a difficult one for A8 Esports. They cannot afford to lose this game. And so far, GPX, you can see based on bottom lane, they are looking to potentially snipe the tier 2 and go in for the red strategy. And A8, they know this is the classic plays. When you have a Lancelot, when you have a Benedetta, there's just so much cross-plat plays, capabilities, and potential from GPX. Whereas A8 Esports, they can't exactly force a 5v5 fight, especially when it's gotten to this stage of the game.
And you can see A8 Esports, they're very aware of this. They don't see GPX on the map. Right? If they catch him,
oh my goodness,
important.
they do!
Swiping back into the turret, they got him.
Right at the edge, Kazu clipping at the remains of the tier 1, getting the Tyrant's Rage stun for the setup. And Ray did not expect it at all. Some next level play coming from A8 Esports. Next level precision. And now the concealed plays to interject the top side. This is how you deal with cross map plays. Who do they kill? Fredo QT has shown himself, but what is going to be the biggest prize? Carry, no immortality. He's got the Wisdom of Nature. He's all by himself. 1v4. Nothing he can do. But at the same time, the Lord is going to be out for grabs. But GPX pressuring the bottom lane with the Benedetta. And this is the cross-map plays we're talking about. Eventually, the Lord will be secured by A8 Esports, but GPX, they might lose an inhibitor, and they will.
Decent trade from GPX. Again, at the end of the day, they lose the Lord. They had to defend against this. They've done it before, and they were able to stabilize that bottom side, get that inhibitor trade. So all in all, GPX still got something out of it. RFE just got purchased immortality as well. Lord spawning bottom side, GPX should be able to do that no problem. And Ziri just cutting across the map as fast as possible. Just now, Fredo QT actually went for Flicker, Divine Judgment onto Fondia, but they couldn't get the kill. That's why Watt ended up going down. Now they have the full force of GPX on the top side. Fondia finding Kribu, instantly going into that ultimate. Ziri cutting through the backline again. Fredo QT wants to help, but Kribu stuck on and deleted.
How unfortunate. They needed the Lunox in this fight, but it is not over yet. They've got 3 immortalities. Ray doesn't have his. With the Lord coming in with 20 minutes in the game, A8 Esports might be able to tie the series here despite losing a disqualification for game 1. But now when the jump comes in, the Tyrant's Rage is there. It's all out brawls, but the Lord making work on the Crystal. And R3 says, I don't care. I'm taking the Crystal. I'm tying the series, and it will take 1 game against GPX in this series.
It all leads to this. We still have to go the distance. And A8 very, very much warmed up. Debuting the Paquito jungle in the most important series and pushing us to that game 3. GPX, they had a free one, but now it's all back to square one. Doesn't matter anymore. One last game to decide who makes it to top 4.
This is the full reset coming from both sides, and eventually it comes down to one final game. And GPX currently, they may have shown strong showings, but what threw them off guard was the Paquito jungle to deal with the Lancelot Ozil. Just a phenomenal early game dominance, very early triple kill, translated into his 10 kills without dying a single time. And even here, Ray could not sustain his way through, but over time, A8 Esports, they had a very, very good game where they are playing around where Kezu is always catching GPX at angles where you least expect it. And every single time that happens, Ray is just in a situation where he just can't really do too much about all these fights.
I mean, Kezu, MVP for this game for sure. The amount of engages that he has been able to pull off, the catches, him and Fondia on this glue. The constant pressure on these squishy targets. Again, GPX, they don't really have a front line to work with. When these fights get dragged out, A8 Esports just win with raw durability. We go again in this one last bout, A8 Esports.
Yep, and it is going to be a good game for GPX, and eventually it is just such a strong, phenomenal game for them. And I'm looking forward to see how game 3 is going to go, because eventually GPX just completely completely popping off with this series. And at the same time, losing out this series means that they are on the equalizer, as we mentioned as well. But let's take a look at the items real quick as well of how things went down. Obviously, Paquito and Ozzy here, very, very early Hunter Strike, transition into the Malefic Raw in barely 8 minutes of the game. Pretty much shreds through everyone from inside GPX. They didn't have value anti-Kiras, they didn't have value steel leg leggings as well to actually defend against this, but even that is not enough. And pretty much the only one that pretty much has a little bit of defense here was Fredo QT, but most of the time, Fredo QT was nowhere in this fight, and as a Kaja, you can't exactly zone off a Paquito when they're in your face. So eventually, it came down to a situation where they had no choice, scrap the idea, dodge Paquito throughout, and drag in towards the later stage game, which I felt was a really, really good play. But it all came down to whether or not Ray was able to match up against the Paquito. Unfortunately, scrapped his idea, sold all tank items, went for full damage, didn't have enough to challenge the Paquito at all.
Yeah, and it's just so rough for a GPX. You know, you look at all the stats, AA filling up the Hall of Fame, also of course most damage per minute, most gold earned per minute, Fondia, the tank for AA that GPS could not shred through, and Richie on this Eve has just been instrumental in orchestrating these team fights. GPS cannot dive AA at all.
Yeah, well done indeed coming in from AA Esports, because now with tying in the series here, I'm looking for to see who the MVP is. It is going to be none other than Ozil himself for the Paquito. 11-1-0, died only a single time for his greedy plays up top, being caught up with Divine Judgment. But it doesn't matter because he's holding on Oz's own. First debut Paquito here for the entire Snapdragon Pro Series in this playoffs, and I'm looking forward to see more of it because this patch has made Paquito so very strong.
And Ozil is the first one to show us that the strength of this Paquito. Again, this 15-1-1. Again, no one expected this Paquito to be shown up, but he was the prime reason why AA Esports basically snowballed all the way from start until end. Never really, even when losing the Lord, didn't really matter. And I guess the wait was worth it. We get to see this full series of this last best of 3.
Well, it is what it is. All the way from MDL, showing no signs of losing steam at all. As of now, AA Esports looking to represent Indonesia for this Snapdragon Pro Series, and currently at a deficit. GPX, even though a lot of teams has been expecting here, GPX is going to make top 4 all the way through. It might actually just end their journey right here, because as of now, final game, AA Esports pulled the biggest win. But the problem is, can GPX adapt? But when winning is this much more important, let's thank our sponsors here, coming from Snapdragon here. When winning matters is going to be the way to go, because it is very, very important to know that with very, very important chipsets to give you guys a little bit of an important strike here, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters, is the way to go.
Yeah, honestly, if AA wins this, this will be one of the biggest upset that we have seen. And of course, with great chipset comes great power, but you need a device that can power that chipset to its optimal efficiency, and that's why we have Samsung Galaxy with us on this journey. They've been instrumental in allowing us to perform at our best when it comes to our in-game plays. So do check out their latest product, this Galaxy S23 Ultra. Share the epic and level up your game.
Yep, and when it comes to all these moments here, you gotta let us know what you guys think about this upcoming game, because it is a little bit late here so far. But what I'm extremely excited is to see whether or not AA Esports gets the 2-0, because eventually it's bound to happen. They pulled up a pocket strategy. Paquito, super underrated. No one expected it as well. It's been calling out for the longest on time, but it is AA Esports that brings you to the table. Because as of yet, GPX, they are risking being eliminated after this game.
Yeah. And of course, we also gotta thank Monster Energy for allowing everyone involved to unleash the beast within them. Take a swig, bleed green, get energized. Monster Energy is right here with you. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you want the best deals for your gaming top-ups, your Mobile Legends diamonds, what we have just the pit stop for you is www.kachishop.com with great deals, game top-ups.
Yep, and you can also get your sexy skins coming up. Prepare some diamonds as well. I know Jujutsu Kaisen is over. There is still legend skins for you to actually grab. There's still collector skins to go for, and there's still a potential new skin as well with the the ITZY collaboration coming in for MLBB. But enough of diamonds. Let's find out who will be representing Indonesia for the Snapdragon Pro Series, and in this case, A8 Esports going up against GPX, both Tiger Series. As of yet, game number 3 is going to be the decider match between both of these teams, and as of now, A8 Esports, they seem to be so very strong, and their plays here, they just finished the MBL and now they will continue their journey. GPX, however, needs to find a way to bounce back, but after that game, it feels like GPX, they seemed a little bit down from this game so far.
I definitely feel that GPX looks a bit lost. It's a game where I feel like they got very comfortable with their composition as well, but the early snowball from AA caught them off guard, and GPX have been playing the entire game in recovery mode, even with heroics from Ziri stealing the Lord, splitting the lanes, getting trays all around. It was those late game micro decisions, how AA decides to rotate, how AA takes these fights that never gave GPX proper room to breathe. Every time Lord comes up, GPX doesn't have a jungler. Every time Lord gets taken, GPX loses a frontline. It's always this domino effect that GPX could never recover from.
Yep, at the same time now, with Fredrin completely ignored throughout this entire bans in game number 2, I want to see whether or not Fredrin is going to be priority, because GPX, they completely could not play the Lancelot tank at all. And this time, they're forced to actually switch up their drafts a little bit more. Same identical bans coming from both sides. ALVA going to be banned from side A8 Esports. GPX going to be banning off the 1-1. Do they continue their trend here? Do they ban off the Faramis? So far, it feels like A8 Esports, they want to play around this Faramis a little bit more compared to GPX.
It does feel like it. I think A8 Esports, they see a lot of value in in heroes like the Fredrin and the Faramis. So far, the bans pretty similar. See both teams pretty kind of worn out at this point. We are very late into the evening. I believe it's 11 p.m. over there. But Arlot, Fanny, Joy, 1-1. Not too much of a surprise. I think GPX or AA banned Valentina also in game 1. I'm expecting that to come true also.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult one if you think about it, right? Valentina, if you ban Valentina, that pretty much denies the Faramis counter Kautaltar coming in from A8 Esports if they get first pick priority, but it opens up Fredrin, it opens up the Kaja, it opens up the Glue once again. But no, they don't go for the Valentina. They want to secure the Valentina for themselves this time, and they will ban off the Faramis. But by first picking the Valentina means Fredrin is going to be let off. But so far, GPX hasn't been playing that too much. I think Aussie want to kind of stick to this assassin jungle playstyle, but they do ban off the Valentina from GPX. That means there is going to be a Mortis open up in the current hero pool. There is also going to be not Arlot. What else? Kaja is going to be open as well. Eve is going to be open as well. Benedetta is going to be up for grabs for GPX. Fredrin is going to be the biggest wow factor, but A8 Esports, they take the glue first.
Yeah, it worked fantastic for Fondia in game 1, so A8 Esports just goes back to what has been working well. GPX now will have to make a choice. They went for the Kaja Benedetta opening, which I think was great in what they want to achieve, but clearly A8 Esports had an answer for it. So I think GPX look at switch things up. Benedetta, when they went up against Euphoria, wasn't picked in the opening sequence. It was left until the last 2 picks. But they're going to go for it anyways. This time, they take the Eve away.
Wow. Fredrin completely ignored once again. Lancelot was pretty much a priority coming from GPX. So they have the Eve, they have the Benedetta again. A8 Esports, they can still stick to their comfort pickups again. Kufra is something that I think they could have prioritized, but considering that Eve was on their side in the previous game, so GPX this time takes this opportunity to deny it away for them. So Farsa is pretty much up and open as well. For A8 Esports, they can look to mirror the Farsa pickup, but at the same time, it was pretty much banned in the previous game. So no, yeah, they are gonna mirror this same. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, Farsa caught, pretty safe pick from side A8 Esports. Kaja completely ignored. GPX looking to double down. Do they go for the Kaja right here, right now? Maybe. No, they go for the Grok. It is a good solution to deal with the Blazing Duet. Save the wall charge for the Blazing Duet. Cancel it off. I like it.
Yeah, I think GPX are so much more robust. The problem with the previous game was that there's no proper front line, and whenever AEs powers on them, GPX, they just could not out-sustain. Now you have decent ways to zone out AE Esports, you have your own artillery, and of course you have the Grok to beat that brick wall to deal with something like the plot, like the Farsa. I love this approach from GPX. No longer prioritizing the Kaja. That is not kind of the most important hero for GPX. They ban on the Fredrin, which has been a big part for A8.
Yeah, Martis also going to be out for grabs once again. But A8 Esports, they can look to actually challenge this year. You know, just let the Lancelot through, force GPX to play it as well, ban the Martis, play it even Stevens, force GPX to ban the Paquito and waste it on something else, and they can potentially bring it off. So in this case, A8 Esports, I think they have a little bit more options this game, just because of how they are able to threaten Ozzy with that play. But at the same time, GPX was banning the Hayabusa based on A8 Esports' yesterday performance. So I guess GPX might consider opening things up and go for the switch up. But no, A8 Esports, they let it open. They let GPX decide, pick their poisons. They will focus on banning off the Moskov instead. I'm pretty sure the next one is going to be either the Matrix or the Brody to a certain degree in terms of mobility. Coming in from GPX, so A8 Esports maybe need to ban it off, but GPX, do they respect the Hayabusa? Do they respect the Paquito? But no, they ban the Kaja instead. Oh, it is going to be up for opener.
I think the Paquito can still be an option, but GPX now have a better way to deal with it.
Yeah, Martis.
Just because there's a Grok, right? And there is also a Martis. Unless GPX still wants to go for the Assassin, the Lancelot that they went in game 1, I think it is still okay now that there's a Farsa. Unlike that Eve, you're not really immune to all these crowd control.
This is a problem.
And there's a threat to make you cancel your ult. You know, GPX can still go for it.
20 seconds left. This is a big problem here, Husky. Like A8 Esports, final ban, they have to decide. Do they ban the Martis or risk being snapped and napped away from GPX? Because that Martis is going to completely shred both the Forza and the COD in all these early team fights. But no, they let it slide. They ban Hayabusa instead. Martis completely out for grabs as GPX. Do they double down on this Lancelot? A great way to threaten Forza in the back lines. Or do they go for the zoning tactic? Because as of yet, GPX, they were able to play a split push potential because of the Benedetta. Do they want to double down for macro gameplay, or do they want to have somebody zoning in front of them? But as of now, GPX, options of them. But
Brody.
no,
Okay.
they let them decide. They go for the Brody instead.
AA now have to reveal that jungler. GPX
Okay.
keeping Ray's pick until the very end. We have a couple of options left. The Akai, Lancelot, the Ling, so Karina before also. The Hanzo is left on the table this time. Though we haven't seen any Indonesian teams go for the Hanzo, so unfortunately, I think that is probably out of the conversation.
I really want to see the Hanzo. To be honest, I really want to see the Hanzo, but they go for the Cho. A great way to actually go in for the setup as well. Isolate targets, but I feel a Cho in towards a Paquito is going to be very, very difficult to play in this competition. So I guess Tanksalot is going to be the way to go. Martis, leave the Martis for GPX. I think A8 Esports was denying it, but secretly it wasn't a Tanksalot as well. They're going for Link for GPX. All right. Okay.
It all came down to this final game. Both teams playing the Assassin jungler, and for GPX, again, they had a head start, but that head start doesn't matter anymore. One final game between AA Esports and GPX. Winner goes to top 4. Of course, losers gets eliminated. And both teams came in for the regional qualifiers, and it's a bit of a shame that only one of them can make it through. But AA, if they have shown us such gameplay in the previous game, I think GPX, they're in for a ride.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one as well. Good pick with the Cho as well. A way to actually catch the Ling midway rotation. Another solution is going to be brought out, but whether or not can they execute, because eventually this Ling is going to be completely ignored. The only one that can catch him is pretty much either the Glue or the Cho, and it is still a very, very difficult task to do. As of now, the lower bracket semi-finals decider match. Who is going to represent Indonesia for the Snapdragon Pro Series? Stick around to find out. This is going to be game 3. And blue on the blue side, we have A8 Esports and GPX on the red side.
Fellow QT, a bit late to the party, trying to disrupt Ozil, not able to make it there in time. Again, for all focus on Fondia on this blue. In the previous game, we are getting the exact same matchup in the XP lane, and Fondia has been really able to stop his Benedetta from being efficient. GPX, even though they took a couple of pages off Euphoria's playbook, they haven't really been able to replicate the same success. Red QT running interference in the jungle, spotted out, ambush coming in from AA Esports. They're gonna get the first blood over for Fondia, taking down the glue. Ziri can get Richie. AA Esports starting it off on a good note.
Yep, this is going to be a very, very conclusive match coming in from A8 Esports. And GPX currently, they are going to be forced to play a little bit slow. Fondia are going to be harassing Ray on the sides. Richie loses his life on the sides in the hands of Ziri. But there is going to be a little bit of slow rotation coming from Ray. And here's a big downside coming in from the fights, because right now, the rotation coming from A8 is a little bit too fast. They won't get the kill on Ziri down bottom.
And Ziri goes down. Kesu also traded back. Both teams really going both blow for blow, but for AA Esports now they get to cash in on those turret shoes. Some extra gold for them. GPX. So this is a matchup you expect Watt to kind of have to lead, bully this all the way. Especially when you hit that level 4, it's also able to cash in on a bit of that extra gold as well.
Oh,
Ziri
no, Ziri! A
can't
little bit
find
too
Ozil.
close. A little bit too close in that vicinity. Richie doesn't have his feathered airstrike yet. Fordet is going to be there to intercept. Ziri dropping a little bit too low, but now with the real boom, Militia comes in. Kribo chipping away Richie bit by bit, and he will actually kill him off. No escape whatsoever. And Kezu now looking to interject into Ziri. Does he have the way of the dragon? But they are going to go for steal, but it is going to be Kezu that steals the turtle. But to what avail? They lose Ozil in the process. But GPX, they have the kill advantage, but they lose objective in the hands of A8 Esports.
Unbelievable play from Kesu. Ziri forced to recall as well, this purple buff. Very important if you are Ray, but can't really get close to it. Unfortunately, they used a better airstrike to try to secure it, but still, it ends up going over to Kesu. A8 Esports getting their resource away from this lane.
Oh boy, oh boy. GPX currently in a very, very dominant position compared for game number 2. Watt is having a fantastic farm as well. Ozil is struggling to actually get some sort of stacks as well. But this is a tank slot this time compared to A8 Esports. So we are not going to be expecting a lot of high value bursts coming from Ozil, but he is going to be looking to zone out players from GPX. They don't have a very strong frontliner from Fondir, and that's the reason why we do see Fondir kind of getting a little bit more active in this early stage game, despite being an XP lane. But as soon as he does that, you are going to be seeing Ziri pressuring and cutting the lane. And based on what we're seeing on the map as well, he's just cutting off the bottom lane. But top side, Kezu!
Watt, Flicker will the dragon. Watt jumped on, forced the Flicker himself. Backup is there from Fredo QT, keeping Watt alive. The Lancelot looking for the kill. Watt still ends up burning down to the orange buff, but Kribu will come in to get the exchange with the real manipulation. And Richie also gets caught. GPX finding 2 in return.
Oh my goodness, what an overextended fight coming from A8 Esports here. They're getting a little bit desperate here to make sure that Watt doesn't get out of control. Economy-wise, they're not losing too much as long as Richie is getting some sort of room to work with. RP doesn't get picked out good, but Way of the Dragon comes in. Fredo QT dropping a little bit too low. Not sure what they were thinking. They just don't have the damage, especially when RP, even though he needed the kill, he doesn't have the level yet. But they are going to try and force a fight with Defender Airstrike. And GPX, they back out. And A8 Esports, they can't seem to interject. Fondir looking for the split to latch on the Grok. He does connect, but can they burst it down? Yes, they will. But at the side, Watt will be able to finish off Kezu. They trade 1 for 1. Was it worth it? I'd say it's pretty decent for A8 Esports.
And you can see the fans favoring GPX a bit more. Turtle goes over to A8. That means a lot of space for Ziri. He is having a time of his life in the bottom lane, but Kribu and Watt now caught in a bad spot. Both cores for GPX in danger. Kribu first to go. Still low. Surviving for longer than he should. They get RP in return, and Watt, untouched. GPX finds 3.
Oh my goodness, mistakes from A8 but they're getting so desperate now. Ozil continues with his fight. He's gotta get out, but they do catch him with Watt alongside the Ray. They kill him off with the final poke. And A8 Esports is slowly crumbling in game number 3. And with the predictions coming in, with the power of love, you guys are looking to see potential GPX taking this series. But for now, with the purple buff completely up his grind, first of all, Feathered Astra comes in. They do finally trade off Ray, so that is going to slow down the momentum of the junglers. But eventually, it all comes down to whether or not the gold laners get their farm, and RP is going to be the priority coming from A8 Esports, while GPX, they're looking to get a little bit more mobile throughout the cross-map plays.
And for the first time in this series, GPX have a goal advantage. Kesu has been doing so much work roaming around the map, getting these pickoffs, but the one thing that GPX is doing well is that they are responding faster. Instead of trying to catch up to AA, they are always at the right place at the right time. And going 3-1 and 3 in 6 minutes is a huge advantage for GPX.
Yep, it is going to be a tough one indeed. GPX looking for the setup up top as well. 70 seconds left before the next hurdle. And currently 80 Esports going for the fight. Wall charge connecting by Keizu. He gets the way of the dragon. Kribu zoned up pretty much, but the real world nation will save him a little bit more durability. And he turns the tide, and now 88, they have to back out. Keizu will die. Ray dropping a little bit too low, but he needs to back out. And GPX was able to trade their threat.
Unlike the previous game, Keizu gets the great engage, but the follow-up not really there. They don't have enough damage like they did, and GPX finds room to punish them. Ray finally gets the turtle for himself, extending that goal lead. You can see the core items coming through. Fredo QT just got his Athena, and Ziri continues to just play this bottom side where AA Esports, if they want to deal with him, they have to delegate Fondia. But every time Fondia is away, GPX just pounds on the rest of his team.
Oh boy, this is tough. As soon as the Saiyans can see Ziri already starting to disrespect Fondia a little bit more, and eventually they need to buy time. Ozil currently can't seem to actually snowball as hard as we kind of expect. Meanwhile, GPX, they have the lead. All they gotta do is just buy for time, but here comes the kick once again. Feather Astra comes in. Ziri won't look to get disengaged, but Richie, being patient with Feathered Airstrike is going to take him out, so that's going to buy a little bit more time for A8 Esports as they try to get map control. Ozil now pressuring the mid lane. The mid lane needs to fall, and GPX will not let go this fight as they pause the real obliteration. But with that down, top side, Ray in a little bit of an awkward position. Grok comes in, wall charge will connect on Kezu, but can they finish him off? They look to interject, but Ray is getting out. Ozil looking for execution, but okay. Not sure why he was stuck on the wall, so a little bit of mistakes here coming for A8 Esports.
And GPX should be able to get this purple buff for Ray. That's going to be great. GPX continue to keep this lane juiced up, and Watt continuing to have a great game as well. The bot tier 1 just now was taken away by this Brody. GPX keeping that goal lead, can still play from A8. Need to look for members, but unfortunately the read from A8 is a bit off. Going towards that boss side when GPX are at top.
Yep, and now seeing how this is actually happening as well. GPX, they are going to force Vicious. Zero clearing the whip race, but Fondir can't seem to actually going for the flank, considering that they need a strong frontliner. It's going to be up to Kesu looking for this kind of opportunities, and you can see on the map as well, is running across the map, making sure that Ray is just wasting all his energy, because eventually it's only Kesu that can actually catch him off. But at the same time, GPX, they're just completely dodging in here. All they gotta do is just play cross-map plays, and it's gonna work out in their favor. But A8 Esports at the same time, that's exactly what they want as well. They don't mind trading cross-map plays as long as they get some sort of farm. And Walt now in a lot of trouble, and he's gonna get sniped down because he was separated from the team.
And GPX again, Kesu tries to go for heroics. This time not able to find it. Still has Way of the Dragon, but he was forced to use his Flicker early on. GPX just needs to buy time for what? 12 seconds before this Brody comes back. A8 Esports starting to work on the Lord. A lot of damage coming through. Kesu finds Fredo QT. This should be a kill. Fredo QT flickers away, gets executed, but they were able to delay the attempt of this Lord. Meanwhile, Ray just secured the purple buff. Kesu is in danger, trying to get away with the Jin Kundo, and actually pushing Ray back. Richie snipes him away. Now without Ray in the fight, AA can get this Lord, and there's nothing that Ziri can do.
Oh, what a clutch coming from Fondir. Just at the nick of moment where Kesu needs help, he was able to interject his first 2 combo, completely denying Ray. Cheeky plays here, trying to steal all the purple buff, a little bit greedy, but A8 Esports, they were able to come on top, and now GPX, they're in a very, very awkward position where they need to play defense. Mid lane control is what makes them so strong. And now with the Lord coming in, Middle tower is guaranteed to fall. Almost every outer inhibitor is going to fall. And there's no way GPX is going to be able to defend unless they start getting pickoffs. And in this case, bottom lane is going to be the Lord shuffling in. Middle lane as well. Ziri might be actually caught out as well. Ziri needs to buy time. And he is going to be able to do so. Mid lane control. He's throwing bodies for this, but the Wave of Dragon connects. Do they have the damage? Ziri still holding on the electrifying roll.
Oh my
Here's the minions, and it's going to be A-OK. Ray looking to finish with Ozil, but Ozil is a tanks a lot, and they don't seem to be able to get it off. Ozil goes for the Blade Thorn rolls, and he sidesteps his way through, but he won't be able to get out.
So well played from both teams. Ziri buying so much time. They still lose the mid tier 1, but the fact that Ziri was able to hold on in a 1v3 situation, that is exactly what you want as a Benedetta. He did have to use his Petrify though. Kesu showing up. Conceal play. Who do you find? What is the target? He's trying to look for what? The real manipulation is there from Kriebel. And now RP goes in, unleashes the Blazing Duet. They get the bot tier 1. No casualties for GPX.
I swear to God, this game, it feels like an anime fight scene, especially between the junglers here. You can see Ray once again, they're dancing around, going blade fight blade, blood fight blood. And eventually, they will have to equalize, but beautiful defense coming from GPX. They only lose tier 1s down middle and bottom. It means that there is still a lot of map control, not too much being given away, considering it is only the first lot. Esports now needs to find a pickoff, but the biggest question here is, can they kill off Ray? Because he is still a big threat. What? Now, maybe showing himself here, Ozil. Get a little bit feisty, 2 people up top, but GPX, they're just afraid. And Ray doesn't have his purple buff.
Try GPX securing that purple buff for Ray for now. Esports in the vicinity. Again, trying to get onto Richie. Richie able to fly away just in time. Kesu looking for a pick. Fondia sticking onto wide, bringing the Brody back right into Ozil. They have found the most important target on GPX. And that is going to create so much room. Also continuing the pursuit onto Ziri as the bottom tier 2 goes down. And I just gotta say, Terrence, Kesu has been flawless this entire series. Ray gets rid of Richie, but now he has to find a way out.
Sneaky little Richie thought he could get away, but it's gonna be Ray to finish ball. But
oh my goodness!
From Kesu! Is it gonna be enough in the tower? We'll kill him off. What a catch from this show! A8 Esports not making it easy for GPX.
The playmakers from A8 so precise with these catches. Yesterday it was Fondia, today Castle playing out of his goddamn mind. Once on the cool front, now on the choke. GPX have lost all the lead they garnered early on. AA Esports back in the driver's seat, and
Ziri.
with the Lord for him, Ziri is not going to even be close to contesting this one.
Oh boy, Ziri looking for the catch, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. But AA Esports is just not giving up. Reverse 2-0 sweep, no problemo. That's going to be the name of the game. 4K net worth advantage for AA Esports and GPX. Let's talk about instant replay here. Oh my God, Kesu, how the heck do you angle it like that? That is just crazy for him to actually punish this here. This is exactly what they do with the problem that AA Esports needs. They have no ways to cut the link, but at the same time now, Ozil is gonna change the anime battle fight scene to focus on the Benedetta, while the Lord is gonna be shoving the top side. And they are grouping it 3v4. Everyone is here, but GPX, they're looking to try and rat their way through. But the Lord, they're knocking in. They need to bounce back. They need to recall back. But AA Esports, they don't know what to do. They don't have the minions. They don't know what to do. Do they chase? Do they fight? But it seems like in the midst of this confusion, GPX forces them back instead.
Even so, GPX now forced into the same spot that they were in the previous game, having to defend their base. 5,500 net worth behind. AA Esports firm control. We say GPX, they have a draft and can play cross map, but when you're up against this Cho, cross map isn't really the option that you're looking for. AA Esports have been so vigilant in stopping these mobile heroes from really being able to traverse the map properly.
Oh boy, now when it comes to items as well, Watt very close to that rose gold meteor. This is where Watt is going to be able to sustain the burst coming in from the far side a little bit better. But the threat here is still not going to be on this Brody. The biggest threat is still Ray and Ziri from the side of GPX. All this cross map plays, and every single time the Lord push comes in, the lanes are always shoved out. And AA Esports, they have to make a decision. They need to find a catch. But the problem is, if they catch Ray, they can't catch the Benedetta. If they catch the Benedetta, Ray Ray is all the way at the other side of the fight, and this is a big problem for AAD Esports. This anime fight scene is not gonna last forever. Eventually, they need to make a strong hard play, but now the purple buff stolen away from Ozil means this link is gonna be rendered useless. A final opening in the Crackle defense from GPX, and now they focus on the Benedetta. They are gonna kill him off. And they are gonna try, but as of yet, he's running for his dear lives. Kenzo looking for the setup. The Jikundo comes in, down to his last HP. Fournier looking for the flicker setup, but the dodge comes in. Siri, he survives, but the rest of his teammates are not. The Blazing Duet will connect. Arfi will be picked off by Watt instead as they trade 1 for 1. It's not over yet. Fredo QT trying to bait out for more. Watt is still alive. He's got the damage.
God,
no marksman for AA. They have to back out. Ziri looking to try and connect this fight. But Watt plays it in pistol. He might be pulled back. He needs to run from this. And he's going to lose a life. But no, he survives as well. He's going to be fine. But eventually Ozil will go in for the finish. It's not over. They are backing out. This fight scene will extend. Kezu looking to pull it off, but the side steps coming from GPX will be at a halt. This fight finally takes a reset coming from both sides.
Lovely stuff from GPX, holding on again. Corrosion side for Ray. Not able to do out the damage that he's looking for, and we are seeing the same prowess from AAD Esports. These team fights have been so tough for GPX to manage. You have so many factors to consider, and all these constant power-ons from AA, Fondia and Kesu continuing to be a threat, and Kesu, all this isolation now finding Fredo QT. It's gonna force the war charge out of all things, and that means AA Esports now have one less crowd control to worry about.
Oh my goodness, RP, he's pulled the biggest Blazing Duet, but little did he know what was secretly aiming him. As long as one of these cores are surviving, GPX has a chance. And even if they lose Watt, they still have the link. They still have the editor cross-map play as well. Pay attention to the mini-map as well. You can see time and time again, Ziri is always cutting the creep wave, hoping that AAD Esports is going to be losing map control. And this is actually buying so much time, and it's actually going to help GPX because it all comes down to that one fatal micro mistake, and they will cast on the game. And especially when Indonesia Pride is on the line, who is going to be representing here? They're just going all out.
GPS continuing to play that split map. And again, Kesu on the hunt once more. Seen this way too many times. Ziri should know this. Every time Kesu fails to catch someone on GPX playing cross map, is an advantage for GPX. Now they have made it to the Lord Pit. In fact, the other person to have control. Richie hiding in the brush. Does GPX know this though? Kesu is going to show up again. Fredo QT. He might be the target once more. Kesu looking for an opening. Can't find it.
Oh, Siri, the sniper with tier 2. Fredo QT taking a little bit too much damage. He needs a wall charge, but can he get out? Better airstrike will not be able to finish more, but at the same time, Lord down towards the final bar. They comes out the final side. Tempest of Blink comes in. It's gonna be Ray that steals it off, and he is gonna be able to get out to safety. And GPX, they will come up on top. And AAD Esports, they are losing way much more. They lose out on all the trades, and this is the GPX special we've seen here. In the midst of all this confusion, can they find opportunities? AAD Esports, they know they needed to make that play, and eventually they lost the retribution battle. A very, very small micro mistake here, but at the same time, now they're overextended. Ziri continue the oppression. They go for the Petrify. He's gonna get caught out and stalled by Farm Deer. But it seems like AAD Esports, they just don't want to fight. They want to try and defend. The Lord is still on the bottom side, so far off. GPX not committing to the fight yet.
If we've seen that MDL series that AA Esports played, they've came back from a Lord steal. And they've done it against GPX just now. So this isn't foreign territory for them. In fact, I think Ray also was found by Kesu. Not a target they can solo kill, but GPS coming down, crashing the bottom lane. RP with the Blazing Duet. Fredo QT down low. Kribu also running away. Ziri is there to keep Fondy at bay, but Fredo QT might be sacrificed. Middle lane under pressure, but AA Esports defended.
Oh, very difficult one as well. You can even see Kesu time and time again looking for those angles to actually catch off either the Link or Ziri. GPX, they finally push back, but then they have no choice but to back off. And this is a smart play because GPX, they have lost so much map control because of the fact of the Tower of the Turrets. They lose a tier 1 inhibitor, and this pretty much puts GPX in a situation. We're finding Equalize here. We've done a fantastic job of buying time. But now it all comes down to capitalizing on mistakes. And so far, A8 Esports has not made much mistake. And they hope to continue banging it all off. And right now, they're pushing the orange buff for Watt here. Hopefully, with this play, it is going to be able to kill off Arfian, whereas A8 Esports, they're waiting for the respec on Wind of Nature. But here comes the wall charge!
There it is! This is the fight they need to win, but they just blow up Watt! He couldn't get his ultimate off and Watt goes down, but they did trade Arfi. Richie also gets fined by Ray. This is the fight that GPX needs. Kesu also goes down. Immortality is popped. Kesu flickers away. Can they catch this Cho? He's buying time, but not enough. It's going to be Ray catching that kill. GPX finding the most important fight in this game. Also pressured by Ziri. GPX now shoving that mid wave in, but A Esports have one built up in the top lane. Can GPX do damage to the base?
Oh, so unlucky. Arfi, he didn't have his Purify, he didn't have his Winds of Nature, and now GPX, they will finally push their way through. Ozil losing his life in brutality. He goes for the Winter Trunk as well, but can he survive? No, he cannot. He's done his best. Fondier left alone, 1v4, and GPX is running his way through, but he's holding on. But GPX, they saw an opening. The creeps are here. We're taking the crystal. We're representing Indonesia for GPX Esports.
The journey was longer than they expected it to be, but it's how you finish that actually matters. A Esports putting up one of the most incredible and most resilient performance we have seen in this tournament, but GPX tough it up until the end. We praise all the playmakers on the side of A8. Kesu, we praise Fondia, but the one that won the game for the side of GPX was their own Grok, their own resident Fredo QT. That one decision in that bot lane, giving GPX the ticket into top 4.
This match, if this match was an enemy series, this would be top of the most must-watch match ever. High-level mechanics all the way through, top-tier performance coming from both sides. But eventually somebody is gotta give in with a very, very minor mistakes. And like you said as well, A8 Esports is completely dominating in the early stage again, trading blow by blow, fight after fight, and GPX was able to capitalize it. And every single time they get a trade, there is a very, very small margin they were gonna survive in all these fights. And eventually, the Lord Steals coming from GPX is just so spot on in all this fight. And like you said as well, this final moments at the worst possible timing, Arfi didn't have his Winds of Nature. It was on cooldown. Purify also used, and GPX was able to clean them out. How very unfortunate, but GG well played to GPX.
Yeah, and GPX, if you look back in this entire series, they've been playing from behind for both games. The first one almost made a comeback, but the second one, they really toughed it up. One good engage in the bottom lane, and even that one looked a bit iffy from the get-go. What got blown up by A8 Esports, but GPX finally was able to get to the back line, get rid of this far south who has been a thorn in their side, and GPX, you can see the relief in the player's face. This was a hard-fought battle.
GG, well played, a well-deserved one. A8 Esports felt a little bit short as well. And it was a very, very difficult game. It has been a long day for them from A8 Esports. But that pretty much concludes their journey for the lower bracket semi-finals. GPX, the ones going to be representing from Indonesia for the top 4 in the Snapdragon Pro Series, keeping the flag alive, keeping their journey alive as they continue their tournament lives here for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
And this is where I want to echo what you said earlier on, Terrence. Imagine if this is the full best of 3. Imagine if we get to witness it from the very beginning instead of that 1-0 lead that GPX has. Maybe the result could have been a bit different, but it is what it is. GPX playing basically the long haul, and I would say the wait was worth it. We got one of the best series in this to cap off this final series of the group stage. GPX hoisting the Indonesian flag. It will carry the entire nation into top 4, joining Euphoria Esports, joining MHRLK, and finally joining GameLab in the Challenge Finals.
Well, this is going to be a long journey for them, but hopefully they are going to be able to prepare themselves for the Minsitar patch release. In this case, Minsitar patch already open but competitive play is going to be all even grounds, and everything they've planned so far is going to be back to the drawing board. And fortunately for them, they do have a very, very long time to prepare because their next match is going to be on the 19th, which is happening in 2 weeks' time.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think, you know, for these two teams now, they have some time to prepare, and top 4 is going to be a completely different beast. We are going into the final stretch of this entire tournament, and this is where the biggest chunk of the prize pool await, $20,000 mind you. But look at this, Hall of Fame, everyone on the side of GPX claiming a spot. Ray in the jungle, Kribu on that Eve, Fredo QT, of course, the hidden MVP for this game. Take a look at the MVP of the entire series from the side of GPX. Of course, it's going to be Kribu. He was the one who won the game and secured top 4 for GPX.
Yep, well done coming from Kribu with his Yi plays, his drill invasion just popping off, setting out multiple tempos to turn the tides for his team. He was the point of focus from the side of A8 Esports, and time again, it was very, very difficult to kill him off. 82.5% kill participation, and he was the reason why everyone from side A8 Esports was just struggling when it came down to those kind of debuffs. The Ice Queen one, a big factor in slowing down all this aggression assaults coming from A8 Esports, and it's one of the reasons why Kesu was just struggling to find those opportunities. But even then, even with all this, consolation prize, gotta give it to Kesu, man. Gotta give it to Kesu with his show.
Yeah, I mean, Kesu, if there was a loser's MVP, I mean, Kesu 100% is going to be the name on your screen right now. He has been phenomenal. All these plays that he set up, and he was one of the main reasons why A8 Esports held on to the lead all the way until the very end. And it's the reason why, you know, and they came in, you know, a bit fatigued, play a full series, and still play one of the best series that we ever gotten. But again, congratulations to GPX, the last team to lock in top 4. We have to wave goodbye to A8 Esports. But do remember, I think we definitely will see so much more from A8 Esports down the road, just judging by how amazing these players have been.
Yep, it has been a long journey for some of these teams. It's sad to say goodbye to them, especially here for the Season 1. But we are going to be having remaining 4 teams here. So now, let's take a look at the qualified teams for the top 4. Up on screen for the first time here, the top 4 finalists. We have 3 representing from the Philippines. Starting things off, it is going to be Euphoria Esports, GameLab, currently in the upper bracket finals. Whereas in the lower bracket semifinals, we have MHRLK Esports from the Philippines and the only Indonesian team, GPX. These are your top 4.
And the best part is we now get to witness the rematch between MHRLK Esports and GPX. GPX have sent them to the lower bracket once. Can they knock them out of top 4? Multiple storylines branching into the grand finals with Euphoria Esports and GameLab as well. And of course, Euphoria Esports, they knocked GameLab out of the regional qualifiers, forcing GameLab to literally play the entire Open Finals. And up to this point, GameLab have not lost a single game.
GameLabs from the Open Finals, the most amount of airtime here in Snapdragon Pro Series. Can they look to pull the W? Guaranteed top 3 so far for GameLabs and Euphoria Esports. But who is going to be the ones that make it into the grand finals? You guys got to stick around to find out in 2 weeks' time. But in lower brackets, everyone has been eyeing on how GPX was playing. And after that performance, it's no surprises as well, because as the grind continues, it is going to be a long journey for GPX if they want to try and fight their way through. But now, let's talk about the Challenge Finals bracket. This is how it... Oh, wait, it's a complete reset coming in from the brackets overall. Okay.
It's going to be very interesting. So, if you want that rematch for MHRLK and GPX, we're going to wait a bit longer. Euphoria Esports takes on MHRLK in the first set. Of course, GameLab will take on GPX. This is going to be the series for the first day of playoffs. If you guys don't know the date, it's going to be 19th of April, which is a Wednesday. We'll get to see these 4 teams kick it off and find out who will be our first pair of grand upper bracket finalists.
Yep, it is going to be on the 19th, 20th, and on the 26th. 19 is where the upper bracket games are going to be aired here, and on the 20th it is going to be the lower brackets as well as the upper bracket finals. But for the grand finals, we are going to be having it on the 26th next month as well. So it is going to be a long day, a lot of preparations for this team. So be sure to mark your calendars for next month. It is 19th, 20th April, and on the 26th April coming in from the grand finals. And here's a little bit snippet for you guys. We have exclusive invited guests. I'm just gonna put it out there. There are your favorite potential content creators gonna be at here to play it as well. Potential.
That's something to look forward to. That is something to look forward to for sure. And of course, the grand finals will be the only best of 5 series played throughout the entire tournament. That's something that these teams will have time to prepare for. We will get ready for the Minster review, hopefully for the challenge finals. But it's been an incredibly long journey for the group stage, from the open finals until the challenge groups. We came in with more than 100 teams overall, and we narrowed it down to the top 16, down to top 12, top 8. Now we're left with 4.
Well, a very, very long journey for some of these teams, but that pretty much sums up all the matches here. I hope you guys enjoyed all the shows here. It has been a pleasure casting for you guys, but we hope, most importantly, we'll see you guys back in the same days here. It is going to be on the 19th and 20th of April, and also, most importantly, the grand finals happening on the 26th of April for the Snapdragon Pro Series first season Mobile Legends Bang Bang. But that pretty much concludes today's games here. My name is ICBB12 Husky. It is time for us to say goodbye. We'll see you on the 19th. Bye-bye.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Won't stop, stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting. Fire, fire, yeah.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game, check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game, yeah. We be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new, hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.